and whatever else. Right, we're now on air. Ready when you are, Ed. Don't forget to turn fade to black off. So you're going to fade to black off for the stream? Yes.
I wanted to drive the car to at least one race, and given I'm least likely to bin it with only me on track in a sprint race, it seemed Kerbera, the opening race of the season, was the perfect choice.
Now, with all best laid plans in a Caterham, I had planned on talking you through this journey all the way there, all 3.5 hours of it, but I just dropped my microphone down the side of the seat getting in the car, so if you think that I'm going to take all this out to find the microphone, I'm sorry, I can't do that. I've already had to psych myself up for this whole journey, so hopefully you can hear this, and I'll do something maybe a bit later, or voiceover.
So, voiceover it is. After a quick stop, kind of en route to Pearsdown, the helmet sprayers, to pick up my new lid, it was a perfect time to remember that old phrase, all the gear and no idea. And 190 miles later, the car was well and truly warmed up and ready. So here we are, the first race of the 2021 KTM Academy season, albeit this one's against the clock and not with 25 or so other Caterhams together on track. There are 7 races in total. This one, the Kerbera Sprint, then May is at Mallory Park, June is at Knockhill, July at Silverstone GP, August at Brands Hatch Indy, September at Croft, and it finishes in October at Snetterton. There was a really brilliant vibe in the pits, helped in part there was a beautiful spring day with just perfect weather conditions. I'm not quite sure I'll be saying the same about Snetterton in October. First up was the track walk, where everyone seemed quite chilled, even though the figure of 8 needed some sort of concentration level to work out which way to go. Kerbera, by the way, is a sprint track located near Lichfield, which is in the centre of England. It's got this real charm. It's sort of small and quaint and run by passionate people who clearly love all sorts of motorsport. The track is relatively tight and most of it will be taken in second gear. The Academy car record is 65.34, set by Blair McConaughey in 2019. The only difference to this year over Blair's record-setting time was competitors can't now warm their tyres up. So I hope you noticed the racing driver excuses are coming out already. So it was time for each car to head out for a couple of practice laps, where for many people, including my pit neighbour John, it was literally the first time they'd ever set foot in their own cars. And John makes a mean cup of coffee, by the way, just in case you're wondering. Practice didn't end great for me as I had a puncture, meaning I had to swap my rear offside tyre with an old front tyre. Now this typically wouldn't matter, but given the camber on the front wheels of a Caterham, things were not looking good. Enter racing driver excuse number 2. But after a hearty lunch, it was down to business and to see who had what in the locker. I was up on the early pace in practice, but exceeded track limits on both of my runs, so I went out for a bit of a banker on my first time run and came in with a solid 67.42, putting me into 3rd place overall. The early pace was set by Jeff Newman, who's definitely going to be one of the star drivers of this series. Round 2 was super tight and most drivers were improving on their previous times. And one of the great things about this series is it doesn't matter what standard you are, and watching people coming back into the pits with big smiles on their faces after beating their first runs was brilliant. Just before me and on the other side of my pits was young Freddie Chiddix, who together with many others was quietly putting in some quick times, so the pressure was mounting. With my banker in the bag, I went a bit more gung-ho in round 2 and took over a second off with a time of 66.5 seconds, keeping me in 3rd place overall. I was really happy with my time, but I felt I had another 4 or 5 tenths as I kept getting massively out of shape on the big left-hander midway through the run. Interestingly, after 2 runs, only 4 100ths of a second separated Freddie and myself from 3rd place overall, so it was all to play for in the 3rd and final run. My closest 3 rivals all went out before me and all improved on their previous times. with the leader in the clubhouse, Ian Harris, setting a sensational 66.14, with Jeff just 1/100th of a second behind him, and Freddie smashing a 66.25. I knew I had a sub 66.14 in me, so it's time to bring home the gravy. It felt brilliant. I was smooth, calculated, left foot braking, squeezing the gas. I even managed to nail my nemesis corner. Everything was going so well until the final sprint down to the line. So near yet so far. Sadly, I can't even blame the lack of tyre warming or my very unlucky puncture, and I finished 4th place overall based on my inability to change from 2nd gear to 3rd. Massive congratulations to Ian and to everybody who raced. I met some lovely people and I really enjoyed every single minute of it. Huge thanks also to the marshals and to the team at Caterham for making it such a lovely environment to be around. So that was it, race 1. Just pipped a podium place. I blame the tyres, of course, and the sun and the moon and everything else. But luckily for me, my old mate Lucky Supercars has offered me a lift back in the height of luxury, and the Caterham boys have taken my car back to Gatwick. So I'm going to celebrate with a Magnus. I don't even like cider, but I'll celebrate with a nice cold Magnus, sit back and enjoy the journey.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is the glorious sound of the 7 UK Championship leaving the holding area for the start of the Sunday stream here at Knockhill. We have been treated to an amazing day yesterday, so I hope you all at home have had a chance to rest and get yourself sorted out, because we are in for a jam-packed day of non-stop racing today. First up then is the 7 UK Championship, where we saw Henry Heaton defying the odds, taking the win and getting some big love up here in Scotland. They're on their way to the track just now, but what a day we had yesterday. We had the 7 UK Championship, we had the Academy in both white and green grips, and we also had the likes of the Roadsport, the 270R, the 310R, and what a day we've got in store for us. Cars out on track. Let's throw over to Scott Woodwis and let's get this day started.
Thank you very much, David. And yes, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 here at the wonderful Knockhill circuit in Fife in Scotland for Sunday's action of the 3rd live British Racing and Sports Car Club race weekend of the 2021 schedule. And it's been a mega day so far in Scotland, at least particularly in terms of the weekend, I should say, from Saturday. Some brilliant racing. We had some great weather towards the end of the day, and it's only going to get better. It's supposed to be one of the hottest days in the UK, and even though it looks a little bit overcast, we are promised it is going to get better as the weather goes on. Scott Woodward, of course, here in the commentary box, and guiding you through all of the action. We've got the cars already making their way onto the grid for the first of what I think, if I get my names right, I think it's 7 Caterham races today, because we have 3 in total for the Caterham 7 Championship UK for the weekend. So 2 today for them, and 1 more for each of the other championships in the mix. So the grid for this first race they're lining up is a direct reflection of the race 1 result yesterday, and it was a win for Henry Heaton in what was quite an energetic and quite eventful first race. So it's Henry Heaton that will start on pole position after his second ever win in the Caterham 7 Championship UK. Starting alongside him in second was the championship leader coming into the weekend, Stephen Nuttall, who survived a 360 spin down the hill at Duffus Dip to finish second. Greg Monks and Chris Hutchinson line up on the second row of the grid behind them. William Smith, who is looking to bounce back after a difficult day yesterday with all sorts going on, still managed to pick up P5 after everything that happened, and we'll talk about it as the race goes on. James Murphy starts alongside him after a good recovery to 6th, and it's Johnny Jarrett and David Yates on the 4th row from Neil Fraser and Jake Swan-Dixon to round out the top 10. And then watch for Gordon Sawyer, Alex Jordan and Greg McDonald. Gordon Sawyer had quite a lot of action yesterday, whilst Alex Jordan and Greg McDonald didn't get further than the first corner. Lights up for the first race of the day, the second of the weekend for the Caterham 7 Championship UK. We're away and racing here at Knockhill for Sunday's action here as we get underway. Slow start for Neil Fraser off the grid, but it's Henry Heaton with the jump off pole position as they charge down towards Duffus Dip for the very first time. So they sweep into the right-hander, and it is Heaton who leads. Big slide in the background for Graham McDonald. So the Caterham CEO certainly hasn't quite conquered Duffus Dip just yet, but he manages to make it to the first couple of corners through McIntyre's pretty much unscathed. So they've all got through safely this time. Now out through Butchers for the first time over the crest of the chicane as they hop over one off the other, and Graham McDonald rocking over the curb and thumping the sausage curb on the inside on the exit. Now through Clark Curve, pretty steep exit, and all the way through Railway Bend. The run down this corner here is pretty crucial because it sets you up for the sprint towards Taylor's Hairpin, and then it's the braking zone that you need to get to in order to make it into the hairpin. First time of asking, still Heaton in front with second place Stephen Nuttall, third for Greg Monks, fourth for Will Smith. Then it's Will Smith's already made up one spot from the start. Chris Hutchinson down to 5th, 6th place for James Murphy, and up to 7th already from 11th on the grid is Gordon Sawyer, so he's up 4 spots already, looking for P6 to make it 5, and he's looking for the outside move that served him well yesterday when he passed William Smith as David Yates goes wide in the background at turn 1. And they make their way through at the first proper flying lap, so we'll get a look in terms of what the pace is going to be in this initial stage. So Henry Heaton already trying to make a gap here. He's away by half a second at the end of that lap from Stephen Nuttall. It's this battle pack for third that's forming with Greg Monks at the head of it. And it's Smith, Hutchinson, Murphy and Nuttall. Jake Swan-Dixon in a little bit of no man's land already. And then the second group, which is headed by David Yates with Johnny Jarrett, Greg McDonald, Alex Jordan and Neil Fraser. Good to see Alex getting away from that first lap. As up the inside for that, he's third position already. So up into third now, at the expense of Greg Monks goes William Smith. And now William really being fired up. He felt as though he was a little bit unlucky yesterday. He was battling away and he got past on the first couple of corners by Gordon Sawyer, and then he got caught up in a battle all race long, and it was just then when he tried to go around the outside at Duffus Dip, the pair came together in what was deemed a racing incident, but he managed to fight his way back through to 5th. And then that wasn't all the event for Gordon Sawyer, as he had a bit of an unfortunate coming together with Jake Swan-Dixon, where the two cars just locked wheels on the run out of the final corner, but he's back to full strength once again. And as we say, started 11th, already up to 6th and starting to make inroads on the top 5. This is James Murphy in car number 3. It's his first year in the top year in the 420Rs. And he now is on the back of Chris Hutchinson, who picked up his best result already. They've only had 4 races so far in this 420R. His best result is already a 4th place after the 5th he got at Donington. Murphy has made it through, so he's now squeezed up to 5th position. To end the first proper flying couple of laps, it's Henry Heaton who pops in the fastest lap of the race, 52.664. He's got a 7/10 of a second advantage over Stephen Nuttall in the black and gold number 46. And then the rest of the pack heads through. This is the group battling over the final podium spot already. They're 20-minute races this year. They used to be a 30-minute doubleheader, but it's now 3 20-minute races because these cars have had a few upgrades that make them even quicker in the corners, but even quicker in terms of lap time, at least 2 to 3 seconds faster than they were last year. They run dedicated Avon slicks and wet tyres now, as well as uprated bespoke Bilstein suspension, and a little bit of an increased rev limit to stop them hitting the rev limiter. It's only a couple of hundred revs that they increased it by, but it makes a difference, and it means that you can get a little bit of extra power a little bit extra oomph through the power band in order to ensure these cars are as quick as possible. So, because it's 30 minutes, it's more to allow the drivers to get used to how quick these cars are, and trying to keep up the intensity for 30 minutes was maybe a bit too strong for them, so they've knocked it down to 20 to make sure it's a bit more of a sprint format, and therefore it means it's nice and quick for these guys to rattle off the laps one by one. So Nuttall was a fraction quicker than Heaton on that last lap, but only by 0.03 of a second. So very evenly matched, as William Smith is also starting to gap this group now that's scrapping for what will be 4th position. up through Clark Curve. Now it's James Murphy's turn. Now James Murphy spent all of last year scrapping away for the 310R title with Greg Monks, and he only just missed out. It was the misfortune of a red flag in the very last race that saw the result go on countback, and while initially he thought he would have been the champion on countback, unfortunately it was Greg Monks who just got it by a point. So he's looking for a bit more revenge this year, but he's using this year, as I spoke to him yesterday, it's a bit more of a learning curve to understand and get to grips with the whole championship, the car, the drivers, the way you race these things in the pack, how they perform over a single lap, to get used to a full, proper 2022 championship assault. He's really having more fun out there this year in his first year, because like Greg Monks, they've spent the last 4 years driving effectively the same chassis with upgrades put on, because when you start in the Academy, you go through Academy, Roadsport, 270 and 310 with the same base car, but you then upgrade the car to different levels. And that's why it's made Caterham Motorsports ladder so popular, because you don't have to keep buying a new car for each different level of the ladder. You can simply just take the car, put on the required upgrades, and move up to the next step. Oh, that was wayward there. That was Graham McDonald having a scrap with Alex Jordan over what should be 10th and 11th position. I think that Jordan's just got past him. There's a big squabble going on. There's a big twitch for Greg Monks. And was there contact, I think? Oh, off the road's got Jake Swan-Dixon. And Greg Monks has lost one, if not maybe both of his rear wings. Jake Swan-Dixon goes past, but Gregory Monks is in trouble. Into pit lane. You could just see him on the corner of the shot. So Greg Monks, who was last year's 310R champion, it was a bit of a skirmish at the hairpin. There's quite a lot of a scrap going on between all five. I didn't quite see exactly who tagged the back of Greg Monks' car. It may have been Jake Swan-Dixon because he ran off onto the grass, but unfortunately, whatever's happened exactly to Greg Monks has caused him to foot up into the pits, which means that he's now out of contention for a strong result, sadly. They went their way out of Clark Corner. We're on lap 7, 14 minutes to go here, so 6 minutes run in this second race. They'll have one more later on this afternoon. And so we're now focusing on this scrap for third, which is now between James Murphy in the black and orange car. 4 places Greg Monks in the gold and black, and then it's Chris Hutchinson in the green machine with the black roll cage. This is 4th, 5th and 6th. Here comes Gordon Sawyer on the outside on his DPR Motorsport teammate, and they have a fellow DPR driver behind them in Chris Hutchinson. Now, Gordon Sawyer likes that outside move into Duffer Stitt, but James Murphy just held steadfast and was able to deny him any opportunity to get through. And this will be quite a nice opportunity for Chris Hutchinson to get stuck in. He's also learning the way. He's back after a 2-year sabbatical. He was always going to take 2019 off after he won the 310R Championship, and 2020, because of everything that happened in the world and what's still going on with the world with COVID, he took a bit of an enforced sabbatical for the 2nd year, but he's back now at the top level and still learning as he goes with this brand new car. It's new to him, but it's a car which used to be an ex-race car from before that raced over the past few years, just with the new 2021 upgrades. So leaders across the line to finish lap 8, and the gap has now gone out since we last saw them to 1.1 seconds between Henry Heaton in the chrome turquoise car and Stephen Nuttall in the black and gold. Then it's the orange chrome machine of William Smith, and then there goes Gordon Sawyer up into 4th place now, so he has managed to squeeze past James Murphy. So Sawyer then, his next target is to try and chase after the top 3 if he can, as they head through Butchers and then leap over the chicane. Little way with there from Gordon Sawyer. Watching Gordon Sawyer drive, it's never unexciting, or it's never boring. He's always got the car rocking over the curbs or running wide a little bit or tanging the tail out or going wheel to wheel with somebody. He is arguably one of the most exciting drivers in the field in terms of just watching him out on track. Whereas the likes of Heaton and Nuttall and Smith, while they're definitely not boring to watch, they seem to be a little more precise, a little tidier. But Sawyer's attacking driving style certainly seems to work for him for the majority of the time. And James Murphy just taking a look at the speculative look on the outside of 4th place, but he might be thinking about a cutback on the exit. Now Jake Swan-Dixon, the white and black machine with the blue roll cage, he has latched onto the tail of this scrap for 4th. And now this will either be Gordon Sawyer taking these 3 cars with him if he can, provided he doesn't get caught up in too many battles, or he'll start to pull away and try and catch up to 3rd place man William Smith, who himself, Smith, is 2.1 seconds away from the back of Stephen Nuttall's car. And lap time wise, he's not quite on the same pace. He's around 3 to 5 tenths off last time by, at least from the other ones. As the hairpin go, the leaders once again. That gap has crept up a little more for Henry Heaton. He now takes it to 1.4 seconds. So certainly the rolling hills of Knockhill in Scotland seem to be kind to car number 10. We should remind you, it's a privateer effort. It's not one of the big teams like DPR, who are now watching two of their drivers scrapping over 4th position, as now James Murphy dips up the inside. Nice run up the hill and into Duffer's Dip. And that run off the final corner, because it's uphill, it's so crucial to get it right, because if you can get a strong run up the hill and get the right line, it means that you get a nice toe all the way up towards Duffer's Dip. So Jake Swan-Dixon, meanwhile, you can see has got past Chris Hutchinson, so that's Jake up to 6th position. Chris Hutchinson down to 7th, but he's staying in this group for best of the rest behind the podium positions. And it looks like, just to confirm, Greg Monks, either he did continue for a while or has sadly retired because of the incident that occurred at the hairpin. And James Murphy, realising that Gordon Sawyer doesn't quite want to be 5th position, he wants to try and get himself back in front. And either these two are going to carefully work together, or they really are having a scrap that's going to hold them up, and it will certainly bring Jake Swan-Dixon into play. Sawyer thought about a move but doesn't go for it. Jake Swan-Dixon was also close. He was just having a little peek out at the inside line to try and distract Gordon Sawyer, to try and make him snatch a break or turn in a little too late or run wide over the AstroTurf heading down the hill through Leslie's. I just love the way these cars just rock on their suspension as they just glide over the exit of the chicane. You have to straight line the first part over the red part of the curb, and then there's a particular turning point, and it's such a fine margin between just gliding over it like you watch the touring cars do, or watching these cars catching a little bit of air, or thumping the curb a little bit too hard and potentially getting damage. Jake Swan-Dixon fancying a move down the outside, and I think those two might have some memories of what happened yesterday when they went side by side. The two cars just drifted into each other's paths, and they ended up with Sawyer spinning off into the tyres, which is, I'm sure, neither driver wants to see repeated. It's good to see some nice fast, frantic racing going on here to start the day here at Knockhill. Of course, we've got all 4 of the other Caterham championships in force. We've got both Academy championships having a second race, only the second ever time they've had that on a race weekend. Also, more action from the Roadsports 270s and 310s. And of course, we complement that with the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup and the ETSL STXR Challenge. 2 more races for them today as well. So plenty to keep entertained here on the BRSCC live race weekend from Knockhill in Scotland. So just the view here, Gordon Sawyer making another dive out up the outside line. And if he's not careful, he's going to see Jake Swan-Dixon again peek up the inside. And they're all hugging the pit wall, but in many cases they start to drift. There they go, they drift towards the inside line because it's a flatter approach up the hill towards the run to Duffer's Dip, and Gordon Sawyer managed to take full advantage of it. Up the inside into the right-hander he goes. As they plunge through Leslie's, the gold and black machine is back into fourth position. Got my tongue tied there for a second. And good effort so far from both Jake Swan-Dixon and Chris Hutchinson for keeping in the pack. And it just takes one small little twitch, one little slip up for one of the cars in front, and either of these two can take advantage. So it appears as though Jake Swan-Dixon currently being the meat in a DPR sandwich here, because he certainly is battling away with the other 3 cars in the team. There's the top 3 heading past the pits. Second, third and fourth. First, second and third battling away. The lead gap again has been creeping up since we last took a look at it. It was 1.4. Now Henry Heaton has found another 7/10. Now there's an exclamation mark indicating a possible penalty. Car 46, Stephen Knockhill has a 10-second penalty for a jump start. I did wonder looking at the start. He was creeping a tiny bit, but looks as though that senior clerk of the course, Ken Tyra, has decided that he was creeping a little too much, and therefore this is the man on camera, William Smith, who's actually in second place by the looks of it. I'm suspecting that he'll get that penalty applied at the end of the race, because he's still showing us 2.1 seconds away on the road from Henry Heaton as they head back towards Taylor's hairpin. Just under 7 minutes to go in this second race. Just remember, they have one more later on this afternoon. And up the hill they go. Heaton, Nuttall, and then William Smith. And whilst we've been looking at them, the scrap for 4th has changed, because now it's still Gordon Sawyer in 4th position, but now it's wheel-to-wheel for 5th between Jake Swan-Dixon and James Murphy as they come over the crest. End of another lap, onto lap 16 here at Knockhill, and Chris Hutchinson also taking a look as it's side-by-side between Dixon and Murphy. Murphy slots back through and says thank you very much. Let's see if Jake's got any response here, and if the pair of them can certainly do something about keeping Chris Hutchinson at bay. He's just been keeping his powder dry, I feel, not making too many moves. He's just been watching along, keeping close. There he is, car 78. Has CaterhamRacer.com emblazoned on the back of his car. That's the online sort of virtual Caterham series that he looks after, that Chris and yours truly provide commentary for. And their most recent rounds were in the Academy car that there's a mod for on Assetto Corsa, which has been developed by quite a few of the Caterham drivers in the league. And had 2 races of those a couple of weeks ago, and their calendar follows the real Caterham schedule. Their next one's going to be, of course, Silverstone Grand Prix in the virtual version of these 420Rs, so that'll be quite exciting. Of course, what is this? What's exciting is, I mentioned Gordon Sawyer, he was literally up on 2 wheels. I didn't realise Caterham's made bikes, but certainly the way Gordon Sawyer's driving it, that Caterham was fully on 2 wheels as it just flicked up over the curb at Duffus Dip. And again, it's beautiful how they watched them just land. And Jake Swan-Dixon, that wasn't quite a beautiful landing for him as he runs wide on the exit of the chicane, and Chris Hutchinson was always going to take that all day long. He slots through into 6th position, or I think that should be, or is it 5th possibly? So timing screen here showing me that James Murphy's down in 11th, but that's not quite correct. In fact, he's maybe a possible issue with his transponder, because he's absolutely there. He's you can see in the black and orange car sitting at the moment in what should be 5th position, but I think there's a small error with his transponder which is not showing him up properly, and it's also showing him as being stopped, which is not correct. So because you can clearly see that number 3 car is moving. So 4.5 minutes left. Henry Heaton still at the front of this pack. The gap has again crept up again, just by a fraction, couple of tenths. 2.6 is the advantage, and it'll be over. Well, it's on the road, it is, from William Smith. As we've seen, Jake Swan-Dixon's got back past Chris Hutchinson, so his advantage didn't last long. And despite the mistake a lap ago at the chicane, Jake is straight back on the pace and back past Chris to take what should be, I've got to work this out, what should be 7th place. Leaders exit Taylor's hairpin. So essentially it is William Smith. Oh, and Chris Hutchinson went straight down the outside of the hairpin. Great move from Cheesy. So he nicknamed that because not only is he got a large smile on his face, but also whenever he used to race before, his car used to be coloured predominantly yellow and had a livery on it that was not too dissimilar, being full of holes on the livery and the design to look like a piece of Swiss cheese. And remember when he did his championship-winning season in the 2018, he had a black car with sort of yellow effect holes on there to make it look like a black piece of cheese in many cases, or a black-coloured piece of cheese. Enough cheese talk, because we've got more racing to continue on here with 3.5 minutes to go. Now they've paired off here between Sawyer and Murphy, and then Hutchinson and Swan-Dixon. Chris was a little wide there exiting Clark Corner. That might kill his momentum ever slightly. Now they head up the hill, and James Murphy still defending from Gordon Sawyer, but he'll get a nice run up here. Now Murphy will try and sweep to the inside line, but it might not be enough, because we know that Gordon Sawyer fancies the outside line. So he will go for it. Swan-Dixon also thinking about it down towards Duffus Dip, and looks like James Murphy really did thump the curb on the inside. I guess he was all out of shape as he headed down the hill towards Leslie's. Make their way through Butchers, up through the chicane for the 20th time of asking. They just appear over the crest. They glide their way through. Now Jake Swan-Dixon comes through. Where's Chris Hutchinson? What's happened to Chris Hutchinson? He was 7th, but the green Caterham number 78 has not appeared. Jake Swan-Dixon's gone through. Doesn't appear to be any damage, so whether there was a mistake or a mishap somewhere, but we've lost him around somewhere between Duffus Dip to, I'd say, McIntyre's. So the top 3 continue on, still 2.25 minutes left. Gordon Sawyer darts to the inside line, and James Murphy has to give him the room. It's a really strong toe up the hill, and Sawyer knows he's got Murphy pegged exactly where he wants to, and takes the inside line. We believe Chris Hutchinson is still on track somewhere, but where he is, it must have been a mishap that's seen him lose several seconds. So he has come through. Yeah, he did come through that last time, but he's 3.2 seconds back. So whatever the mishap was, has not lost him. It lost him enough time to fall away from not only lose the place, but then drop an extra 3 seconds on top of that. So Chris Hutchinson is still circulating according to our timing screen. Haven't lost him completely, thankfully. So, out of the hairpin for what looks to be the penultimate time, because we've got 1 minute 30 on the clock as they head over the crest. And Gordon Sawyer makes the dive and actually makes the move. He manages to get through then to 4th position. What might even be 3rd, because, of course, remember, we've still got that 10-second penalty to to go through. There's been a black and white flag for car 3, James Murphy, for track limits, so he's got to be careful. Otherwise, he might get a time penalty for that as well. But Henry Heaton certainly making the most of the pace advantage he has, and I think he'll be thankful that he's able to really use it to its full effect, because, of course, the last couple of seasons we've had John Byrne in this championship. And any time John Byrne turned up on a Caterham 7 UK Championship grid, it was quite a simple sequence on a weekend. It was John Byrne turns up, John Byrne qualifies fastest in regular qualifying, then takes the Super Pole, then wins race 1, then race 2, and then if there's a third race, that one as well. So John Byrne, it was very rare someone beat him in the last couple of years, and Henry Heaton last year was the only man that did it at Donington Park. And with John Byrne not here this season, it means that some new contenders can step up. And it seems as though that Henry Heaton, after the fairly strong form that Stephen Nuttall was in at Donington Park, it looks as though that while Stephen's absolutely looking strong this weekend, Henry Heaton looks as though he's got a little bit extra for the rest of the pack. He floats his way through the chicane for the final time. I mentioned earlier, this really is a proper family-run team. And how amazing it is that some of the bigger outfits that we have here, including some of the factory-run cars with Graham McDonald and Alex Jordan, who we should mention at 9th and 8th respectively at the moment, quite further back. Johnny Jarrett's currently 10th from Neil Fraser and David Yates, but heading up towards the hairpin for the final time. Well, he's waiting for his first win of the season, and just like buses, they do come along all at once. He heads out of the hairpin for the final time, up towards the checkered flag. So far, it is a perfect win record in Knockhill. 2 out of 2 for Henry Heaton. He takes first race win of the day here at Knockhill. Second place to Stephen Nuttall, a brilliant third. He'll be delighted with that. William Smith gets some reprieve after some bad luck at the start of the season. Side by side over the line for 4th, or at least 4th on the road. And I think by 0.06 of a second, Murphy didn't quite get it. No, Sawyer was just in front. There were 10-second penalties being applied, which means Heaton wins. Smith gets promoted to 2nd, and that sprint to the line between Sawyer and Murphy turns out with a final podium place, and Sawyer just gets it by 0.06 of a second. That was a typical Caterham finish. Great stuff. Stephen Nuttall gets demoted to 5th after his penalty, 6th for Jake Swan-Dixon, 7th for Chris Hutchinson, 8th for Alex Jordan, 9th for Graham McDonald, and then Johnny Jarrett, Neil Fraser and David Yates, who sadly being Greg Monks was the only driver that we lost towards the early stages of that race after some kind of contact, it seemed, or some kind of moment between the pack that was battling over 3rd place in the early stages of that race, which forced Greg out, sadly. But hopefully he'll be back out for race 3 relatively unscathed. So let's confirm the provisional result before we head down towards David with our top 3 when they pull in. So to confirm the provisional result on screen, it's Henry Heaton who wins by 6.5 seconds, and he also takes the win as well, so the fastest lap of the race as well. William Smith was 2nd. James Murphy, James Murphy's been given 3rd place. There's been a change around. So James Murphy is given 3rd on a correction of a timing screen, and the margin was even closer. Apart from being a dead heat, 1,000th of a second between 3rd and 4th places. James Murphy snatches a podium from his teammate Gordon Sawyer. So it's Murphy 3rd, Sawyer 4th, Nuttall with his penalty goes down to 5th, then it's Jake Swan-Dixon 6th, Hutchinson 7th, Alex Jordan 8th, Graham McDonald 9th, Johnny Jarrett 10th, and then Neil Fraser and David Yates rounding out the 12 finishers, and Greg Monks was the one that we lost. So here's some highlights of that, and there's first of all the creeping on the grid there for Stephen Nuttall, which was deemed to be enough to give him a 10-second time penalty for a jump start. But everyone piled down towards turn 1 for the first time. Now here's the moment what happened with Greg Monks. I couldn't quite tell who tagged him. It's difficult to show it. Either it's a mechanical issue for Greg Monks, which didn't mean he didn't get a good run off the hairpin, or there was a bit of contact for somebody, maybe James Murphy, but we'll have to wait and see. The mistake there for Jake Swan-Dixon allowed Chris Hutchinson to get through at the hairpin, but he dropped back after a mishap. But at the front of the field, despite the 10-second penalty for Nuttall, it was pretty much plain sailing for this man. Henry Heaton was able to charge to the checkered flag and take his 2nd win of the season and of the weekend. He'll be going for the hat-trick in race 3. Nuttall finished 2nd on the road, but he was demoted to 5th. 2nd for William Smith, and then in a dead heat to a line, James Murphy just beat Gordon Sawyer to 3rd. What a fantastic first race. And here's David with the top 3 to tell us all about it. Brilliant stuff.
Oh my goodness me, if you ever wanted drama to kick off your Sunday morning, we have got it in bucket loads here. Coming into this weekend, it was Stephen Nuttall that was in the lead of the championship. He was in 2nd place on the grid, but got that 10-second penalty for jumping the start. That dumps him all the way down to 5th place. And oh my goodness me, that turns the championship properly on its head. Let's go and have a chat with 3rd place though. a brilliant third place, and going to be really happy with that. Give James Murphy.
Yeah.
We'll let you pop your balaclava back on, my friends, but oh, you've got a mask, excellent. Right, what we're going to do, James, is going to give you a chance to get a deep breath, because that was craziness out there.
That was a lot of fun. It's completely risked me to start anywhere other than DPR Motorsport today. We had quite a bit of damage last night. A very bent car I nursed home yesterday. Just trying to get, unfortunately we got up to 6th yesterday, which is a great starting point. But really, what the boys and girls did last night to get the car in shape, this is all for them. They did a fantastic job last night. Out there, lots of fun, Caterham racing, bit cleaner than yesterday it looked, which was nice. Fantastic racing, and yeah, apparently it's quite a small margin between me and Gordon there.
It certainly was. It was around about, what, 1/1000th of a second at the line there.
I don't think they timed to the millionth, whatever it is, so that's as close as it gets. It's a lot of fun, and just pleased to be able to bring home a trophy for the guys and girls at DPR. They've been brilliant.
Just very quickly, huge championship implications as well. Championship leader coming into this weekend, relegated down to 5th place after a 10-second penalty. You're obviously coming in 2nd place. That's some good points for you moving forward.
20 races is a marathon, not a sprint. Just happy to pick up. And you're this early race in the weekend, also your grid position for the next one. So yeah, inside a second row, I'll take that. Been a great morning.
Excellent. Well done, James. Then we'll head over to 2nd place then and have a quick chat with William Smith, wherever William has disappeared to. William's over here. William, we'll have a quick chat, my friend. 2nd place, and I mean, that is the way it starts Sunday morning, isn't it? We'll get you pop your mask back on just now, but I mean, that is one way to wake up on a Sunday morning.
Yeah, it's a great start to the day. After a disappointment yesterday getting taken out of the lead, it was nice to come back with a podium this morning. And the 2nd place, I didn't realise I was going to get it on track. I thought I was 3rd, so yeah, delighted with that, and hopefully we can go one better later.
Excellent. Well, best of luck for race 3. We'll cut things very quickly, because we need to speak to Mr. 2 out of 2 so far, Henry Heaton. What did they put in that fish supper at the weekend? Henry, I mean, an amazing performance, and truthfully, this one had a little bit more of a gap in it.
A little bit more of a gap, yeah, but it's yes, probably harder, to be honest, like that. You know, it's you versus the car and the track, and you know, that first couple of laps, you've got to just absolutely nail it, try and get away. I knew I had good pace here, yeah, got a little bit of a gap, broke the toe a little bit, and then just got my head down, fast lap. Heard I got the fastest lap as well, so you know, that's what it's, you know, that's brilliant, you know, and yeah, came over the win. But that 20 minutes when you're out there by yourself trying to manage the gap, it takes a long time. It's the longest 20 minutes of your life.
When you came in the paddock, obviously I was down there. How big was the cheer from the family when you came in?
Well, I think I could hear them over the noise of the engine, to be honest, when I was coming in on the cool down lap. So yeah, they'll probably have some sore voices tonight.
Excellent stuff. Well done. Another race win. We'll catch you on race 3. So there we go. That is an amazing result. Right, before we head down to the Academy group, I want to very quickly have a chat with Stephen Knockhill, because obviously that is some hard lines. Stephen, will grab a quick word with you if you can. But I mean, that is a heartbreaking case of what could have been. Obviously, it minimised the risk having that penalty, that 10-second penalty, with the fact that you did end up 5th. Everyone else scrapping behind you and you know, losing time. But tell us how you're feeling right now.
I'm mortified. I'm gutted because there's no advantage. I'm going to need to go and look at it, because the car did creep slightly on the line, but I stopped the car, waited for the lights, then wait for everyone to be able to go. So there's no advantage gain. You know, if you watch F1, you can do that all the time and get it and sort of allowed to do it. So you work all race, you get that, and then to get this result, it's, I won't use the language I want to use, but yes, gutting. So I'm going to go and appeal it and see what we can do, because it's double whammy. You work hard for this, you get the result taken away from you deserved, and then tomorrow you've got another problem because you're starting down the grid. So yeah, really not happy.
Well, best luck. Head down. We hope you have a much better performance in race 3, buddy. Stephen Knockhill there. We don't have time, unfortunately, to head down to the Caterham Academy white group. They are heading down to track. But what we will do is we'll let you see them going out onto the track as they head down. It's going to be another pole position for William James as he makes his way down onto the track. We had amazing action from these guys yesterday. All that's left to do, Scott Woodward, back to you.
Thank you very much, David, and understandably Stephen Nutt a little bit disappointed with the penalty, but we'll let him handle that, hopefully ahead of race 3 and see where he ends up on the grid. But moving on from the top of the Caterham tree down towards the very starting step on the ladder, and that of course is the Caterham Academy. This is to remind you, drivers who before this year had never ever held a competition licence and had never ever started a race. And this is now their 3rd ever race start. It's only the 2nd ever time in Academy history that we've had 2 championship point scoring races on the same weekend. The first time, due to the necessities of the pandemic and everything to shorten everything up, was at Brands Hatch last year, and they'll do it again at Snest at the end of the season to give these guys an extra couple of signatures towards the end of the season. So, as the cars head out onto the circuit, once again, the grid is set as a direct reflection of yesterday's race 1 result, and it was a win for William James, who did it so by 0.127 of a second, in another typical Caterham finish, and he starts on pole position alongside Harry George on the front row of the grid. And it's Gareth Lucas and Benja Headley on the second row from Giles Perry and Neil Perry, so a Perry, it's a Perry third row, pun fully intended. Then it's Michael Banton and Richard or Rocco Ainscoe on the 4th row of the grid. Then Julian Roebuck and Mark Januszewski who complete the top 10. Tom Noakes and Charlie Lauer come next from Chris Roberts and Anil Patali, Graham Walker and Alan Bateman from Richard Lawrence and Ray Radford. And then rounding up the top 20, we have, if my laptop wants to scroll up and show me the top 20 in a second, it is Lyndon Arnold and Simon Patel from David Saxby and Louise Deason. And then James Moon, who had the unfortunate retirement yesterday, which means he will have to start from 23rd and from the back of the grid. So just a reminder of the spec of these Caterham Academy cars. They're all fully road legal. They have a 1.6 litre Caterham tuned Ford Sigma engine with 125 brake horsepower, a maximum rev limit of 6,800 RPM, 5-speed gearbox, open differential. They run on special dedicated Avon Academy spec tyres for these things. The road spec suspension and a minimum weight with the drive of 630 kilograms. And over their lifetime, as they move up from Roadsport 270 and 310, the cars will gain different tyres. They'll also gain an extra power hike of about roughly 27 horsepower, an increased rev limit of about 700 revs. They'll get limited slip diff, they'll get new suspension, they'll be 10 kilograms lighter as well. So these cars will evolve as they go up the next few ranks, and that's the beauty of the Caterham Academy. Once you finish here, you keep the car and you can then upgrade it to go to the next steps before you get to the top level, which is the Caterham 7 Champion UK, where you have to have a dedicated chassis. So let's see if the battle that we had at the front between William James and Harry George will continue to be just as close as it was yesterday. It was a fantastic battle between the two of them as they ran away from the field. It's now green flag waving at the back, and the 5-second ball goes up. Let's go Caterham Academy racing for the 2nd time this weekend for the white group. Red lights up, revs rise, and we're underway. Nice jump from the first couple of rows. Also a decent start for somebody. I think it looks like maybe Mark Januszewski for 10th on the grid as he tries to squeeze through the 2 cars in front on the 4th row. But all 23 of the white group of the Academy head charge down towards Duffus Dip. Can they all make it through safely? They're all nice and tidy, nice and clean. A little wiggle from a couple of the cars towards the back, but good job, everyone. Well done. Good stuff from our Caterham Academy drivers for the white group. Little lock up in the mid-pack. That might have been from, was that in the mix as well? That might have been Charlie Lower, I think. Either way, over the crest of the chicane they go. And field makes its way up towards Clark for the first time. So it looks as though it is William James from pole who still leads it. Harry George in 2nd place. We can see the Perrys are in there as well as they head over the high apex of Clark Corner. And the rest of the field makes it way. There's Louise Deason, who had a bit of a spin under the safety car yesterday whilst they were recovering James Moon's vehicle, but changed from a lead into the hairpin as up into the lead goes Harry George. And also we can see in the background Gareth Lucas is right behind him in 3rd position in the blue and orange car. 4th place of Benja Headley. And looks like Neil Perry in 5th position as they have across the line. Now William James gets enough of a run off the hairpin to beat Harry George to the inside line and possibly back into Duffus Dip on the start of lap 2. And Gareth Lucas is going with them this time. Benja Headley is in 4th. We'll give you the run of where they sit at the moment coming into the 2nd lap then. So James leads the way, George in 2nd place, Lucas 3rd, Headley 4th, Neil Perry in 5th position, and Rocco Ainscoe. Mark Januszewski, I think, was the one that had that strong start from 10th. He's up to 7th place already, and it's Giles Perry, Anil Patali, and Michael Banton, who qualified third yesterday and was running strong initially, and then had an issue that put him down a few spots as he went towards the back of the top 10. You can hear the tyres squealing as they head through Clark Corners. They're pushing the limits. These are, of course, remember, on special Academy spec tyres. Once they move up to Roadsport, they then get an Avon ZZS road spec tyre. And then they get the more track, and then that Avon ZZS tyre stays with them all the way through the 310 up to the 310Rs before they switch onto the Avon slicks and then move up to Caterham Championship 7 UK. Possible move for second being lined up here. There's also a good battle going on side by side between Januszewski and Giles Perry, and Januszewski might just lose out not just to Perry but maybe to Michael Banton in the process as well. Januszewski in the green and yellow machine, and he came across the line in 7th but wasn't able to really properly hold on. There is Gareth Lucas. Over the crest they go. 1, 2, 3 all together. Gareth Lucas, who remember saw us yesterday, looking at his result, he came in 3rd yesterday, and looking hopefully for more of the same today. Just a reminder who did what in the season earlier on as the pack filters its way through Clark Curve. They came into the weekend with Charlie Lower, who was top of the points with 48, tied on points with William James. But Charlie's not really had the best of luck so far this weekend, and not really the pace to match the cars in front. In the first race, to remind on that result, he didn't quite finish where he was hoping to. He finished down in 7th place, so not quite on the same pace as he was back at Mallory Park. It's a different circuit, Mallory. They're quite short, but of course, Knockhill has a lot more undulations, a lot more elevation changes, slightly trickier corners, but everyone's learning on the fly here. 99 there is Benja Headley. Down the outside looks Rocco Ainscote. Rocco with the sort of blue car with the yellow, blue and green striping. A neat little move they set up there. Nicely set up on the exit of McIntyre's, through around the outside of Butcher's and slots in front of Neil Perry just as they turned in towards the chicane. So good move there from Rocco. Certainly learning from Richard Ainscote, who has been a former racer, regular racer in the Caterham Motorsport ranks, particularly in recent years up in the top level in the 420Rs in Caterham 7 Championship UK. So up at the front of the field, looks as though William James has the advantage. Harry George now under threat from Gareth Lucas. Then Benja Headley holding on to 4th, and Rocco Ainscote running wide on the exit there. I think he tried to make a move on. I think he's got past one Perry. He wants to pass the second one, and he couldn't quite make it stick as they come up over the crest to end another lap. That is now 4 laps in the books. Fastest lap of the race has gone to William James, 1 minute 1.492. He was half a second better at least than the 2 cars behind, because both George and Lucas did 1 minute 1.9s, and Lucas was a fraction faster. It's evenly matched. There is Rocco. He's got Michael Banton on his tail. And also there is Giles Perry. So at the moment, I'm going to make that joke again, Rocco and Michael Banton are in a peri-peri sandwich at the moment. Sounds pretty tasty. Probably not so tasty is Rocco Ainscote trying to break out of it, because he's now got a super run off of Clark Corner and will try and put himself alongside by the time they get towards Taylor's hairpin. And he has a look, and Banton tries to go deep round the outside of both of them, and he has managed it stick. Incredible stuff for Michael Banton, who sweeps around the outside of the pair of them and says, "Have that, boys, 2 for the prize of 1." Brilliant stuff from Michael Banton. You never think it was his 3rd ever circuit race. Fantastic stuff from Michael. Looks like Neil Perry's going to try and come back, and then Giles, meanwhile, is having a scrap with Rocco Ainscote, because behind them is Charlie Lauer, who is there in 9th in the black and blue car. Running up the top 10 is Mark Januszewski. His big lock up from Rocco Ainscote to take a really tight line. That's really compromised his exit, and tried to sweep around the outside is Charlie Lower, doing to him what Rocco did to one of his rivals a couple of moments ago. He has made it stick. So big mistake from Rocco, who certainly is not afraid to get his elbows out and make moves where others won't. Through Clark Curve they go. 2 Perrys now running in formation. Just hear the tyres just being tortured as they're on the limit through Clark Corner. Nice to see a couple of the spectators out trackside watching. Good to have spectators back here in Scotland and watching cars tracks. Good to have spectators trackside again for club. So if you're watching this back and you are trackside here this weekend, thank you very much for coming, because it's wonderful to have you supporting not just Knockhill and the BRSCC, but club racing in general, because obviously everyone's feeling the effects of what's going on at the moment, but it's great to have things getting back to some kind of normality, and having people in the grandstand and watching them on trackside on on the hills and on the spectator banks is a wonderful thing, because it really does mean a lot to the drivers to be racing in front of fans and people who just love their motor racing. Particularly when you're rookies, as you are in the academy, and you just get the experience of being a proper, true racing driver, racing in front of spectators. It really is a wonderful feeling. So top 5 altogether. 6th and 7th now, still the 2 Perrys together. A little wide there for Charlie Lowe as he continues on in still 8th and 9th position. So top 3 just closing back together a bit more now. So we've got 1.7 seconds between the 3 of them. James, George and Lucas. Across the line they go. Look at lap times. Well, it was a new fastest lap of the race by Harry George last lap. 1 minute 1.110. He's about roughly 2.5 tenths quicker. So the initial advantage that James had in those early laps to be able to pull away, it's starting to come back towards Harry George here, who would quite like to pick up a victory of himself. He was always in contention in that first race, dicing away with James as they switched positions on a number of occasions. And they were really the class of the field as they pulled away quite a lot from Gareth Lucas and co, but this time Gareth has been able to keep with these two. Found something overnight in the setup, and it really is working wonders for him. Looking back for 4th, there is Benja Headley, who at the moment isn't really challenged by Michael Banton, but you suspect, looking at his pace, and Banton was 3 tenths slower last time, so you suspect maybe that if he can find something, he might be able to make it. He might be able to find some more inroads on getting himself higher up another position and a couple more points as a result. So black and white flag going out, and that's for car 27, and that is for. It says car 27 on my screen. I've got to find 27 in the... there we go. 27 is Simon Patel, who is back down in that 19th place. He's being warned for track limits, so if he keeps on extending the track a little more and over the white lines, he'll get more than a slap on the wrist. He'll get a time penalty for his troubles. Because I know Senior Clerk of the course, Ken Tara, certainly won't overlook anything too much. It'll be a case of, if the evidence is concrete, he will certainly give him a time penalty. So we've still got 11 minutes to go in this 20-minute race. We're just getting towards half distance. Still the top 3 running together. Top 3 covered by 1.6 seconds, and the gap is now less than a second between William James and Harry George. Good scrap that's starting to develop now as Michael Banton's starting to get a little close to the back of Benja Headley. And speaking of getting closer, Harry George is visibly under a second behind William James, and you have to wonder now if Gareth Lucas has anything extra, or whether he's just simply biding his time, running his own race, and hoping that the 2 cars in front start to battle enough that he will be able to inject himself into the mix and make it a trio scrapping over the lead in the podium places, and not just the 2 of them in front. Up through McIntyre's. Harry George works his way up through Butchers, just watching the cyan and black Caterham in front, just the rear end just dancing away over the bumps. It does look as though with another new fast lap of the race last time by half a second better than William James, the advantage certainly is with the white and blue machine. Number 17, 3rd place still is Gareth Lucas, and the rest of our battles is there looking up the inside for the lead. Change on at the hairpin. And looks as though William James has been caught unawares and Harry George just slips up the inside, or has he? Because it's perceived the inside line gives you a clearer run up the hill in terms of not being as steep, but the momentum on the outside line has given William James the chance to keep alongside, and they will be side by side now. Now, does he dare go down the outside, or will he simply let Harry George there have the position? He decides discretion's the better part of valor on this occasion, and he does let him through. So change of lead then here in this KTM Academy white group race. It is Harry George to the front from William James. And look behind them, because I did mention whether or not Gareth Lucas was going to just wait for these 2 to start battling, and he did get in pretty close now. He's keeping with them as close as possible. The top 3 are now separated by just 1.4 seconds. And I think it's now started to close up a bit more between... Well, it's closed up more between Banton and the Perrys, because we've had Benja Headley dropping down the timing screen. We'll get back to the lead in a second, because they are nose to tail down towards the hairpin, but Benja Headley's disappeared down the order. He's currently showing 19th, so something has happened to Benja. Meanwhile, Gareth Lucas goes diving up the inside for second, maybe even for the lead. He's definitely got the lead done. Now, there's a yellow flag flying. Safety car board might be being prepared as well, and safety car has been deployed with 8 minutes to go. Now, this is interesting, because I don't think Gareth Lucas has spotted it. He has now. So Gareth Lucas, I think, spotted the safety car board late, And now we have to decide what order were they in when they essentially got to the checkered flag, because I think both Harry George and William James saw it and they backed off. Gareth Lucas kept on the throttle a few seconds later and then had to slow down. So I think the race control is going to have to take a look at this and see maybe who was in front by the time they got there. Now, I think the car that's, I think Benja Headley's car has gone off there. It's just hiding behind the bank. You can just see the little black roll cage behind the grass bank where the tyres are, just the bottom is shot at Leslie's. That's where he is, where the marshal's looking. Hopefully Benja's okay. But Benja Headley was as high as 4th in that race, and I know that Michael Banton was getting close. They were having a bit of a scrap, but it was off camera. But whether or not they made contact, rather than speculate too much, it might be something which something which we just let the race control take a look at later on. So the pack starts to close up now behind the safety car. This will now give a bit of a reprieve to the likes of Michael Banton and the Perrys as well, both Neil and Giles. Charlie Lauer as well will certainly benefit from this too, because he's been a little off the pace so far this weekend in Knockhill compared to his Mallory Park form. And he will now want to try and make up a couple of places in the time we have left. There's 7 minutes to go. And so everyone will start to form up behind, for the first time today, that car right there, the beautiful metallic white RunYourFleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car, which of course has been supplied by the BRSCC's wonderful partners at RunYourFleet.com, one of the leading fleet management specialists. So if you have a company and don't just want to run a fleet of vehicles, but also want help in terms of managing all the important aspects, Run Your Fleet are arguably the best in the business. So do be sure to go and check them out at runyourfleet.com. And again, a massive thank you to their support and for supplying us with this fantastic Jaguar safety car as well. And it leaps into action for the first time today. Quite busy yesterday, but good to see it out on track nonetheless. So Gareth Lucas is holding position at the moment. So whether or not, because usually in some cases you race either until you get to the safety car boards and flags, or you race until you get to the line. So I wonder, because the start and finish line is a little further back from where they run the checkered flag out, maybe that's where it needs to be. The safety car lights look as though they're already off, unless that's just the trick of the lighting. So if they have managed to get Benja Headley's car away from the tyres that quickly, that's mighty impressive by the marshals here. Big shout out, of course, to all the marshals, not just working here at Knockhill, but around the UK, to ensure that events like this and club racing are going to be can run as smooth as possible. We can't do it without our volunteers and marshals and all the officials that we have. They help us run these meetings like clockwork, and thank you very much to all their hard work, particularly in these situations. Now, it looks as though I think the safety car is about to head in, so the very rapid recovery by the Knockhill marshals, which is good stuff from them. It means that the RunYourFleet.com safety car does indeed peel off onto the escape road before the pits, and Gareth Lucas then, who is being allowed to keep his lead, carries on. So he will get everything underway again with 5 minutes and a change to go. And so there could be some changes on here for position into turn one. Well, Charlie, the man that went with Gareth Lucas really on that restart is Harry George, and he will look up the inside, or at least speculatively, into McIntyre's. William James also getting a bit of a chance to fight back here as they come up through Butchers. They hop over the chicane, 1, 2, 3, nose to tail on the restart, and they really did get the jump off everyone else. You have to remember, this is, again, only their third ever race, and so safety car restarts they've all got to try and learn at some point. Michael Banton stayed 4th, the Perrys are 5th and 6th, Charlie Lauer is 7th, Rocco Ainscoe is 8th ahead of Mark Januszewski, and then in 10th position is now car 19, which is Chris Roberts, so that's looking good for Chris to get a top 10 position. Up through the hairpin, green flags all around the circuit, and it's a slightly better run off the corner. There's contact in the background. That is car 50. That is one of the Perrys that's gone around. It's Neil Perry. So Neil Perry, I think, with contact, didn't quite catch who it was that tagged him, or he just simply locked the rears and spun at the apex. But he's tumbling down the order all the way from what was 5th position, all the way down towards the back of the field. Battle on for the lead now. Safety car already has closed things up, and round the outside on the exit of Leslie's, and up the inside into McIntyre's goes William James. Fantastic sequence there. Past one and then another in the space of a couple of corners. And also Harry George has got through into second. So in the blink of an eye, the order completely changes. It goes now back to William James, pretty much where we started. It's William James in the lead again, Harry George in second place, and Gareth Lucas goes from 1st to 3rd in 2 corners. Unbelievable. But these guys, again, I stress, it's their 3rd ever race. Some of their race cars, you think they've been doing it for years. Brilliant stuff. Just seeing there the mint machine that's in the field. There's another one there, as though we see second place here. See Gareth Lucas trying to fight back here. Now he knows he's on the inside line, which is the less steep run up the hill, which might well benefit him. And also catching up to them in clear air appears to be, I think, Michael Banton. He realised that they're battling, and he is, yes, because the last lap times for the cars in front were 1 minute 2s, 1 minute 3s, but the cars behind are lapping quicker. In fact, the next 4 cars have all done 1 minute 1s. So these 3 cars in front, if they keep on scrapping too much with just under 3 minutes to go, this lead train will get bigger and bigger before the end. Out of the chicane, up towards Clark Curve now. This is on lap 16 as they turn their way into the right-hander. And again, the exit through Clark is crucial. Whoever gets the better exit gets the super run down the back straight towards the Taylor's hairpin once again. There goes Rocco Ainscote, Mark Januszewski battling away with Tom Noakes, I think that is, in the mint and black car. Change around the outside for the lead as it was Harry George in front, but try to squeeze through that. No, he doesn't, because Harry George managed to get back up the inside, but watch for the 3 cars behind. That is Michael Banton, Giles Perry and Charlie Lauer, and they are trying to close in. Now there's yellow flags being waved down towards turn 1. So I think, and there's a car that stopped. I think that's Louise Deason's car that stopped. Louise Deason's car has come to a halt on the approach to Duffus Dip. So it's been a bit of a tough weekend for Louise. Had that spin under the safety car yesterday, and then a mechanical issue today. Oh, and Michael Banton was pushing pretty hard. He was taking what we've dubbed the Lars Hoffman line, which is going very wide on the exit of McIntyre's. What that's done is any advantage he built up against Giles Perry and Charlie Lauer has pretty much evaporated now. And also he's going to try see if he can bring these 2 onto the back of the top 3, but he's running out of time. Only a minute and a half to go, and I suspect by the time they come across the line, they will have gone past 1 minute 1 seconds to go. So I think we're going to get we'll get at least this being the last lap. As down the outside to defend the lead goes William James. They're going to be side by side, but he wiggles out wide, and that's going to hold him up again. And 4th, 5th and 6th are also battling, but they really are holding each other up in the process too. Up the hill they go. Still yellow flags flying. Now there's 1 minute 3 to go across the line. So we might actually get this and 1 more lap, depending on how quick these front 3 are. But look how quickly 4th, 5th and 6th are closing up. Forget a trio, it's now a 6-pack for the lead. Look at them. Michael Banton really has closed up pretty quickly. He's on fire at the moment. Now, Charlie Lauer has also got past Giles Perry, so maybe his chance for a podium isn't over yet. If he can get past Michael, and then if there is 1 more lap, maybe even get past Gareth, the man who led the championship coming into the weekend might still lead with a podium. Just a couple of twitches of oversteer from the cars towards the back of the pack as William James is now really putting Harry George under pressure through Clark Corner and back onto the back straight, through Railway Bend, back towards Taylor's. Clock is ticking out at 20 seconds. They might just be quick enough. But the last lap was 1 minute 4, so this might be the last lap if they're not careful. Out of the hairpin, they'll have 10 seconds left. Now the question's got to be, it could be a sprint to a line here between William James and Harry George. There's 5 seconds left on the clock. Is it going to be checkered flag or last lap board? It's going to be last lap board. They're going to let them go for 1 more lap. So it's not over yet. They crossed the line. The clock has just gone to 0, just they crossed the line, so it isn't finished just yet. And there is a chance now that 4th, 5th or 6th currently could end up on the podium. Michael Banton is on the back of Gareth Lucas, but so is Charlie Lauer, so is Giles Perry. Into McIntyre's for the final time. Still Harry George with the advantage. William James in 2nd, but Gareth Lucas is 3rd place. He's looking pretty shaky through the chicane. Gareth has got a small gap, it looks like, though. So he might well be safe, but 4th, 5th and 6th could change. Oh, a little dip onto the grass there for William James. Was that a chance to rotate the car? It might have been, because he actually gets a decent run off of Clark Corner. Now then, will he get a chance to possibly make a move into the hairpin? It'll either be the entry into it or the run out of the hairpin that will decide this race. Down towards the final corner, he looks down the outside, but Harry George will try and defend. But is William James going to get the cut back on the shallower part of the run up the hill? Change for 3rd, and behind him, Michael Banton spins out of 3rd position. So he will not get P4. But up to the line in the checkered flag in a brilliant KTM Academy white group race. Another sprint to a line, but Harry George does make it a winner piece between himself and William James. George wins the first race, James picks up 2nd, and Lucas picks up 3rd after the late challenge from Michael Banton didn't pay off. Charlie Lauer does still get 4th. That's a reprieve from yesterday. 5th for Giles Perry, 6th for Rocco Ainscote, 7th goes to the 19 of Chris Roberts, 8th goes to Mark Januszewski, 9th to Tom Noakes, And rounding up the top 10 after that agonising spin is Michael Banton, and he will be absolutely kicking himself after that mistake. But a brilliant race, and again I stress, third race only for these cars. They've still got more to do to get the novice crosses off the back, but they're racing like they've done it for a while. Brilliant stuff, well done from everyone in the white group of Caterham Academy. Still got one more race for the green group, but these guys, of course, are finished for the weekend, and even they'll stick around as there's one car that stopped at the hairpin. That's odd. There's Louise Deason trackside conversing with one of the marshals, but that was a car that stopped at the hairpin, quite oddly. Not quite sure why. I think that's possibly the 51 that hasn't crossed the line, which is Ray Radford, because we lost Louise Deason and we lost also Benja Headley, but Ray Radford's the only car that hasn't come through. So I suspect whatever happened to Ray, if it's an issue which has caused him a problem, then quite the worst place you want to be, because it's quite a steep apex at the hairpin. So unfortunately for him, he won't be able to either get back to the pits or even finish the race, which will be a shame. Might be some lost valuable points that might come crucial at the end of the year. So, provisional order coming through then on the screen. We'll give you the rundown just to confirm who finished where in this provisional result for the Caterham Academy white group. It is Harry George who takes the victory in today's white group race, just 0.128 of a second ahead of William James in second place. Gareth Lucas does hold on to third after a late challenge from Michael Banton at the hairpin, which didn't pay off for Michael, and he finishes on the podium ahead of Charlie Lauer in the fourth position, Giles Perry fifth, Rocco Ainscoe sixth, Chris Roberts in seventh place, Mark Januszewski eighth, and then it's Tom Noakes ninth, and Michael Banton did recover to 10th after the spin. Outside the top 10, 11th place was the 74 of Julian Roebuck, but it's James Moon who did well to recover from the back of the grid. He started 23rd after his off yesterday at the exit of the chicane. He comes through to finish 12th, so a decent mid-pack finish for him. Neil Perry had a mistake and he dropped to 13th. It was 14th for Anil Patalia. Simon Patel was 15th ahead of the 77 of Lyndon Arnold. And then he was then ahead of the 23 of Alan Bateman, the 55 of Graham Walker, and the number 6 of Saxby, with Ray Radford, who sadly looks like he didn't finish that race, then Louise Deason, who's just at the bottom of the screen after parking up at Duffers Dip, and Benja Headley off at Leslie's. Great racing from the Academy, and let's hand over to Dave Christie, who can have a chat to our very enthusiastic and I'm sure very happy top three, including race winner Harry George.
Great win there for Harry George, second place for William James. Gareth Lucas in third place. A repeat of the podium from race one, just ordered slightly jiggled about a little bit, but Gareth, we'll let him get his helmet off and have a quick chat, because again it got away towards the ends and left with a heck of a scrap for that third place. Gareth, yeah, that's how intensely are you breathing right now, because that was close stuff towards the end.
It was a real close race, to be honest, all the way through, when we were nose to tail, and really good clean racing, and yeah, brilliant all the way, and lots of opportunities, a bit of give and take and a bit of overtaking and a bit of giving back, but yeah, brilliant.
So here's what I want to know: did you have that massive big grin on your face before you started the Caterham Academy?
No. I think that's very much something you have to experience, and that appears when you get in that cockpit and are on the start line. That is what it is.
Well done on the third place, my friends. We'll make it a quick one, just so we can get through some more drivers. William James in second place there. William, we'll have a quick chat. Again, another driver. I can see the smile through that mask. Goodness me. Right, second place, obviously, second podium. Great result here at Knockhill. You must be fairly chuffed with this weekend so far.
Yeah, for sure. Again, just being able to get the seat time on this track is an absolute nightmare to get your head around it. But yeah, really happy with the result.
It is a long championship, but I mean, what else can you throw at this right now? Is it just a case of constantly developing with the car?
Yeah, to be honest, that's exactly it. It's just trying to get a better feel and understanding for the physics of it, and just trying to push it really as much as you can, push the car, push your abilities, and hopefully you kind of come out top. But to be honest, it's just being able to be surrounded by such a great bunch of lads and girls as well is just it's a really great atmosphere. So yeah, it's good to be here anyway.
Excellent, well done. Another brilliant podium there for William, but we'll chat with your race winner. Another cracking performance. Harry, talk us through that race, because It's obviously very difficult in these tightly packed grids.
Yeah.
But you really do well at the front there.
Yeah, I mean, there's constant pressure from behind with Will and Gareth. But yeah, there's the toe, obviously, you can get as an advantage, and I was just trying to break that, forcing them wide. But yeah, I managed to stay in front, so great weekend all round, to be honest. Podium yesterday, so can't complain.
Moving on to the rest of the championship, what's that looking like for you? You must be in a very, very good frame of mind for that.
Yeah, I mean, first today, second yesterday, so it's great points all round. But yeah, just take every race by race, and yeah, just focus on getting that top spot if I can. And it's come out on top today, so yeah, very pleased.
Congratulations, buddy. Very well deserved there. Brilliant win there for Harry George. And there we go. We're going to take a little break for viewers on the Caterham stream. Get yourself a cup of coffee, enjoy the messages from Caterham. Head over to caterhamcars.com/motorsport and you can get yourself on the grid for next year, for 2022. For viewers on our BRSCC stream, do not go anywhere. We've got your next race coming up. We'll take a very short break.
There's a real allure to the idea of being a racing driver. On the what do I want to be when I grow up list, it's right up there with astronaut. It's associated with excitement, glamour and expense. The thing is, you don't need all this fancy stuff to show off the Academy car. It's proper grassroots racing, but it's also probably the most affordable, cost-effective racing that money can buy for a proper racing series. And believe it or not, we've had this for 2 months now. Before we go any further, I wanted to have a deeper dive into the car and tell you what you need to participate in the KTM Academy series. But first up, a quick history lesson. In 1957, English automotive design engineer and inventor Colin Chapman built a lively little two-seater sports car. He wanted owners to be able to experience the pride of building their own cars and then take it on track, and came up with the mantra, simplify, then add lightness. And the 7 was born. Over 60 years later, Caterham still adheres to the original philosophy and turns out variants of the 7 with a lineup of models that range in power from 127 horsepower to 314 horsepower, with each car weighing just over half a tonne. The Academy is in its 26th year now, and with over 1,000 drivers taking part, it's considered one of Europe's most successful novice driver series. And in terms of your car, for £30,000, which you can spread over finance for a couple of £100 a month, you get your very own road legal race car, which is yours to keep at the end of the series. And on paper, it doesn't sound like it packs the biggest of punches, but this is a Caterham. The Academy car has a tuned 4 Sigma 1600 4-cylinder naturally aspirated engine. It has a maximum power output of 127 horsepower at 6,800 RPM, and it's not particularly earth-shattering in terms of torque with 150 Newton meters. However, its secret weapon is its weight, or lack of, topping the scales at around 550 kilograms. All this means a power-to-weight ratio of 230 horsepower per tonne. Now here's where it gets a little bit confusing, because this car, when it's fully loaded with the roll bar and everything that you see here, weighs about 550 kilograms. The minimum weight that you can race in, that you must finish a race in, is 635 kilograms. So if, like me, you've got a paunch after the lockdown, you need to really consider your weight, because if you want to be super competitive and be at the top, weight, as we know in racing, means everything. And you have to finish your race 635 kilograms minimum, otherwise that's it. You don't get any points. And what that means with your power to weight ratio, 230 horsepower per tonne, is you've got a car that will take you from 0 to 60 in 5.3 seconds and have a top speed of 116 miles an hour. And believe me, in that thing, anything over 100 miles an hour, you certainly know you're doing it. Caterham fits special Academy tyres which are designed by Avon with low grip in mind. This is done to help teach car control. We all know it's easy to go in a straight line, however corners are where most people tend to lose their speed. By having less power, less grip and a weighty roll cage, you'll learn the art of carrying speed through a corner without losing control. It also makes for some pretty dramatic racing. You see, less power doesn't necessarily mean less speed.
So for your £30,000, you get pretty much everything you need to race your car. You've got your roll bar, your harnesses, your fire extinguisher, you've got your rear rain light, which sadly we're going to need that in the UK. And everything is ready to race under the compliance of the BRSCC series. But like all manufacturers, there are optional extras such as tonneau covers, half doors, paint options. But the option I would tick before any other will be some sort of V-box, which essentially gives you racing data analysis on where you're going right, or sadly more often than not, in my case, where I'm going wrong. So you can at least analyse it and study your data to try and get a little bit better.
Now don't forget, this is a Caterham and you can choose to build your car yourself.
Believe it or not, 40 to 50% of people, Caterham say, build their own Academy car, which I find quite astonishing, but it's a great way to know all about your car and how it operates and how all the nuts and bolts go together. And I've got to say, I've learned more in this last couple of months about mechanics of a car than I think I've learned in the last 30 or 40 odd years. And even though I didn't build my own car, I still felt part of the process from a very early stage because I was involved in the design of the car. And Caterham were brilliant. I fired through a few different design ideas and so did they. And we agreed on a livery that I thought was absolutely fantastic. And when the cover first came off with Simon Lambert at their headquarters, it was a real wow moment. There's been a bit of a curveball since then, and that was from me because subsequently our TV show On the Road has been sold internationally, which you'll see more about soon, and we're planning a series 2 which will come out hopefully towards the end of the series. So we had to juggle things around a little bit to get the logos on of On the Road. So you might have noticed, for those observant ones about you, it's changed a little bit from the day we picked it up. There's a little bit of a spanner in the works because although Caterham and MFX Wraps, who did the original wrap, were so helpful and would do anything for us to put the new logos on, we're based in the southwest, they're based in Gatwick. It's about a 360, 370 mile round trip. So we went to our local dealer to help us out. And there's 5 dealerships around the UK, so there's probably one fairly close to you. You've got Gatwick, Oakmere, Silverstone, Crazy Horse, and our local dealerships near Bristol is Williams Automobiles, who I've known for many, many years. And they put us in touch with a designer called Ikin from ICM Designs, who has the funkiest Caterham designs I've ever seen. He also does helmets and all sorts of really cool designs. I'm definitely going to use him for some other stuff as well. We agreed in the end that we wanted to keep with the original ethos that MFX Wraps and Caterham and I agreed in the beginning with the black, red and white. So we just changed things around just a little bit to accommodate the new logos and to make sure that we're still on brand. But he's a very talented guy, and I think I can get a helmet done from him in the future as well. So with the design in the bag, we went to another local company through Williams, who they use for their Caterham specialist wrapping, called Shades Wraps. They're also in Bristol, and they put this together and took it apart, like I think with their eyes closed. But we have before us the final design, the final Caterham car that you'll see for the rest of the season, hopefully all in one piece. And you might have noticed that we've stuck with black wheel arches and a black nose cone. In fact, loads of the Academy cars have done the same thing, and that's because it's real bumper to bumper, wheel to wheel racing, and you'll often finish a race without some of your body panels on the car. And the good news for me is Caterham are looking after my car, so they're going to replace any items I break. So I got nothing to lose. Those 50-50 situations, I'm going to have my elbows right out and try and muscle the little Caterham through any space I can possibly find. But having said that, I do love this car, and I'm probably, I would say, going to be the first media driver ever to want to buy their car at the end of the season. I've really become attached to it already. I'm hooked. I'm hooked on this Caterham experience and hope to go from the Academy to the next level up, which we'll follow in another video.
Of course, safety in motor racing is super important these days, and as such, you're required to have some fairly extensive gear, plus a few other bits thrown into the mix that may come in handy. This includes a big warm jacket and a bobble hat, fireproof underwear, often referred to as Nomex, a 770-piece Caterham Lego set, optional, a full-face crash helmet, this one's painted by Piers Dow, which should knock a second off my lap times, a snazzy set of fireproof overalls, some kind of FHR front head restraint, which is typically either a hands device or a hybrid FHR with body straps, and a nice pair of gloves.
So there you have it, your £30,000 gets you your very own road legal race car. It also gets you a racing license, tech support from Caterham, and lots of other guidance from Caterham as well. It gets you, of course, the racing, but I think most importantly, you become a racing driver.
The wrong.
I wanted to drive the car to at least one race, and given I'm least likely to bin it with only me on track in a sprint race, it seemed Kerbera, the opening race of the season, was the perfect choice.
Now, with all best laid plans in a Caterham, I had planned on talking you through this journey all the way there, all 3.5 hours of it, but I just dropped my microphone down the side of the seat getting in the car. So if you think that I'm going to take all this out to find the microphone, I'm sorry, I can't do that. I've already had to psych myself up for this whole journey. So hopefully you can hear this, and I'll do something maybe a bit later, or voiceover.
So voiceover it is. After a quick stop, kind of en route to Pearsdown, the helmet sprayers, to pick up my new lid, it was a perfect time to remember that old phrase, all the gear and no idea. And 190 miles later, the car was well and truly warmed up and ready. So here we are, the first race of the 2021 KTM Academy season, albeit this one's against the clock and not with 25 or so other Caterhams together on track. There are 7 races in total. This one, the Kerbera Sprint, then May is at Mallory Park, June is at Knockhill, July at Silverstone GP, August at Brands Hatch Indy, September at Croft, and it finishes in October at Snetterton. There was a really brilliant vibe in the pits, helped in part that it was a beautiful spring day with just perfect weather conditions. I'm not quite sure I'll be saying the same about Snetterton in October. First up was the track walk, where everyone seemed quite chilled, even though the figure of 8 needed some sort of concentration level to work out which way to go. Kerbera, by the way, is a sprint track located near Lichfield, which is in the centre of England. It's got this real charm, it's sort of small and quaint and run by passionate people who clearly love all sorts of motorsport. The track is relatively tight and most of it will be taken in second gear. The Academy car record is 65.34, set by Blair McConaughey in 2019. The only difference to this year over Blair's record-setting time was competitors can't now warm their tyres up. So I hope you noticed the racing driver excuses are coming out already. So it was time for each car to head out for a couple of practice laps where for many people, including my pit neighbour John, it was literally the first time they'd ever set foot in their own cars. And John makes a mean cup of coffee, by the way, just in case you're wondering. Practice didn't end great for me as I had a puncture, meaning I had to swap my rear offside tyre with an old front tyre. Now this typically wouldn't matter, but given the camber on the front wheels of a Caterham, things were not looking good. Enter racing driver excuse number 2. But after a hearty lunch, it was down to business and to see who had what in the locker. I was up on the early pace in practice, but exceeded track limits on both of my runs, so I went out for a bit of a banker on my first time run and came in with a solid 67.42, putting me into 3rd place overall. The early pace was set by Jeff Newman, who's definitely going to be one of the star drivers of this series. Round 2 was super tight and most drivers were improving on their previous times. And one of the great things about this series is it doesn't matter what standard you are, and watching people coming back into the pits with big smiles on their faces after beating their first runs was brilliant. Just before me and on the other side of my pits was young Freddie Chiddix, who together with many others was quietly putting in some quick times, so the pressure was mounting. With my banker in the bag, I went a bit more gung-ho in round 2 and took over a second off with a time of 66.5 seconds, keeping me in 3rd place overall. I was really happy with my time, but I felt I had another 4 or 5 tenths as I kept getting massively out of shape on the big left-hander midway through the run. Interestingly, after 2 runs, only 4 100ths of a second separated Freddie and myself from 3rd place overall, so it was all to play for in the 3rd and final run. My closest 3 rivals all went out before me and all improved on their previous times, with the leader in the clubhouse, Ian Harris, setting a sensational 66.14, with Jeff just 100th of a second behind him and Freddie smashing a 66.25. I knew I had a sub 66.14 in me, so it's time to bring home the gravy. It felt brilliant. I was smooth, calculated, left foot braking, squeezing the gas. I even managed to nail my nemesis corner. Everything was going so well until the final sprint down to the line. So near yet so far. Sadly, I can't even blame the lack of tyre warming or my very unlucky puncture, and I finished 4th place overall based on my inability to change from 2nd gear to 3rd. Massive congratulations to Ian and to everybody who raced. I met some lovely people and I really enjoyed every single minute of it. Huge thanks also to the marshals and to the team at Caterham for making it such a lovely environment to be around.
So that was it, race 1. Just pipped a podium place. I blame the tyres, of course, and the sun and the moon and everything else. But luckily for me, my old mate Lucky Supercars has offered me a lift back in the height of luxury, and the Caterham boys have taken my car back to Gatwick. So I'm going to celebrate with a Magners. I don't even like cider, but celebrate with a nice cold Magners, sit back and enjoy the journey. Cheers.
we're way head down because it's Academy time. Caterham Academies are way head out. A very warm welcome back to our BRSCC Caterham viewers. Welcome back on your stream. It's green group time for the Caterham Academy because obviously we've got man of the moment, Jeff Newman, taking the win yesterday in pole position for the race. Let's have a quick chat. Jeff, don't know if we've got time, buddy, but a great start to the weekend. You must be in fairly good mood for today.
Yeah, I'm very jubilant, but also very aware they know all my good moves. So I'm going to try some different defensive tactics and focus on just getting ahead and setting some great times.
I don't believe that. I don't believe you've shown them everything that you've got in the book this weekend. But it's obviously a little bit cooler now. Sun's starting to come out. How different does the car handle in these conditions compared to yesterday?
Well, I don't know, to be honest with you. I'm an amateur racing driver, never been in this situation. The tyres tend to overheat after 2 laps. So I'll tell you at the end of it if we meet up on the podium.
I like that if. That's some confidence there, Jeff. Let's get a quick chat to Freddie Chinnocks. Freddie, I mean, you're looking quite the part in that black helmet, mate. That looks awesome. But very quickly, are you looking forward to this race?
Yeah, hopefully a bit more the same as yesterday, maybe a few more moves today, we'll see.
Excellent, good stuff. Right, cars are away to head out into the holding area for their green flag lap. This is Caterham Academy, the green group. Scott Woodwis, over to you.
Happy to get away. These guys, they are loving their first season of racing, of course, as many I'm sure would. And one person who's all about his first season of racing in the Academy, of course, once again I'm joined for this race in particular, someone who's fresh from his second Caterham Championship 7 UK race, Chris Hutchison back on the microphone. Good to have you back. And first of all, have you've recovered from that little, I think, excursion you told me you had at back in tyres?
Yeah, just trying out the dust for size today. Made it back onto the track all in one piece though, so yeah, it kind of ruined my end of my race, but overall, yeah, good to be back on track.
Good stuff. So again, talk about the fact you've been through this process, of course, as many drivers have. Of course, you know exactly what this is like going into your second or your third race weekend. When you get to this stage, you've got your sprint out of the way, you've had all your hours, your tests and everything, you've got your first race being out of the way. What sort of mentality will these drivers, most of these drivers have now they're into their second one? Will they feel as though they've learned quite a lot already, or they've still got more to learn, or is it the fact they're just learning the circuits? What typically goes through the mind of an Academy driver who's already got a race weekend under their belt and goes into their second one?
They're just short of seat time, Scott, so every single time they go out on track, they're gaining that time that you have in races, and say that race scenarios is what they'll be working on, and actually say it's such an exciting time for all these new drivers, but every single situation they're faced with is pretty much new, so each time they have a race they'll have seen the next thing, and the things to add to their notebook for going forward. What do they need to concentrate on? Where do they need to be strong? Where do they need to work on it? So yeah, I mean, the whole paddock loves watching the Academy because they remember what it felt like to be in their shoes in these early races. And say, when you look back on your races, you're often cringing because of all the things you do wrong, but that's because, you know, they're still learning all those lessons, and it's great to watch.
For Caterham, it's like proud parents watching this. I remember we're joking at Maui, watching them on the track. It's kind of it's like their first overtake. It's like watching your child create memories. It's in a similar way. It's like they're the new bunch of drivers coming through that they're trying to learn and nurture and appreciate with, and it's great to watch them kind of develop, and when they start making moves like they've been doing it for years, it's fabulous to watch.
And for all their friends and family as well, sat there watching on the banks and in the paddock, it's all new for them as well, so they don't really know how to react, and you can see the excitement, and it's great to watch. So I wish them the best. I only watched the white group yesterday, so it's going to be good to see the green group have a go.
Indeed. Well, let's quickly take you through the grid. Again, the results set by the results of race 1. So Jeff Newman, who won yesterday, takes pole position. Just a little bit of thumbs up across to his front row mate Freddie Chinnocks on there in car 66. Mark Jones and Ian Harris come next from Paul Woodman, who was in the mix for victory, but Seb had better fortunes than he did at Murray Park when he sort of had off in the early stages. He starts alongside Chris Fraser, then it's Robert Domain and James Cook, followed by Mark Williams and Paul Castle running out the top 10. It's then Joe Priday and Mark Kendall from Philip Clark and Oliver Hardick. Charles Vincent and Rob Bain come next from John Hood and John Vincent, and then Richard Percy and Ian Summers, Ian Bettis, Isla Lowe, and then Terry Minter, who was the only one driver who didn't make it to the flag yesterday, but will be hoping for better fortunes today. So, calm before the storm in many cases. Of course, everyone's just sitting with anticipation, waiting to get the 5-second board shown in front of them, and then their eyes will dart to the lighting gantry, which will be in front of them. Last couple of cars just getting into position. That's Isla Lowe and Ian Beddis, and we should then have Terry Minter at the back. But the 5-second board has gone out. So let's see what the green group can apply from today that they learnt yesterday. 5-second board is up, red lights out, and away they go. Decent start from the front row. The jump was better for Freddie Chinnix, I noticed, than Jeff Newman initially. Now they head down towards turn 1 for the first time, but in the second phase of the start, Newman appears to have got a gear quicker, and he is in front. Chinnix in second place. Now, can they get through nice and cleanly? So far, so good. Yes, they've all learnt lessons from yesterday. It was a little bit harem-scarum at points, but that's them on the learning process of getting used to racing and racing starts. But they've all managed to get through nice and cleanly. Good job so far for them on the first lap. It's always tricky on the first lap for any new circuit they're learning, but everything they've learnt yesterday certainly being applied in full effect today. Everyone winds their way through the chicane, up through Clark Corner for the first time, and now on the back straight with the sprint down towards the hairpin at Taylor's. And everyone clean so far, and that's always pleasing for everyone involved, because no one wants to have any incidents on the first lap at all, and if there are, it's unfortunate, but it can happen, as we see up the inside looks for third place. That's Ian Harris up the inside of Mark Jones, but it looks as though at the moment it seems that everyone has definitely learned all the lessons they took in from yesterday. They've looked at the data, looked at all the footage from yesterday, and they've all got through with a nice clean opening lap, and that ultimately is what everyone wants to make sure they can get a good racing.
Yeah, now we're in that long line of Caterhams here with the sort of intermediate battles going on, where you've got some people closer. It definitely looks like Newman and Chinnix have got a little gap over Jones there, but yeah, successful first lap is the first tick in the box, isn't it? And now you can concentrate on the next sort of 18 minutes on it as you get the rest of the race done.
Hopping over the chicane. Oh, Mark Jones, big twitch. That's when sometimes it can go wrong. It's spectacular, but I'm sure his eyes will be on stalks after that, because that is a place you don't really want to have a moment, right at the chicane over the crest when the car goes light, and you just that must be quite a feeling on a corner like that to kind of have it sideways at that kind of speed. That must have a mixture of different emotions, how that feels, a mixture of excitement, but also abject terror, I think, at the same time.
Oh yeah, definitely. It gets scary if things go wrong, but as long as you land properly, you know, Geronimo, and on you go. See Newman still making good exit there. As you're watching the cars going around these corners, Scott, you'll see the attitude, because the tyres are not up to the same grip levels as the higher levels of the Caterham Championships. You'll see the cars drifting as they go around, and that's really important skills to learn for these drivers, and that's deliberately why the Academy cars have got these sort of lower grip tyres, and they also haven't got the rear anti-roll bars and the slightly less stiff suspension, so they really have to work about car dynamics and getting the weight in the right place.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. I always refer to, particularly in these cars, in particular the Academy ones, they're very much, I call it the Formula Ford of sports cars, because again they share a lot of same characteristics. They have Ford engines, very skinny, narrow tyres, they're very skittish, they're very nervous, but they teach a lot about mechanical grip, racing on mechanical grip and driving it, you know, being quick over a single lap with just mechanical grip, setting a car up on just mechanicals, on being smooth, being precise, all these, and having to deal with a nervous car underneath you, all the same things that you have to deal with, all the same things that you find in Formula Ford. So just like the Formula Ford, these Caterham Academy cars are brilliant to teach drivers, especially when they're getting involved for the first time, just how to drive these things. And then as they start to upgrade them a bit more, they become more and more driver friendly, more user friendly, and you learn a lot more in that mix. Also, you learn how to go 3 wide like these guys are doing here in the background. You see cross the line. I'll quickly get the timing screen on mine so you can see who that was looking at gaps. So that was across the line. That was Cook, Carson, Domaney with 3 abreast across the line. One thing I noticed as well is that I noticed yesterday, Robert Domain's roll bar is a little bit tall on everyone else, so I'm guessing that must be because of his height, or is that a different issue?
So we have a regulation that says that their roll bar must be a certain height above the top of your helmet, and we try our best to get everyone sat in the car low enough, but sometimes drivers are of a particular shape and we go for the higher roll bar to make sure that regulation is. So if there is an accident or something, they are clear of that roll bar. It's quite important.
I was going to say it might affect aerodynamics, but again, these Caterhams aren't that aerodynamic to start off with. They're quite, I mean that in a nice way, because they're quite blunt, sort of stubby front-ended cars, but the benefit of that is that because they punch such a large hole in the air, that's the reason why when you see them in the slipstream, they catch up and they latch on very quickly, and so that's what makes them so spectacular to watch and to race with, because you get constant position swapping, particularly on circuits where you've got long straights where drivers can take full advantage of that big toe, places like Snetterton, Silverstone, other places where it really comes into its strongest.
We love the Caterhams because of the draft, and it makes it into a game of chess rather than a kind of one-off dive bomb up and inside a corner. You really have to manage your whole race from start to finish, as we see some some of the battles starting to develop now, Scott. So we had that kind of calm phase at the beginning of the race in that first sort of 5 minutes. Now we're coming into the middle phase of the race, and you'll start seeing people want to start moving forward. They're working out whether they're faster than the person in front, and do I want to make that get in front of them so I can start making the move forward. But you can also see some gaps, and that's what sort of determines when these middle phase battles start.
Yeah, everyone's settled down into their respective groups that are going to battle between now. They've managed to find their group the first couple of laps. Now they're settling down, thinking, right, who's around me? Who am I battling? How close are they? And how close can I get to them? Or how far can I get away in terms of pace? It seems as though at the moment, though, that Jeff Newman has got an advantage over Freddie Chiddicks. Mark Jones in third place. Then we've got the scrap for fourth going on between Ian Harris and Paul Woodman. Paul's in the media entry for this year with Love Cars. Of course, it features someone who knows all about driving fast sports cars, which is Tiff Liddell. I know that he's been giving Paul a few tips about his driving skills and stuff, and they're documenting their whole season via the Love Cars YouTube channel. And I did watch some of the edit they'd put together for Mallory Park, which is quite entertaining, actually. And I think the bit which he probably won't think about sort of looking back on was the mistake he made into the hairpin, which he seems to have learnt a lot on that side of things. But again, that's the learning process. Of course, all these drivers are going through exactly the same process in these things. Any mistakes you make, yeah, you'll kick yourself about it, but you'll look back at it and think, right, because the saying is, you learn more from your mistakes than you do your successes. So anything which they're trying to learn and they get wrong, they'll learn better and enhance for next time. So it's all a positive in terms of find the positives in every situation, good and bad. So if you make a mishap, you can look about, right, what can I do to correct it next time to be even quicker?
Yeah, and you can immediately see the results. Whenever, if you make those corrections at this level, you're going to then start seeing that you're moving forward. You've got car spun in the hairpin there.
Yep, we'll be able to tell who that is when they start coming past the timing screen, because usually I like to play the game which is spot the car that goes tumbling down the timing screen, and you'll get to tell exactly who it is. So cross the line they go, and it looks as though the unfortunate one is Paul Castle, who was at one point in 9th, but he's down now a little further out, so he's dropped outside the top 10. But yeah, we were talking about the drivers learning from their mistakes and how quickly they can do so, particularly in these cars, and pick themselves up from any bad moments.
And Woodman, an experienced car driver, he's got another lot of gravel in the exit of the chicane there. It does look like someone's made a move out there, doesn't it?
Well, someone did lose.
No yellow flags that I can see just
Okay,
yet.
well, I think maybe it's whoever was involved with Mark Jones, because Mark Jones has lost I think that might be his left rear wing that's gone, because he's missing one, and he is still very close to the two of Ian Harris. So
and the gap's gone right out, so Newman and Chiddicks are now fully clear, and it's Harris now that leads Jones, and then it's Woodman after that.
So I suspect there's been a bit of a tangle here initially between these two, and it's Mark Jones that has run wide as a result of that. But again, we see this time and time again. The more that a group of cars battles, all it does is benefit the cars behind, because the more you fight each other, the easier it is for the cars in front of you to make a break, but also the easier it is for the cars behind to start taking full advantages. Ian Harris gets very wayward and very wide on the exit of McIntyre's, and again, we saw this just before the BMW Compact Cup. You can't really shut the door too much of the cars alongside, because it'll send them flying over the grass and over the curbs, and that is the last thing you want, particularly in a car that's this open wheel and this lightweight, because it can, the consequence doesn't bear thinking about.
You have to protect your line early there, just to make sure it's not an opportunity for the other cars. So you must shut that door really early, and they did that. Overall, Scott, they're driving, very, very well, considering this is only is it second actual race? Third
race.
So yeah, third race, but that's brilliant. They've already learning those lessons. You can see that there's some real attitude in the cars, and they're really making good moves. That looks like Jones was hung out to dry there by Woodman and maybe by Harris as well.
Yeah, it looked as though, I think that because Mark Jones was behind Ian Harris there, and Woodman was the next car in the mix. So I think he's been taught a lot about his late braking, because he was showing off at Mallory Park when he was able to recover through the field. He was showing off that he's brilliant late braking into the hairpin. So he's had a go at that, and obviously caught Mark Jones completely off guard, but it's put them both wide. So Ian Harris stays third, but it's now up to fourth place is the number 10, which is Chris Fraser. So he's now moved up into the best of the rest outside the podium places, and it's also allowing these two to kind of pretty much get a gap and escape. So what Paul Woodman needs to do when he stops dropping a wheel onto the gravel is get onto the back here if he can of Fraser, and then see if he can get past and then get these three to work together, because if they can do that, they can work as a trio much better in the toe switching positions and using that smart switching to be able to close that gap back up to third place rather than letting Harris drive away.
Is that back markers, Scott? I think that might be the first back markers coming into play there. So they still, the front two, so Chiddick and Newman have still got their nice gap out front. We've got some back markers in play now. And yeah, again, the strategy elements of the place, where do you want to play your hand? It's all coming into play with 10 minutes left now of this race. So we're halfway through, still all that to go again. So there's still plenty of opportunity to go and make a move. But yeah, we've got Jones, I think, has all the pace. We've seen him out there, but he obviously dropped it into the gravel, lost the positions, and now has been shuffled down the train. He's going to have to get his head back in the game, but in the next 10 minutes, he may well get to the front of this pack again.
He may well, but he has to work pretty hard to do so. There's what's left of Mark Jones's wing, and there's Mark just kind of saying hi to it as he goes past. So, but even without the wings, they still perform pretty well. They're just there to kind of make sure the wheels are covered and that it avoids any potential open wheel collisions and stuff like that. And also, it helps a little bit with the rear aerodynamics as well. But usually in the case of racing, unfortunately, when cars do happen, the misfortune they come together, it is usually the wing that goes first, sadly, which is the
it's the first collision detection sensor, isn't it? That's what it is. And also, that anecdotally, people say it might even cool the tyre a bit more. And at this stage of the race, these tyres are getting angry. Again, we've seen Jones drifting around some of those corners, and that will be because the rear end of the car is getting hot and angry.
So, as you say, 9.5 minutes to go. Fastest lap of the race, we should mention, is by who else but Jeff Newman, 1 minute .023, and that's close because if he can, that would be interesting if he can get himself do a sub-minute academy lap. That'll actually be quite impressive, I think, because these guys were doing roughly 1 minute 2s, 1 minute 3s yesterday in some cases, but the pace that he's setting, these front guys are setting, is incredibly impressive. So he's only 23 thousandths of a second away from pretty much getting himself into a possibility of doing a sub 1 minute academy lap, and that, particularly in these initial starting point in the academy, in these particular spec cars, that in itself is mighty impressive if you can do a sub minute lap time here in these cars.
Newman's got some great pace here. Chiddick has just been following him. It's been his shadow all race long. Now, has he got enough pace and speed to? It looks like he's going to say, is that Chiddick's right on his tail? Yeah,
it is.
So has he got enough speed and pace? He's going up the inside now, turn one. So he is now playing his card and saying, I've followed you enough, Jeff. It's my turn to lead this race. And he does that straight at turn one.
Yep, hasn't done indeed, but Newman will try and get back at him. Look at that, he's swung back inside. He's on the grass, he's wide. Spins it a complete 360 into the gravel. Now, can he get it out? Will he dig himself in? No, he's in sharp enough gravel to dig out again. So Freddie Chiddick leads, and right in front of the battle for third place. It's now going to be a scrap for second now. But that was Newman, I think. Was it just him a bit too eager to get back again? It looks like he went towards the inside, braked a bit too late and lost the rear end. Because of that, spun out and let Freddie Chiddick pretty much disappear up the road. But now he's got a new challenge because he's got a new batch of drivers that he wasn't scrapping with. He's now much more under pressure. He's now going to try and reclaim... I think he's too far behind now, Freddie Chiddick, to catch him, unless he can do something about it in the next 8 minutes. But... drama for Jeff Newman after he won yesterday. He's now got to do it all over again if he can, and just at least, if possible, best case scenario, I think, for me, has to be just hold on and survive in second place.
Yeah, he's now got, because he's given the toe to everyone behind him, isn't he? He would have been on a piece of track there, Scott, that he has not used all weekend, and with more speed than he was carrying because he went around the outside of that bend. Another fine lesson to learn. You're on a different piece of the track, the corners are different angles. And so as soon as he went for that break, unfortunately, the rear tyres just said not enough and wouldn't have any of it. He's drifting very wide through turn one there, but he's desperate to keep this pack behind. He doesn't want to happen what happened to Jones, which was get shuffled back immediately because you're out of that kind of train.
Yeah, it's in that particular train, of course, you've got Chris Fraser, Ian Harrison and Paul Woodman, who all I'll say is, out on track, there was a particular way those two chose to communicate with each other. How certain ways they were trying to pass each other, shall we say, and I'll leave it at that. So I'll let you two work your imagination. Now, they're getting past another back marker here, which should be, I think... Oh, and Jeff Newman's gone again! He's been tagged by this Paul Woodman, and also, off the road, there is Chris Fraser. Now, what on earth happened there? Was it due to... I think, Fraser was the first coming up on the back marker. There's Chris Fraser's car. Front right suspension damaged. He looks to be moving around, so hopefully he's okay. Paul Woodman was involved in that as well, and he tangled there. Isla Lowe's also had a spin, and that's on the exit of the chicane by the looks of it. So in the space of a few moments, it's certainly kicked off pretty quickly and got very energetic in a very short space of time.
So it looked like a back marker there, kind of involved in the lead battle, the second chasing pack, and yeah, there was a problem. And you know, cars can check up and go into different places you're not expecting them, and that's probably the result. Yeah, resulted in the front right suspension issue there.
So that is 59. It's also had an issue. That's Charles Vincent as they managed to wait their way through. Safety car's been deployed with 6 minutes to go, but unfortunately it has taken out 3 of the drivers that were in contention for a strong, what would have been a podium finish in that case. So Chris Fraser, who I'm sure wondered,
red flag.
Just taking a moment. In fact, the race has been stopped, red flag. So 6 minutes to go. I don't think we're at the point where we haven't reached 75% distance yet. So 75% distance at least you have to reach in order to be able to be in a position where you could potentially declare a result. So 75% will be 15 minutes. We've had 14. So there is a possibility that we could well get a restart. I think there's a chance we could get a restart on this unless Senior Clerk of the course, Ken Taro, decides to maybe save a bit of time later on to declare a result. But we have to wait and see if we have to do a restart or such. But Chris Fraser, I think, looking a little bit frustrated there after that, and understandably, because it looked as though he was kind of a little bit caught up in an incident that really wasn't of his making. We only saw the aftermath of it after with Jeff Newman spinning, and then we saw obviously, then Chris Fraser then went off in, kind of looked like he went off in sympathy, and then with Paul were trying to avoid everything that was going on, he also then went, unfortunately, also went into Chris as well. So it's never what we want to see, and of course, but again, you have to remember, these guys are all learning in their third ever race. They're all still learning. They're all still learning these lessons, and it's unfortunate, but it's part of racing for them. They have to learn these situations, the good and the bad, and just get through it as best they can.
You know, the cars are, when you're driving a car fast, it is on the absolute limit of grip. Therefore, if something happens in front of you, which you are, you haven't got the capability to avoid it like you have when you're just, tootling around on the normal roads. So yeah, it doesn't matter whether you steer more or less, the car won't do anything. So unfortunately, if there's an incident in front, there are times when it is just unavoidable that you are going to make contact, especially as we run so close in these cars. We saw Newman's car up the pit lane there also looking like it had suspension damage potentially on a tyre as well. So it's likely to depend on whether how much tidy up there is, if there's any, we've seen two cars, we don't know if anyone else is involved at this point, but yeah, whether they do have that restart, and we'll find out soon as the clerks have made their choices.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think first and foremost, obviously, even though we saw Chris Fraser getting out of the car, of course, the main thing is, of course, depending on whatever happens, we hope they're all okay. Now, the timing screen has changed to showing us finished, so I'm wondering if they're actually declaring a result here as a result of that. Like I said, we completed 13 laps. We had 6 minutes to go on the clock when the red flag was thrown. So if that's the case, it would mean that whether or not they'll count it back to the last complete lap. Although Freddie Chidix, I think he would have crossed the line by the time the red flag came out.
I think the fact that it's been given as a checkered might now convert it into how they cross the line. I don't know how it all sorts out. You have to go back to the rule book and read it in. That's what they'll be going back to that rules and checking everything and dotting the I's, crossing the T's. Like you say, it might go back to the previous recorded lap. But yeah, it's always an unknown. So as a driver, you sit there in Parc Fermé just not knowing, or sitting in this case on the grid, not knowing exactly where the result is exactly.
Well, it's showing both, not just Jeff Newman, but also Chris Harris was able to make it back to the pit lane. Ian Harris, so I keep getting those names mixed up. So Ian Harris and Jeff Newman both made it to the pit lane. You can just see just behind the timing tower, that's where Jeff Newman's car is. And the two cars which are, we know that Chris Fraser's car is stranded out at Railway Bend on the grass, but the other one, of course, is Paul Woodman, who, again, was, I think, an innocent party in that many cases, just trying to avoid an accident, and it was just real misfortune that he got caught up tagging Chris Fraser. So ultimately, out of all of that, the main concern out of everything is that all the drivers are okay, and at the very least, regardless of how big or small the hit was, all the drivers will go to the medical centre, but purely at the very least for a precautionary checkup, because obviously, you can never be too careful in many cases. So it is always the standard procedure. If anyone's in any kind of incident, big or small, the standard procedure is to always go to the medical centre to see the chief medical officer, because there might be something which you might get out of the car and feel fine, but of course then there might be something which it's always making sure that you are perfectly fine, at least on the surface, but been checked by the doctor, because, well, you never know what might come up later on after the incident that you might not feel initially. But ultimately, all four drivers, at least we hope, they appear, but not to speculate too much, we hope that they are all okay after that, and that they can all get their cars sorted out in time for the next round, which will be quite an exciting one for the Academy, of course, because they get to race on for their third ever race weekend on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, which is quite a rare opportunity. Yeah. I'm sure they're all going to take with both hands and really appreciate as we see Chris Fraser's car. Chris there sat just on the back of it as well, so he appears to be at least on the surface okay, but of course, again, he'll be checked up with everything else involved in those incidents to make sure that he is absolutely A-OK. But yeah, Silverstone Grand Prix circuit is quite a coup for many drivers, and I think that's one they'll all be relishing to have a go at.
That's brilliant to watch all the Formula One cars go around there and know that you're going to be going around there as well. You know, it's complete opposite to Knockhill, isn't it? It's massively wide, huge, fast, open, long corners. Knockhill, you know, and relatively little gradient, and you've got Knockhill on the side of a hill, which is like a little roller coaster in comparison. So, completely different skill set they're going to need for Silverstone than they have developed up here for Knockhill. Again, more notebooks to fill with things to remember for the next time you visit those kind of tracks.
Absolutely, and I know it'll definitely, whatever happens, it'll be a memory to be on the full Grand Prix circuit, which they'll cherish for a lot. That'll be for them. It'll feel like a particularly special Academy year, having been on the circuit like that. It's always the same, as in the same vein as if they get to go somewhere like Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. It's a circuit that you watch all the time. If you've either watched particularly in Brands Hatch or even it's Brands Hatch Silverstone, you watch the champions like just Formula One, but touring cars and British GTs and SRI GT World Challenge and all those top champions like DTM as well. You watch those circuits and you think, hey, now I get a chance to race on them in any cases. So these guys, I'm sure, will absolutely love the Grand Prix circuit.
So many of our drivers, they come from that background of being just a motorsport fan. They've always wanted to do it, so they really love watching it. Not everyone comes from that angle, but I'd say the majority of the field have sat there watching drivers and thinking, one day I'll have that go. And here they are, they're going to go to Silverstone, they're going to rock up into the big main entrance at Silverstone, and maybe they've been there watching the Formula One teams or other series, like you say, in the past, and this time they'll be dragging their car behind them, or even driving it there in the Academy, and ready to sort of set up for the weekend, and off you go.
You don't get too many of them still do that, but there are the occasional ones one or two every year that do choose to drive their race car. We had the promo film just starting off the broadcast, and it was showing from Paul Woodman when he was driving his Caterham to the Kerber Sprint. So it's very much. It harks back to the old days of the 50s and the 60s when drivers would, and even when the starting of the British Saloon Car Championship, when drivers would literally have, I think it was. What was it? Jack Sears, I think it was, who his race car, I think he was Austin or whatever the car he had, was literally in the week would be the run around for the shops. But then they would take it to the circuit, slap on some magnetic numbers on the side or plastic numbers on the side of it, and take it racing in the saloon car, in the British Saloon Car Championship. And he was championing a car that he would take to the shops every day.
Normally at least one sort of Academy driver does that driving thing throughout the whole season. And as we sort of mentioned yesterday in the 270s, Tim Steele drove all the way from Surrey in his 270R up
Excellent.
To race, and we'll be obviously driving home this evening again.
Well, if you can enjoy the Scottish roads whilst you're on the way back, then you may as well do it.
I mean, it's fabulous scenery around here. The whole area, and if you haven't been to Knockhill and seen this circuit, it is tremendous. And there's obviously some great walking environments. So I encourage everyone to come up here and see some racing at some point. It's brilliant.
Yeah, it is. There are some great picturesque settings, and I thought the most picturesque place to go to in terms of a racetrack was Anglesey in the past before. But truthfully, first ever visit to Scotland and to Knockhill, have to say, Anglesey's got a new rival now, because again, as you can see in the background, you can see with the rolling hills and all the countryside in the background as the ever hard-working marshals start to sweep up some of the gravel from the incident we had exiting Clark through Railway Bend. So,
as ever, thank you to all the marshals who support our racing. We can't do that without them, and it's brilliant they do work so hard all weekend, and they really enjoy it, and it's really good to give them a wave after every single race.
Absolutely. You notice as well there, another thing about Knockhill is they have a little bit of like a circuit sweeping van with a device on the back which helps sweep away any debris in track, and that's truthfully, I've not seen many other circuits use that in the UK, so that's quite a nice little bit of forethought for Knockhill to have that in place, so that then after every race they try and at least clean the track up from some of the drivers putting dust and dirt and gravel onto the circuit, cleaning up a little bit, back and forth. You see the device on the back of it there, just trying to clear that away, so it makes the circuit a little bit cleaner for the next champion to go through, so it gives a bit more grip than it would have done.
Well, Knockhill's one of those old-fashioned circuits in that respect, that it's got a gravel trap that's on the edge of the track. It's not that many tracks in the UK now where the gravel comes right up to the edge of the racing line. So, it's good that they have this trailer, and as you say, it does a good job of sort of sweeping away all those big bits. But certainly on track, it's nice to have a nice clear track, because every time you get stones on it, you do get them flicked up in the visor, and obviously it's an uncomfortable feeling, to say the least.
So let's just take a look here then. Well, at the moment, it's still showing the race has been finished, but there are still on the grid. I can just see Kirsty there from Caterham just having a chat to Freddie and the rest. In the background, you can see Paul Woodman. You can't see the extent of the damage, but Paul Woodman's car being brought in on the back of the low loader, and also the other recovery truck coming through as well. Now, I think Kirsty's going to direct them where to go, whether or not it's simply that is because I know sometimes on the timing screens they'll put it as finished to declare it as like one half of a race, and then they'll signal races to be restarted over a particular line, and then they'll have a second half in the timing sheet. So I think there's just a bit of discussion on what the situation is going to be. You usually get if you're going to have a restart. Right, they have. Okay, so they are going to restart the race. The schedule starts as 11:45, but they have put the time back to 20 minutes, which I don't think is right. I think it might be like a 6-minute restart. I would have thought, because we were up to 6 minutes in the race of the 20 that we had in the race. There had 14 minutes that elapsed, and of course, as I believe it says in the rules, in order to be able to get in a position to properly declare a result, the race needs to go at least 75% of the way in the race, and 75% would have been 15 minutes. So we haven't quite reached that threshold just yet. So I'd expect this to be restarted with the remaining, I think, 6 minutes left in the race.
I think that's played into that decision for sure, Scott. You know, they want to make sure it's a full point scoring round, and 1 minute more would have been enough to do that. But I think in this situation there, they want to see this as a full result.
So
it's always a confusing time. You know, the clerks up in the office have to make the decisions, and then it has to be communicated down to the runners, and then it has to be communicated to all the drivers, and all the marshals as well. So it can take a little while, as we've seen.
Yeah, I can see. I believe that's one of the new recruits for Caterham, Nia Price, also having a rundown. She's the daughter of Jeff Price, who races in the Caterham's 310s. So she's sort of helping out in a new role for Caterham alongside Kirsty, and getting to grips on her first proper race weekend. She's been around the weekends for all, but watching her run the paddock, she looks like she's been doing it for ages, even though it's her first race weekend, I believe, in that role. But that's the thing, if you've been around the paddock so long, it's almost like second nature, sort of being around the paddock and the people that you work with. You just kind of, it's like you effortlessly slot into a role like that in many cases, obviously, because you know how many people are in the mix and what the kind of, it's just taking on the extra responsibility of working alongside the actual organising team to do that. And so, no, for the record, I think from what I've seen, she seems to be fitting into that role pretty well. And of course, Kirsty and Simon and co, obviously, are quite a well-oiled team in terms of putting Caterham together, and they do put on a fantastic set of championships. So great job by all of them to be as efficient as possible to be able to run this through. So
lots goes into a race weekend, Scott, and lots of it's hidden, and it is about all this the Caterham race team running around, making sure everyone's in the right place at the right time. And coming into the paddock, there's a lot of new faces, a lot of new personalities. You've got to go and doing a great job. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
fantastic. So just to confirm then, this race is going to be restarted, because we have now got it on the timing screen that says race 12 restart, so we are going to get it underway. We haven't got a definition yet of how many minutes it's going to be. I would suspect 6, because it was a red flagged with 6 minutes to go, and we hadn't, as you say, we hadn't quite hit the 75% distance marker at that time. So that would suggest to me that that's how much is probably left, but that will flick over to the right to how much time is left when they have it determined. So that will mean then basically the grid will form up as form up as it was when on the last complete lap. So essentially, Freddie Chiddix will obviously start on pole position, but it also gives an opportunity now for some of the other drivers who, up until this point in the first couple of events at Caterham and at Mallory Park, might have been a little further back in the top 10. They get a proper chance now to get themselves a strong result, like their first podium and their first trophy. And again, regardless of how they get it, they'll still appreciate the fact they can come away from a weekend with whoever comes up in second and third with a trophy and with something. And for some drivers, even in their first season of racing, depending on how they class themselves and their skill level and how comfortable they are, or a various amount of factors in terms of how they feel about their experience so far, a first trophy for some drivers can mean a heck of a lot, given the fact that they've gone through a lot to get the car and go through the testing, get their arts tested, to get a trophy so early on in their racing career. That becomes something special, something they remember for quite a long time. Yeah,
quite often we do see that kind of dominant lead group. You'll often find 4 or 5, maybe even 6 cars that are kind of on the pace, and then there's normally a pack behind, and they don't often get the opportunity, because all the podium places get swept up quite regularly. So it can absolutely be a real motivator in these kind of situations where we've seen 3 or 4 of those key drivers fall away. So who is going to step up? Are they going to be able to keep their nerves, Scott? Fighting for a podium position feels different inside. It's a very different feeling, and sometimes if you're in second and you're actually quite happy to sit in second. I mean, you'll never hear a racing driver say that, but there are times when it's definitely prudent to take your second place rather than risk it and throw it all away. And maybe if you're going for that third place, it's going to feel the same for them this race.
Yeah, I think we're just getting an idea on what the reformed grid is going to be. I'm just going to keep tabs.
I think
on
they've confirmed Chiddix is on pole because he put him there.
He has already moved forward into his grid spot, so he is certainly going to be. At least we know exactly one place where someone's going to be starting. It is definitely going to be Freddie Chiddix on pole position because he was in the lead at the time of the race. I'm just going to see if we can bring up keep your tabs on the online notice board for the event, because let me get a notification on who is where. That'll be up, the first place it will go is be updated onto the notice board on the BRSCC website. If you want to find out more about not just Caterham but the whole range of championships the BRSCC looks after, you can head to the website brscc.co.uk. You can head to the Formula section, which is on the tab at the top of the website, and you can head to all different championships. There's a whole mix of different cars that you can take part in with the BRSCC. You've got the likes of Mazda MX-5, you've got the BMW Compact Cup we've got here as well, 4 Fiestas, not just the STXR Challenge that's here, but there was also the BRSCC Fiesta Championship, and also if you're a young racer aged roughly sort of 14 to 16 years old, you can also compete in the Fiesta Junior Championship as well, which is continuing to go from strength to strength. They're going on its resurgence once more. Now Chris has managed to find his timing screen. I think if it's changed on my one, yes it has. So the scheduled restart is going to be 5 minutes, so it's going to be a proper 5-minute sprint around Knockhill here, and the grid is just being formed up here behind them. So we know the front row, by the looks of things, is going to be Freddie Chiddix on pole position, and then Mark Jones will be alongside him on the front row of the grid. Just seeing Simon Lambert there from Caterham, just having a quick conversation with Rob Domain on the grid. I'm going to see if I can possibly just bring up, again, just have a look at the notice board on my phone so we can see if there's an amended grid that's being released. But they obviously have a copy of it now because it's being the drivers are being formed up in order. So this might be a bit of a new experience for the drivers here because, of course, they've had all the adrenaline of kind of running in that race, and all of a sudden they have to stop for a few minutes. So, and you've been in a situation where it's been red flagged several times. As a driver, how much do you have to kind of come down from all the adrenaline that you've built up in the last however long, 5, 10, 15 minutes when you get a restart, particularly early in the race or later when you're in the middle of a battle, when you suddenly have to come to a halt for a while, how difficult is it to then kind of build those levels of adrenaline and anticipation back up? Because obviously, when you stood there for several minutes, you tend to, your heart rate slows down, your adrenaline levels come down, so you almost get, in some cases, you relax, but in some cases you don't want to be too relaxed, otherwise you might affect your reaction time, might affect your concentration. It's important to stay as focused as possible for however long the period is in a red flag, because otherwise it can have a bit of a negative effect in some cases, I'm guessing, when you go back to the restart by not paying full attention. It could lead to a jump start or not as quick a getaway as you want.
The contrast, Scott, is immense. You're going from a position of high stress, high adrenaline, every single sort of everything is focused around that driving. You come to a complete complete stop, and everything cools off. So your car's cooling off, your tyres are cooling off. So they're going to have to be aware that their car aren't going to have the same kind of grip as they had when they first stopped. Your adrenaline subsides and you kind of relax. So it's almost like the event is over, but they've got to now get themselves G'd up and ready again in time for, I'm sure they'll have another green flag formation lap, and then off they go off the lights. Luckily, that green flag formation lap and the fact that you get the adrenaline up with the lights going out kind of brings everything back into focus. But it's certainly a contrast, and it's quite a big thing for your body to take that from that full-on immersion back down to nothing and then straight back into it again. It's another skill, Scott. It's another thing you learn, and it's another thing that they will learn as they go on. So it's going to be quite a crucial thing. Just seeing there, Mark Jones was waving somebody's attention there, for was kind of just waving out of the window, kind of to catch either Simon or Kirsty's attention. We wear arm restraints to make sure that our arms don't fall out of the car even when we have an accident. So it's actually really difficult to wave and get attention because your arms are stopped from poking out the car.
So we have got a new grid. I'm just loading it up on my system here so that I can take you through it. But we can tell you, at least on the front row of the grid, it is going to be Freddie Chiddix who will start on pole position for this restart. Mark Jones will be alongside him, sans his left rear wing. Whoever would have been in third place is obviously had an issue. Now, I want to guess it's Ian Fraser, because obviously we saw 3 cars that were collide with each other. The 4th car, which I didn't see make any contact with anyone, maybe came at the pits because there was some kind of issue which meant he was still running but had to either be fixed or couldn't take the restart. I want to guess sorry, not Ian Fraser, Ian Harris. So because he was in that sort of area of...
He's the only unaccounted for person, is he, at the moment, yeah.
So that's what I would anticipate, that he is the one that didn't make it to... back to the grid after the incident, because of course he was in that collective of 4 or 5 cars in the mix, as was Mark Jones. I think Mark Jones was in many cases the lucky one to be able to get out of that and come away from it unscathed, because he would have seen that either happening all around him or right in front of him, because he was at the back of that queue.
Almost by having that issue earlier he's had an actual lucky escape through the main pack there. Definitely, yeah. It's something, you can never predict a race. Races are so organic in their nature that you just can never predict it. Sometimes a problem at one bit which you think is the end of your race can actually be the exact thing. I think he's putting Carl back onto the second row, so it looks like he's not on the second position.
Mark Jones, they're moving Mark Jones back to a different position. So
again, I think this is all due to the count back, Scott, and then working out the timers have to come up with exactly the result that they're going to form the grid from. So definitely still some confusion around where we thought we'd got the front row of the grid sorted, but no, we're still tweaking that right now.
Yeah, there's definitely some moving around, isn't there?
The only certainty is Chiddix is out there.
Yeah, right. I've got the grid in front of me here, so let's move through it. So we can confirm the one anomaly that's not the one driver that's not there. The anomaly on the grid is Ian Harris. So whatever issue he had from pulling into the pit lane after that, I'm guessing he must have been involved, caught up in some context. I mean, he would still continue, but he still could continue enough to get back to the pit lane, but maybe has damage that prevents him from taking the restart, which is unfortunate.
Or he might have wanted to check something, and we might see him start from the pit lane.
If his car's
still running and able to run, then yeah, he can start from the end of the pit lane, I'm sure.
There is that definite possibility. You're absolutely right, Chris. So Freddie Chiddix at the moment starts on his own on the front row of the grid in what will be pole position. Ian Harris, if he does take the restart, should have been second, but if not, if he does, he'll be from the pit lane. If not, then sadly that'll be his race already come to a premature end. Mark Jones, who's trying to manoeuvre himself into position, will start now in 3rd place. Alongside him is Robert Domain, but it should be James Cook and Mark Kendall on the 3rd row of the grid, from Philip Clark and Mark Williams. Joe Priday and Oliver Hardick then come next to round up the top 10. Richard Percy and Paul Castle come next. Then it's John Hood and Charles Vincent, Ian Bettis and Ian Summers. And then it'll be John Vincent and Isla Lowe. So out of the 23 cars that started, 18... Well, we say 18. It should be 18 that takes the restart, but still question marks over Ian Harris.
Well, it looked like we've nearly got a grid now. Slightly strangely positioned cars at the front and at the back, but we are certainly nearly lined up, ready to start this race again.
And I think the benefit for Mark Jones is that even though he's in a bit of an awkward position, he knows where he's got to be, and he'll reform onto that grid spot anyway. So it's not too much of a problem with being a little bit out of position on the dummy grid for this one, because I don't think they look too harshly on that. It's only out of position for the actual start of the actual race, the grid for the start. Grid for the start of the race, get your words out. Grid for the start of the race, which is where they start to kind of penalise you for having an out of position start. So that's the only thing. But on the demo grid for here, I think it shouldn't be too much of an issue, because you'll have to reform anyway, so that'll be fine.
It's another skill, Scott, actually, wherever you're placed on the dummy grid, to try and get your visibility, to try and get a marker, because when you come back to the grid, it all looks so different as you're approaching with no cars in front of you or whatever. So it's again, you've got to learn to look at your periphery, and luckily at Knockhill, it actually gives you nice grid row positions, which is nice and easy to go by, but some tracks, it's virtually impossible, especially when there are multiple kind of staggered offset 2x2 grid normally in a Caterham race, and some tracks have lots of different opportunities for bike starts, and there's lots of different markings, so finding your exact line is not always possible.
Because the other grid type, which I don't think is used very much at all anyway, is the cars are headed off onto their green flag lap to head back around to reform for the restart, is the old school, what I call the Formula 4 style grid, which is 3x2x3x2, which worked up to a certain point, I guess, but then they retired it, I'm guessing for safety reasons in many cases, but...
2x2 feels enough, Scott.
Yeah. It was a different time and a different era of motorsport, they were able to do that, but that was fairly old school. I have that in those days. I watched one of the old Football festivals I had on as a video on my flight here from London, and just remembering that whole old school grid format.
How many cars they packed into such a short space? That's right.
Absolutely. So just for context, in terms of those who are towards the front of the grid, Freddie Chiddix, who's on pole position, has not yet won an event, because he took a 3rd place in the Kerber Sprint, and then he was 7th in the Mallory Park race. He had a great battle in that second half of that race with Paul Woodman. So, and I think Paul Woodman just beat him at the line. It was a very marginal fit, typical Caterham photo finish. He beat him by thousandths of a second. Ian Harris, who, if he does restart, would have been second. He has got one of the 2 event wins. He won the Curva Sprint, and then he was back in, I've got to get the position right of the numbers, 11th in Mallory Park. And then we've got Robert Domain in 3rd. Well, Mark Jones is then technically 3rd on the grid, and he has had so far a 7th place in the sprint, and then he was 3rd at Mallory Park. And then Robert Domain, who comes into the weekend came into the weekend 10th in points. 10th in points. He's currently 4th. If he stays there, it will absolutely be his best finish, because until then, he has had a 12th place in the sprint and an 8th place at Mallory Park. So he's going up in 4. So if he gets there, it'll be 12th in the sprint, 8th at Mallory, and essentially he's now 4th here at Knockhill. So it does all depend on how he gets away from the grid and gets a good start. But obviously, if he can get away, he's going to get a good possibility to. Again, it depends how he starts. If he can actually beat Mark Jones away, stay ahead for the next 5 minutes, who knows? A podium is possible.
Anything's possible at this stage, and it's got 5 minutes. The opening 5 minutes often takes, lots happens, so we're going to see lots happening. One thing that has been consistent in this race so far, though, is Freddie Chiddix has been out front. He was obviously tailing Newman, and it wasn't until he decided he was going to go in front that's when Newman started having his problems. And so, yeah, Freddie Chiddix has been that consistent front-running car at the moment. So he will be looking forward to not having someone alongside him right now, and maybe pulling off and keeping his nose clear into turn one. That'll be a nice, easy start to the race if everything goes to plan.
Should be interesting, because those who are the perceived front runners already in the championship are not present in this restart, because most of them have fallen by the wayside for various reasons. There's no Ian Harris. If he is starting, it'll be from the pit lane, but not on the front row of the grid, sadly. So let's see if we can get this one to the finish then. It's KTM Academy Green Group, race 2, take 2 on the restart with 5 minutes to go. Who's going to win the sprint to the checkered flag? Lights out and off we go. And Robert Domain, he was obviously listening. He got a cracking start from the second row of the grid. He should be, so he's going for a lead, in fact, down towards turn 1. Better start from Chiddix on pole position into for the first time. Looks round the outside, can't get it done. Little twitch there for Cook as well. Couple of cars was running wide in the background. A spin for the 59, the 70 behind as well. 44 is also involved. So 50 to 70, 59 and 44 is John Hurd, Charles Vincent and Ian Summers all getting a rotation. So again, that'll be cold brakes and cold tyres after sitting on the grid for several minutes. That will be the main reason for that one. They're all getting through the first few corners on this early start. That was Paul Castle making a move there. He started back in 12th on the grid, but making their way out through Clark Corner. Still finding the limits of grip on these cold tyres as they come through. But it should now be, from what we've seen, a lead for Freddie Chiddix now, but second place side by side. It looks like it's Mark Jones side by side with Robert Domain over second position. That is Ian Summers, and red flag has been called. That's the reason why Ian Summers and red flag, and also it says checker flag has been thrown. So again, whether that's just a reset to maybe go again, or whether they've gone past now. Well, they haven't completed a lap, so whether that will then call for a second restart, I'm not 100%, because that means we've only got 4 minutes to go. And whether we're inside now, that whole the combined aggregate 75% distance, whether that will now cause us to declare a result. I have to wait and see. In terms of time, I will mention we were due to start this race originally, as I'm going to curse it. We're due to start it at 11:40, and the next race is scheduled on the timetable to be at 12:15. So we are technically a bit ahead of time, so we have got some time to restart it if we wanted to. But there, of course, is the 2 cars that came off at the first corner. And that, as we said, Chris, that will simply been a result of, quite simply, you've been on the grid for several minutes, adrenaline's got to come back up, cold brakes, cold tyres. It's all just a perfect storm for that all to happen. That's just a simple fact of what happened there.
Yeah, you've just had sort of 14 minutes of the car doing one thing and feeling one way, and then suddenly it all changes. When the car cools off and the car feels different, you try and turn in and it doesn't turn in just as expected. You try for the brakes and it doesn't grab the brakes just as much, and obviously lots of little tiny variables in between all that mean that it just feels different, and you can have that unfortunate contact. We've seen it plenty of times this weekend already, right? So even from the more experienced drivers, they're all feeling the same thing off the start. Normally, if this was a first start, you would say this would be a complete restart of the race. But you're right, we're onto that time sort of game now, as whether they've now ticked into the 75% distance and whether that counts. More confusion from our end, I'm sure, but they'll be busy working it all out up in the clerk's office.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see, good to see we've got our camera down at Taylor's hairpin back now, as we had yesterday. So, and that's one thing I want to mention here as well, of course, is because, and you'll know this from laps you've done here. Now, what's interesting, they're bringing him into the pit lane, so I suspect what this might be, this is probably going to see us declare a result on that one. So, because of course we are beyond that 75% distance, so I think rather than go through the trouble trying to do another second restart, it'll simply just be what the order was at the end. So, I think what it's going to be is whatever the order was at the end of that first stoppage is going to declare what the result is going to be for this after this restart. So what that tells me then is Freddie Chiddick will be declared the winner after that rather eventful go to the green group for a number of reasons. It's Mark Jones in second place and Robert Domain third place. He managed to get it, so he has managed to pick up his first podium, and that would be for someone who's had the results he's had so far initially, to get a third place regardless of the circumstance, that would be a massive confidence boost for him.
He gets to put that on his mantelpiece, or maybe his newly put up shelf, ready to accept all his trophies that he's going to win going forward. Yes, but it's a great thing to walk away from a race meeting with a pot, to take home. It's much better, than going home with nothing. But they all go away with the kind of stories, and it's great if you ever come to a meeting. It's worth watching Parc Ferme and the amount of stories. It's great.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, the cars that were involved there were Charles Vincent and Ian Summers, so they'll get those recovered. Whilst that's happening, the cars are already heading into Parc Ferme. I can hear them behind me, so we're going to head over to Dave Christie, who's going to have a chat to our top three after what was a wild and crazy KTM Academy Green Group race. I'm sure there'll be a very happy Freddie Chiddick and co on the podium. So let's head over to David and see what stories they have to tell from that race.
Very much, Scott. What a race that was. Thrills, spills and everything in between. Great to see that all the drivers are okay after a wild race. And remember, this is their very first season in motorsport for these Academy drivers. What a baptism it is. Robert Domain in third place. We'll talk about him first. Mark Jones getting second and Freddie Chiddick's taking the win. But Robert!
Hey, how you doing?
Blimey, that was a race and a half. Tell us from your point of view how that went.
Well, I did a decent start, not too bad, not the best, and I caught them up, and then there's chaos, so I was very lucky. Is everyone okay?
Yeah, everyone's away from that one.
And kept going. Got to second on the restart, but Matt just got past again, so chuffed, yeah.
So obviously you've experienced that restart. How is it being in the car for that extended time?
I had a plan. I wanted to point my car at the first corner. I did. I got into second. I was happy. So yeah, it was brilliant. I mean, it just shows you if you keep going.
Well done.
Racing, keep going.
Excellent stuff. Robert Domain on the podium for the first time this weekend. Then Mark Jones takes second place. Mark. Right, I feel like I need to feel your heart rate after that one, because that was just intense, wasn't it?
The whole way, non-stop.
Talk us through that race, because it was just everything going on left, right,
I still don't know how I avoided everyone else spinning off, so I'm just happy I made it back in one piece and got a trophy. So.
What do you think it was?
I honestly don't know. It's still a blur. I'm still trying to calm down, so I'm just lucky I made it through.
Well done on the second place, buddy. Mark Jones obviously lost for words a little bit. We'll have a word with Freddie. Freddie, come round this side, my friends. Freddie. That was, that's going to be one for the scrapbook, isn't it?
Yeah, that was an interesting race. I have no idea what happened going on behind me. I seem to be kind of out on my own at that point. I hope everyone's okay by the sounds of it. And then kept us waiting a long time on the grid for that restart. I thought they might have called the race, and then we had to do that first lap and first corner all over again.
As I said yesterday many times, it's a PG stream, so let's keep it nice and clean. But I mean, what was the words coming out of your mouth as you looked in the mirror and just saw that all unfold?
I didn't even see it unfold, to be honest. I was gone. I was just looking forward and hoping nothing happened to me.
So I mean, that's been a fantastic weekend. You couldn't have asked for anything better for yourself. What's next for the championship for you?
Yeah, so really happy with that. I mean, today is only my 12th day in the car, so I'm happy with that, and moving forwards, hopefully we'll keep making progress for the season, but it's a pretty good start so far.
And how are you enjoying? Because as we keep saying, first time in the championship for everyone, brand new to motorsport. What's the baptism been like for you? How have you personally enjoyed it?
It's been brilliant. The test days and track days are good, but the first time you line up on that grid, there's nothing like it. That is just the most fun, coming in after a race as well.
For anyone at home who's thinking about joining the Caterham Academy, what would you be your message to them?
Yeah, go and do it. It's probably the best fun you'll have in a year.
It's about the fourth time we've heard that today, but thank you very much, Freddie Chiricks there. Oh my goodness me, what a race that was. Right, we have got the 270Rs up next down in the holding area. Let's go down and have a chat because, of course, the big news, it's our home boy, Blair McConaughey. A little bit of national pride. Probably going to be the only national pride we're going to get this month. Let's not talk about that. Blair McConaughey took the race win yesterday in the 270Rs. It was a dominant performance from Blair. He made it look very, very good. But today, changing conditions might be a little bit different. He's looking very happy. He's refreshed. Obviously, these drivers have had a little bit longer to wait in these cars. So, Blair, how are you feeling? A little bit longer to wait, but you're looking a bit cool in there.
That's because you gave me a bottle of water earlier, so thank you very much for that. It is getting hard. Keen to get out, focus and have a good start and hopefully have a good race.
Now, obviously, the conditions have cleared up massively in the past 15 minutes or so. The sun is now out. How do you think the car is going to handle it here? Because it's very warm, the wind is a lot less blustery than yesterday.
I think with extra heat, probably about halfway through the race, the tyres will start to maybe go off a little bit. Probably get a bit rear happy, maybe have to manage that. Clarks especially, maybe the exit, the hairpin. You just have to see how it goes and calm it down as required.
Well, hopefully we'll get a chat to you later on. Best of luck, Blair McConaughey. Let's go and have a chat though with Rob Keogh, second place, and the man hot on his tail, ready to hunt him down. Rob, it's been a wild morning this morning. Now, you said yesterday you're not one for making plans because they go out the window. What are you thinking here in the second race of the weekend then?
Oh, just thinking it's quite nice sat here in the sun, to be honest, at the moment. But yeah, I'm glad there was a bit of a crazy accident before, and whenever it's near the end of the pit lane, it's always a bit of a worry. So I was glad to see that guy walk away. But in terms of our race, I need a little miniature grappling hook to like latch onto the back of Blair. But I've just got to try and go with him, I think, and hope that we don't get in a bit of a battle with the guys behind. So it's really difficult here because we go straight from the holding area straight onto the grid, and that's our green flag lap. Whereas in most places you get a chance to warm your tyres up. So that first corner is carnage usually. So hopefully there won't be too much carnage. I'll just get in his slipstream and stay there for a while and then see what we can do.
Excellent. Well, best of luck, Rob Keogh there. Interesting point that actually might explain why we see several drivers towards the back of the grid off into the gravel at Duffus. Very quickly, Harry Ayre, decent weather for this race today. You must be really looking forward to being so far up.
I am, yeah. I'm really hoping to push forward and try and challenge Blair for the win. It looks like we're off.
Excellent, good luck. There's Harry Ayre. So let's go back to Scott Woodwith then as we get ready to go Caterham Racing for the 270Rs.
Certainly do, David. Thank you very much. Still got Chris Hutchison with me here to go through this race as well. This is, of course, the middle ground in the Caterham Motorsport ladder. Of course, this is known as the Coming of Age Championship because you've had one season to get grips in the Academy, the second season to apply everything that you've learned in the Academy in Roadsport, and now you should be in your third season and you get to put all the tricks that you've learned, all the lessons and all the little nuances of the car and of the circuits that you visited. You got plenty of experience to start really getting to your stride in terms of your speed, your pace, your confidence, and everything involved in Caterham racing. So these cars in particular, I'm going to get my info sheet out to pick up the right one for the 270Rs. So these cars in particular, the 270Rs, they are originally cars which are, and they're from 2014 onwards in some cases. You typically get the upgrades for the Avon ZZS tyres that you get when you upgrade from Roadsports, as you also do as well with the rear anti-roll bar. And then when you go to 270R spec, it starts to become a little bit more of a race car in many cases. The one big thing is a difference from the road sports and 270Rs. There's no for racing, you remove the windscreen and the lights, but you also add in particularly stiffer front springs and dampers, and also you have a slightly wider track front suspension. So that, in many cases, Chris, must give you a lot more front-end grip in terms of how the car performs, and therefore must give you a bit more confidence in terms of and being able to turn in, have the car stick, and have it not as nervous as it was in Academy and Roadsport.
Well, it just feels much more racy, you know. The first time I remember in track sport as it was then, but it's 270 now, hitting a curb, it was quite a shock, whereas the Roadsport would absorb the bumps and the track undulation. It was actually, you know, the first time you hit, the whole car moved because it's that much stiffer. It's got stiffer springs and suspension all round, and yeah, having the wind in your face, and you know, the only thing they're down on from the 310 is a little bit of power and a limited slip rear diff, but the actual dynamics of the car now are starting to feel more like a race car.
Yeah, and I had the pleasure of being able to drive a 270R a few weeks ago at Bedford Austro, and I have to say, out of the 3 cars that I drove, the 270R was my favourite, because no matter what you did with it, it just ensured so much confidence every lap and every corner that you drove. It was a really wonderfully balanced car to drive, and I think that's what the drivers will feel as they get towards it. The more upgrades makes it more of an improvement, and the 310R, as people say, is their favourite because it makes it feel like what was originally a road-going Caterham in many cases that are used for racing to a proper standard race car, which is brilliant. Let's quickly go through the grids. They're lining up on the front row. So it's Blair McConaughey, as a result of his win yesterday, starts on pole position. Alongside him is former Ginetta Racing Rob Keogh, who's certainly getting used to Caterhams pretty quickly with second yesterday. He starts on the second position on the grid. Harry Eyre and Carl Jones then come next on the second row, from a good result from Stephen Lyon, a new boy for 310Rs, but straight in there with 5th position, so well done to him. Will Rossetti starts 6th ahead of Stuart Bell and Wes Payne, then Fraser Jones and Chris Ephraimidis round out the top 10. And it's Tim Steele and Dan Clayfan from David Morgan and Alan Curtis. Paul Herndon and Ryan Eyre will come next, from John Cox and Duncan Cook, Michael Curley and Roger Gaunt, Demetrius Melas, Alan Venters and Darryl Cresswell, after he had a bit of an excursion yesterday, are all back on the grid. 23 cars all set to get underway shortly. Quick shout out to some of our live stream viewers on YouTube and Facebook. Thanks for everyone who's been watching and leaving comments. Always appreciated. Good to see a few people enjoying the coverage, and for those who may be watching around the circuit as well, enjoying the sunshine as well, because I've heard that Knockhill has its own microclimate in some cases, but if it is a microclimate, it's certainly looking down on us positively, because we've got nice sunshine, clouds are parting, all looking nice and bright for today, which means it's perfect conditions out there. Still a bit of wind, as you can probably hear and see with the flags on the pit straight, but apart from that, it means it's keeping it nice and cool on what is increasingly warming day at the bit. I think action's going to hot up a bit more here, because the green flag flies, 5-second board is up. All set for another Caterham race here for the 270R Championship. Can Blair McConaughey make it 2 from 2 on his home circuit? It looks a pretty clean start for everyone so far from the first few rows as they charge away from a line down towards Duffers Dip, but it might be 3 abreast down towards Duffers Dip, because Carl Jones was in there, as was also Rob Keogh, but McConaughey turns in the lead, side by side between Keogh and Fraser for 2nd and 3rd. Harry Eyre is up there in 4th position, Stuart Lyon is 5th, Stuart Bell is 6th. Turn the way out to the right-hander, and up now through the first few corners of Butchers, over the chicane, and now down the back straight towards Clark for the first time. Everyone line astern. Look at that, it's like a freight train, like bullets from a gun, one after the other in quick succession. It's brilliant to watch as they glide their way over the curbs at the chicane. And then Clark corners, they turn up through the right-hander, literally up through the right-hander. It's quite a steep run up there, and then up through Railway Bend and down towards the Taylor's Hairpin. Side by side, here comes Alistair Lyle up the inside of, that's Chris Jones, who, Carl Jones, who was dropped back a little bit, and Stuart Bell there just arrived on his tail and almost gave him a bit of a nudge up the hill in some cases. But at the end of lap number 1, it appears to be Harry Eyre, who has somewhere gone from about 4th to 2nd place. So a bit of a change in the mix. So I have to just tag into the live timing and just see what the exact order is and who's where. So it's McConaughey who leads. It's Harry Eyre in 2nd place, actually. I'll correct myself. There's Harry Eyre is now 2nd. It's Rob Keogh 3rd, Lyle 4th, and it's Carl Jones in 5th position, with Bell, Fraser Jones, Payne, Steele and Rossetti rounding out the top 10. Out through Butchers and back up through the crest of the chicane for the 2nd time. And then they head up now through Clark Corner again. So far, everyone looking pretty feisty at the moment, but no one's pushing too far in these first couple. That's looking nice and clean and tidy for the time being.
Yeah, well done all the drivers today. Everyone's making a much better fist of this first lap and the first stage of the race. We've got Rossetti and Payne here, kind of further down. Remember Payne, I think he started from pole yesterday and then drifted on down, as did Rossetti. So they might be looking to make their way through this field, but we've already got that gap to the top three. So whatever kind of, shuffled the order with Carl Jones and Lyle there, I think has actually opened that gap, and maybe those three will work together to keep that gap open.
Yeah, you mentioned Will Rossetti because he started on pole yesterday and just fell back through the order, so not quite having the same sort of race pace that he would like. Just watching here, Carl Jones and Alistair Lyle, who are scrapping over 4th and 5th position. Carl Jones has got through, but not for much longer. He might not have done because he gets a little loose on the exit of McIntyre's. They're side-by-side into Butchers. Top three go through shot. Oh, side-by-side through the chicane is not something you want to do, but they both dared to go wheel-to-wheel through the uphill S's, and now we see the multicolour, almost kind of pearlescent colour car, Wes Payne, just works its way around the outside. A little dust kicked up, but now we've got a proper battle pack on here. But the trouble for them is that the top three are really clearly getting away. This is where all the action is for 4th place downwards. They've got to sort themselves out. Otherwise, the harder they fight each other again, the easier it is for all the 3 cars in front to carry on making a break and just sail off into the distance in their own race.
Yeah, they've got to figure out whether someone is quick enough that's going to take them back up to that lead battle. But I am not convinced that is going to happen. They're already disappeared over the top of the hill. And Lyle was yesterday was willing to put his car in front and protect and defend that race. And that's what I think we'll see from this point on. So given all things being equal, that top three are going to be looking in their mirrors and chuckling to themselves.
I think we saw Tim Steele and Fraser Jones having a good scrap there. We see the top three head through through the top three. And there they go through McIntyre's now once again for the 4th time. Here comes the scrap for 4th. And still Lyle, Payne, and it's Bell. And it's Carl Jones from Tim Steele. And it's Rossetti in the mix as well as they head up through the right-hander at Clark Corner. Now it's wheel-to-wheel between Wes Payne here and Alistair Lyle. He's going for 4th position. He feels though he's got the pace to be quick enough to lead the pack, but Lyle defends neatly on the run through the right-hander. What's intriguing as well, just notice, Alistair Lyle has a novice cross on the back, so it's either one of his first ever races, and if it is his first ever races, that's seriously impressive stuff to be in the mix of all these experienced cars.
Lyle's first race in the 270s was yesterday. He comes from the karting background, and we touched on that, but this is now his 2nd race today, and I know that he also had a bit of an incident where he got some glue in his eye on just before arriving in Knockhill, so he's been suffering with that a little bit as well, so he's doing an incredible job to be up here fighting for this 4th place battle.
Impressive stuff. He's just about holding on again. And all these guys have been racing for 2 or 3 races. There's big spin for 53 as he takes one of the markers out and just he's all over the shot. That's Tim Steele in the silver and yellow car. He does get back onto the road, but he's lost places to Will Rossetti and Chris Ephraimidis alongside it as well. He's now under threat from Dan Clayfan as they come up through Butchers. And there you go, the leading pack as they go through. Just behind it looks like that's Morgan and Curtis, and the rest of the pack goes streaming through up at Clark Corner. And again, they're side by side. Again, for a second ever race in Caterham, again, regardless if he's come from karting or not, genuinely, I'm incredibly impressed with how well he's got adapted this car pretty quickly. Of course, he comes to the world of karting where currently some of these cars do feel like big go-karts in many cases. So in some cases, you can get away with driving them like that, particularly at this specification 270R. But to adapt to it that quickly, it's not easy for your first weekend, and to do it at a circuit like Knockhill as well, that is an incredible combination, incredibly difficult combination to have to get the grips with that quickly. And not only is he sort of holding off, he's pulling away from Wes Payne. He's been doing this for the last 2 or 3 years. Genuinely, I know I'm saying it now for the last minute or so, I'm genuinely astonished at how good he is in this 2nd race.
He's been working with Dave Robinson, multiple Caterham champion Dave Robinson in the lead up to this event. So, like as you say, very impressive. We've seen Wes Payne, I think he was on the front row of the grid yesterday, so he's clearly got the pace, but something happened, I think, into maybe turn 1 that actually opened this gap up, and unless he can get his head down now, he's got to do all that work again. Still Rossetti here following on behind, that's Carl Jones and the number 14 there, so Will Rossetti in the sort of blue and orange car there following on, but he has drifted back, and we haven't seen him yet make that step back up through the field, have we? Although he's looking now up the inside.
Yeah, he's quite literally, to coin the phrase, he's quite literally keeping up with the Joneses, because he's got both Carl Jones and now he's getting past Fraser Jones in order to make a move here. So through the chicane they go, and he has got his slip past. So Will Rossetti there in the Golf liveried sort of duck egg blue and orange number 29 car is up into, that will put him into 8th position. So his next target is Carl Jones in 7th, and then Stuart Bell in 6th, who's just right there behind Wes Payne in P5. Alistair Lyle is pulling away now in 4th position. The top 3, we should mention, are literally in a race of their own. They're actually now some nearly 8 seconds up the road in many cases from these guys. It's still Blair McConaughey who leads, but he's still being kept under heavy pressure from both Harry Eyre and Rob Keogh. So we'll hopefully take a look at the top 3 in a moment. But still, Rob Rossetti now finding himself alongside the other Jones. So past him, there's the top 3 of McConaughey, Eyre and Keogh as they come across the line. And then 4th place now for Alistair Lyle as he leads the way. The top 3 flash out of shots as they come down the pit straight. And still, Blair McConaughey holding the pressure. And this is not the kind of race you saw him do yesterday, because yesterday he did manage to pull a gap and took advantage of those who had made some mistakes around him just to pull away and use home advantage to full effect. But here at the moment, looks as though now they've had an evening to look through the data and find some tweaks in the setup. Both Harry and Rob here to find a little extra to keep Blair a bit more honest here. And so, and we know, of course, as we mentioned yesterday, the fact that Tom Willis is not his main rival from the last couple of years, who beat into the championship both times, which I'm sure that Blair, whilst he's smiling on the outside, he's a bit frustrated on the inside. Because Tom's not here, and primarily this season he's racing as a guest, this is the best chance he's ever had to win a title. And so he has to make the most of these races where, not just the fact that, because when Tom's there, but he's there as kind of like a bit of a catalyst in terms of not scoring points, just there to kind of be someone to battle with on the track that could cost him points or cost him a chance to pull away from somebody. Whereas here, he's only got the other rivals to battle with, and Tom's not there to kind of either cause him too many headaches. So he has to take full advantage of all of this and prove that he is the man to beat out of everyone. He's not just the person to go up against Tom in many cases. He is a brilliant driver in his own right, but he's certainly proving his own here that he can go up against these guys and not have to have Tom with him in some cases to be on track, to be near him, to be with the front. And he can do that on his own anyway, but to kind of break away from just being them and Tom at the front.
Yeah, absolutely. So by this stage in the race yesterday, he had got that gap and he was away. But don't forget that Harry Eyre had to come back through that pack and did all the way back up to secret. As you see round the outside attempt going off up into the hairpin, he's still alongside, so he's going to get a good run out of this hairpin up the hill. So there is a good chance he is going to be able to stick. I'm sure he'll be looking for the inside, as we see Keogh going for the inside line there, sort of both now protecting with McConaughey out front and Keogh on the right. As we're going into third one, who's going to come out in front? That's going to be a little bit a clenching moment as we go down into turn 1.
So, just in a second, if we've got what the result of that was, 4th, 5th and 6th have all gone through. Oh, and that was the result. Rob Keogh's off the road. Now, there must have been some kind of a tangle between the top 3 then. Unfortunately, our cameras didn't quite catch it, but there's Blair McConaughey and Harry Eyre. So, Rob Keogh, I think, he was directly behind Blair McConaughey road position-wise when they came through. And now, because Rob Keogh is several seconds back, he's carried on. He's just there in the background here, car number 9. But whatever happened there, seems there was a bit of a skirmish which didn't quite work in Rob's favour.
No, I think he'll be able to catch up again. But certainly if you're up the inside there, you've got to make sure that you brake early, otherwise you will end up out on that gravel. I wonder whether he actually had to press the brake harder than he was expecting whilst the 2 ahead of him were battling to actually get around the corner, and that just caused him to go wide. But it has let this little gap appear. Harry Eyre's certainly looking like the man on form at the moment, though. Blair's having to push all that air aside, so he hasn't got the benefit of a tow, and Harry is just able to sit there. We saw Chiddick's doing that in the last race with Newman out in front. And whether he's now just going to be happy there to see whether these two can pull away from Keogh, and it looks at the moment like they might have that pace together. We've got a car in the gravel.
It's Michael Curley, car number 99, that's gone off. It looks as though it's on the exit of the chicane, and he was running in 16th position. So, unfortunately, that might prompt a safety car, because its position, of course, that's quite a fast exit on that chicane. So, I wonder if that's going to prompt another appearance from the runyourfleet.com safety car. And what it might do, it'll be, in fact, as I say that, it certainly has. It's just popped up on the timing screen. Safety car has been deployed. So, but the thing is, you keep racing until you see the safety car boards and flags. At the moment, where's Harry Eyre will pull alongside, but of course he's going to have to back off because he'll see those safety car boards and flags. And indeed, they're all starting to slow up a little bit, so that the Jaguar XF Sport Brake runyourfleet.com safety car does catch them up, which it does. There it is on track to pick up the leaders. And what this will do, it'll be quite a sigh of relief for Rob Keogh, because whatever happened at the first corner, this will be a reprieve for him to think, right, I can redeem myself now. The safety car's giving me a chance to catch back up and to do that. What it will also do, it brings everyone from 4th place backwards back towards that top 3, and key of which, the person who pulled away from which is Alistair Lyle. And I think now they've got the safety car that's closing them back up, I think at the very least, this leading trio is going to become a quartet on the restart.
The safety car karma is kind of, over your racing career, it kind of spreads itself and evens itself out. But yes, it gave him the fact that he now can catch up with that lead group, but everyone's going to be on his tail as well, so he's going to have to be looking in his mirrors, whereas he was comfortable in that third place before, and there was still a chance he might have caught up. So yeah, over your racing career, generally safety cars kind of even themselves out. But in this case, I'm not sure he's going to be that happy. It depends how keen he is to get that win. But we've seen how Lyle will throw it up the inside, and he is very race savvy. So yeah, he will likely have to work hard looking in his mirrors now.
Yeah, the recovery of Michael Curley's car is a signal there. It's not enough of just a couple of push from a couple of the brilliant marshals that we have here in Knockhill. It's going to require an appearance from the active snatch vehicle to get it out of the gravel trap there. So let's just take stock of where we are then. So Blair McConaughey does lead the way. Harry Eyre in second place. Rob Keogh is indeed third as the snatch vehicle makes its way to pick up the stranded Michael Curley. Then it's Alistair Lyle in the next group, who is then fourth. He pulled away by about roughly 2.3 seconds in fourth position. Fifth place for Wes Payne. Sixth for Will Rossetti, so he has got past both the Joneses and then also past Stuart Bell. So you said he had a bit of a slow start, but he's making that steady progress back towards the front. And now again, he'll appreciate the safety car as well to get himself back into contention too. That's always good. It is then the Joneses. It's then 14, which is going to be Fraser Jones ahead of 11, Carl Jones. And then Chris Ephraimidis then rounds off the top 10. And then that's followed by, in 11th place, that's then Tim Steele, who is, again, recovered well after his little hairy moment at the Duffers Dip, when he was all arms and elbows getting that car back in the right direction. 12th is Dan Clayfam. 13th is then 43 of Gary Curtis, as Michael Curley, who stayed in the car, is extracted from the gravel. And because he stayed in, I think they'll have to do is hook him from the tow rope, and then he should be able to get back going again. Just bring him to a slightly more safer position. And what they also do as well, which is quite considerate, is they're pulling him along, but they're doing so off the racing line, because the key thing is, Chris, he might well have gravel and dust and dirt in that car, which obviously when you move it, it will then start coming back onto the circuit. But they're doing it quite smartly on a part of the circuit which isn't very often used, and therefore it's off the racing line, which is particularly clean. So that's quite careful and considerate by them to recover the car, because it then means that you're not throwing all sorts of junk onto the circuit, which might cause the exit of that corner to be even more slippery and have more than just Michael Curley slipping off and making a mistake.
There are all sorts of nooks and crannies on the underside of a Caterham, and their stones get stuck everywhere, just as they do on most race cars. So yeah, we're always asked, if we do have a moment in the gravel, that we stop and break off of a racing line to make sure that a lot of those stones are thrown away from other cars, because it's not a comfortable feeling having those flicked up, and they can damage a radiator, a fan, or and hit you in the helmet, which is obviously not ideal.
It looks as though, unfortunately, whatever happened to Michael Curley's car, whether it's just they're pulling it off the road because of the fact that he was stranded, that's it, his race is over, or there was something more than just spinning off the road. We'll have to wait and see. So the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car is going to go, I think, for one more lap, because they have cleared Michael Curley's car. They might do a very, very quick sweep up of the area by the marshal, just to make sure it's extra clean. And of course, again, once more, now that it's starting to get a little bit warmer out there today with some of the sunshine, again, another big thank you to all the marshals who, regardless of any weather, they're all very hardy souls who come and do this purely because they love being part of motorsport and love the sport itself. So, and to become a marshal, you can get in touch with particularly with the BRSCC events, you can get in touch with your local car club or your local regional centre for BRSCC, or even you can head to the British Motorsport Marshals Club as well. And if you speak to a marshal, they'll always be happy to give you advice and tell you how to get involved. And you can never have too many marshals, because more marshals means that the meeting can run more efficiently. And ultimately, the fact they're so well trained means that they genuinely, British marshals are perceived by many as to be the best in the world. They get refresher training each year before each season to make sure they're up to date with any ways on on how to recover cars and how to look after drivers, etc. All those different factors, and it really is a wonderful way to get started in motorsport. Some of the best people in motorsport have even started as marshals and gone through that process. Speaking of starting, we're about to restart the 270R race here, because the lights are off the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car, and now Blair McConaughey, who's done this quite a few times, is choosing to get this race back underway. Now, either he's sort of been a little bit slower and everyone else has been a bit sort of lax in terms of rate. He hasn't restarted yet, but it looks as though he caught a few people off guard in terms of being able to go. And he's doing that classic technique of kind of weaving side to side and then choosing which particular weave to then go ahead and restart. He's gone. Racing's back underway here at Knockhill. And let's see, what effect now will the cars from 4 points backwards have in terms of being able to keep with these top three, a bit of an extra factor in terms of taking the victory. Out through the first few corners then, McConaughey leads, Air in second, it's then Keogh in third, Alistair Lyle is now fourth, there's Wes Payne fifth, Rossetti sixth, Bell seventh, the Joneses of Fraser and Carl in eighth and ninth, Chris Ephraimidis rounds up the top two on the all-yellow Caterham. They funnel over the chicane once again. This is on that 15 with 13.5 minutes to go in this second Caterham 7 270R Championship race of the weekend. Up to second goes Rob Keogh, up the inside into Clark Corner. That must have been a setup exiting the chicane. Nice swift move. And we said Rob Keogh want to try and redeem himself after that one. He is doing so, unless Harry Ayer does something about it and repasses him into Taylor's hairpin.
Certainly looks like Ayer's going to go back up the inside, and then Lyle, and there's a lock up in the background there. I hope you got it stopped. But yeah, we got Lyle now pushing his way up into third place. A great opportunist. He hasn't got the toe though, so we'll see Keogh pull ahead again, and he drops himself back in that train. Hope he hasn't lost too much momentum. But as we said, yeah, Keogh was going to look for those opportunities. You know, he has to, because he's and Ayer is now sort of seeing Blair disappear off into the distance, and he doesn't want that to happen. But it was good overall racing and sort of balanced through those two corners. But it must have been the chicane exit that actually got him drifting a little bit wide there again. And Keogh's definitely looking quite racy.
Yeah, it's all that experience of in his Ginetta days, of course, having a different change of car. Of course, he took a year off last year, then came into Caterham's this year, and even though it's in some cases a vastly different car, he's certainly making the most of it. Now, Alistair Lyle, you can tell he's a karting background, because he's not afraid to get his elbows out and try and find moves where there shouldn't really be moves, because he's able to place his car in just the right place at just the right time to compromise the car in front to effectively expect him to have to give him the place. Case in point, Wes Payne's with a big lock up behind. There wasn't really a move him looking to try and pass Rob Keogh. It was more him defending from Will Rossetti behind, and he also realised that Rob Keogh was right in front, and him trying to brake a little bit later meant he had to just stand on the anchors a bit harder to try and stop that move from happening. Now Lars got a really good run up the hill here, looking down the outside of Rob Keogh. Let's see if he's got a move on here as he come into the chicane. First second go through. No, not yet. Rob Keogh still stays ahead. Behind him, though, Rossetti's got through. There was a bit of a check up behind, because the one that got also out of shape was Stuart Bell, who has stayed there, but Stuart Bell's had a bit of a shaky restart, had that lock up at Taylor's hair, but then a little mistake there. So he's definitely finding out this restart isn't quite working out in his favour at the moment.
No, great move there by Rossetti up the inside, DPR run driver, coming up to the back end of now. He's ahead of Payne now, so that's also swapped sort of in this race. So we said that Rossetti started on pole yesterday and how far back he dropped, but we're now in the situation where he can see the lead of this race, and we've still got 11 minutes of this race to go, so he can still catch up with this battle. And we've seen how close these drivers are willing to go wheel to wheel, and you know, who knows what's going to happen by the end of this.
Yeah, it's been pretty bright stuff so far from these guys, and they've been putting on some pretty strong racing. And again, it's incredible that we've had all this action, because these are the 310R races, the longest races that we'll have all weekend, 30 minutes each, which means it's quite a way. And in a race as long as that, of course, the one thing you've got to consider is looking after your tyres and being able to keep up at the same pace. That if a lead is setting quite a fast pace, it's keeping that pace up for the next 30 minutes or so. And some places, a safety car, there's an errant front wing has come from somebody. No one's hit it just yet. Bit of a headbutt from Will Rossetti, I think, as they go past. And Carl Jones also runs over it. And you've got to be careful of that, because sometimes, even though it's fiberglass, even a wing like that, if it as much as nicks a tyre, it might possibly cause a puncture in some cases. You've got to be careful hitting debris like that, because otherwise it doesn't really work out for the best.
We see them puncture radiators as well and things like that, and if they accidentally get stuck under a wheel, it can be a big problem, because you can't get the wheel stop then. But Blair does look like he had a little gap, but it's coming down again, isn't it? And now it's a top quartet rather than a top trio. Will Rossetti, they're trying hard to keep on the back of that, and he's just about in enough tow that if they start scrapping, he will close that gap. But yeah, the top quartet now, but McConaughey looked like he might be doing a sail off into the distance routine again, and it still looks like it's on the verge of it. So if these three that are following him through decide that they're going to work together and not attack each other, they probably will get him back. If we see Keogh go for a move on Air, I predict that will be Blair McConaughey taking this home for the win.
It's interesting, we sort of wondered whether on that restart the leading trio was going to become a quartet. It absolutely has been, because Alistair Lyle, we saw him pulling away from the pack behind, he managed to pick his way through. He has absolutely latched onto the tail of these three cars in front of him. So again, a podium is not outside the realm of possibilities here. He's got plenty of time to do it, 9.25 minutes to go, and it's looking pretty decent for him as Alistair Lyle. Again, it's incredible to think that somebody who's jumped into the middle stage for these drivers who've been racing for the last 270 yards, racing for the last couple of years, something to jump in like that, be straight away and be on the same pace as these guys who know these cars inside out for the last 24 months or so. It's incredible to think how quickly they've adapted. Someone like him adapts to it.
Yeah, with both Keogh and Lyle, both new to this and both slotted into this lead pack very nicely indeed. Thank you very much. Racing brain obviously counts for a lot, and knowing those situations. We talked earlier how the Academy was still learning all these different situations you get faced with as a racing driver, and you know, having had that karting background or the Genettas, you've faced those situations, so you kind of know roughly what's going to work for you. We did see Lyle make a move up the inside of is it Clark Corner, the right-hander, and you wouldn't normally recommend you do that because it's going to cost you, but it works for him, and that's a pure racer's opportunistic work there. But we are seeing again this now maybe coming back together with Lyle clinging on to that toe. The toe, he will still be getting the toe. In fact, you get a toe in a Caterham from Rossetti, will still be feeding that, and he's in that middle ground. Is he going to be able to get up to Lyle by the end of this race?
What's also crucial for Alistair, if he can stay with them, is the fact that, of course, if he's the car at the back of that train, he gets the biggest toe as Harrier thumps that curb on the over Duffus dip, and that really did unsettle him. And then Rob Keogh makes a big dive up the inside, so that mistake really cost Harrier dearly. He lost him a lot of momentum and a lot of confidence as a result of that, a lot of speed exiting Duffus dip. And look who it's also benefited. Alistair Lyle is right back onto the tail of Harrier here. So again, we're talking about your line through over these curves particularly, and it really is such a fine margin between just gliding over that curb in the right way and thumping it a little bit too hard, because it only takes one knock and it can just completely disrupt your flow, disrupt your pace, disrupt your entire speed you carry through the corner, and it can have a massive effect, although it hasn't had too much of an effect because Harrier does manage to get back down the outside only for a matter of time, for a moment of time, because Rob Keogh's alongside him, and Rob will be on the slightly shallower run up the hill, which will certainly help in terms of acceleration. But Alistair Lyle also watching on in the background, looking to try and pounce at either of these two, make any kind of a mishap.
Yeah, we're literally talking about millimetres and inches where you have to be accurate. The blue curb, the car settles itself quite nicely. If you touch the red curb at all, we saw what happened to Air on the last lap. It flings you up in the air, and that's the same around all these corners. So generally speaking, if you touch any of this red curb, it's definitely going to make the car unsettled. But we see this quartet, what did I say? If these start battling, and they're absolutely nose-tail, if they start battling, we're going to see Blair disappear off, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
Yeah, you can tell you've done this a long time. You can tell exactly what was going to happen. You could see it coming from a mile off. So, absolutely, Blair McConaughey pretty much probably looking in the mirrors and laughing to himself, thinking, "You keep on battling, you three. I'm just going to go home and try and take a second home win if I can." But these three, of course, enjoying quite a scrap. Well, they might not be enjoying it too much if they're seeing Blair disappear into the distance, because, of course, there'll be a mixture of enjoying the battle, but also a bit of frustration, thinking if we carry on, we're going to be losing more time. And again, well pointed out, again, look at the guy in fifth place, Paul Rossetti. We talk about him coming back through the field and kind of using his overall pace. He's doing exactly that. And again, I've said the phrase used several times here is Harrier runs wide over the curb at Duffus Dip, and he loses one place maybe to Rob Keogh. Yes, he does. He lets Keogh through. Lyle tries to get past as well, but Harrier shuts the door. Now they come to the right-hander at Butcher's. And again, Harrier, he's using all the curb, which I admire him doing, but he's thumping him pretty hard, which is losing him time and risking him damaging the car at the same time. So this is not really working out too much for him. Up the inside goes Alistair Lyle. Thank you very much, Alistair. That's another place off for Harrier. And also, look at all of it. Who's the man that's benefited from all of that? Will Rossetti. The blue and bright orange car is right into the middle of this now. 4 cars going up for second place. 3 abreast, don't mind if I do. Maybe he took a speculative look up the inside, but it wasn't really too far enough alongside to make it happen. So Harrier slots back into what is 4th position. But again, that already started from right back at Duffus Dip, and it's amazing how one curb strike can kill your momentum so much and how long it takes to get it back. Harrier's coming back up the inside of Alistair Lyle into Duffus Dip this time. Will he be able to get a better line this time by? Here goes through into second place, turns in through third. They're both running a little wide, but Alistair Lyle stays in front. And Rossetti's probably just biding his time as well. He doesn't want to dive into a battle. He doesn't need to get involved. He's waiting here to make a mistake, or the perfect mistake, or an opportunity, or a chance to make it through. And he'll be into that vacant gap that either of these two will leave. as soon as possible to try and get himself into a higher top 5 place.
Problem with it, only 4 minutes to go though. He really, if he wants a podium, he needs to make that move now. He's done the hard work of getting up to them, but you could see when he was going up the inside of the hairpin last time, it wasn't really a move that was on. I'd have preferred to see him move right to the outside, as he is now, maximise his opportunity to get the run up onto this straight, as these two in front of him still fighting hammer and tong, and yeah, he's got now a run at least, but he's not quite as close as Lyle. So you see Lyle's going to have that super toe up the hill here.
So there's a board going out, which I don't think is it might be the 5-minute board maybe that's gone out for them, because it says last lap on the back, but I don't think they're showing last lap because there's still quite a bit of time to go. 4 minutes left through the run of Duffus Dip, and Rob Keogh really is getting away, isn't he? Again, it's the same we said before. The harder these cars fight each other, the easier it is for the cars in front of them to make a break, and the cars behind, a la Will Rossetti, to close back in and make the group even bigger. So that's it's exciting to watch, exciting to be a part of in the race, but it's incredibly frustrating. That's the disadvantage of being in this group. It's great for us to commentate on, but for them, it's agony watching the cars in front get away and the cars behind catch them up.
Absolutely fighting now for that final step on the podium. We've got about 3 minutes to go, is it? 4 minutes to go. We've got Lyle now coming to the outside of Air, and again, Rossetti not maximising the use of that track to see. So if you're not going to be making an overtake, we want to see you go to the outside of the track, and we're just not seeing that with him at the moment. But he has got that nice run. Is he going to be able to make a move up into turn 1? Yep, 3 minutes to go. We've got Lyle poking up the inside there at turn 1. He should have that move made.
It should do, but of course should and does is two very different things, particularly in Caterham racing. Right, he's got through. Alistair Lyle back into 3rd place now. And again, only his 2nd ever race. He could be on for a podium here, which could be incredibly impressive if he can hold on for the next 2 minutes and 50 seconds in this race. Rob Keogh appears to be away and gone. Big twitch from, let me get my words out. Big twitch from Alistair Lyle, bigger twitch from Harry Air, and as a result of that, all that's done is put Harry Air over the gravel. He's lost one spot and he's lost another to Will Rossetti. Bit over exuberant there, I think.
I think it was a sympathy slide, because Air Lyle had a problem going through the chicane, like you say, and had that twitch, but it's so easy just to follow someone's tram lines when you're following them along, and I think that's exactly what happened, and because Lyle already had the mistake, he had a bigger one just following him through. But now with Rossetti there looking really dangerous. He's now, because Lyle's he's got no toe in front of him now, so it's pure toe for Rossetti. See Blair McConaughey there sort of coming on through with 2 minutes-ish of the race to go, looking great, but it did look like Rossetti was going to have at least a stab at a go into turn 1.
We used to term Sunday drive quite a lot, but it really is becoming a literal Sunday drive for Blair McConaughey here. And again, of all places to be this Knockhill in front of his home supporters, his home circuit, for him, this is pretty much the dream weekend, isn't it? Well, it's not over yet. We don't want to curse it, but a minute and a half to go. But it's looking good to make it a double here. But even yesterday's win, he must have been absolutely delighted. We saw it in the interviews, and for him to be able to race here will feel incredibly special for him to do. So whatever the result, he's delighted to be here, delighted to be racing his Caterham, delighted to be on such good form. It's all working out really lovely.
And to show off Knockhill and this amazing track that we don't come to that often, and it's great to be here and show off Caterham racing, to everyone who likes watching racing up here. But yeah, different character. We see again that side by side going up the hill. Different character.
So sorry to interrupt. I saw there's a car that's off just at McIntyre, just the entrance of McIntyre. I didn't quite catch. I think it's number 4. No, it's not. It's number 4. There was a car. I think it was number 4 on there. This is the 270s. It looked like a single-numbered car, so it might be.
We've got more wings on the track as well, Scott. So maybe there's some other shenanigans going on, as we say.
Possibly. I didn't quite catch the number. I thought it's 43. It's Alan Curtis off the road. So I don't think. Well, you say you don't think. It didn't look like he was any other damage that suggests he was helped off, but he seems to have got out of the car just fine. 31 seconds left on the clock, so the next time by will start the last lap of the race for Blair McConaughey. Or they might even throw the checker flag as well. Let's keep an eye. It's been a brilliant race for him, and no, last lap board's going out, so he's going to get one more time around. They'll probably just cover that with waved yellows until the end of the race, which means, I saw in the background, Lyle and Rossetti were side by side again. If either wants this 3rd place, ideally, they want to get the move done before they get to the exit of Duffus Dip. There goes Blair McConaughey. I know he's going to have plenty of not just on the pit wall, but plenty of people around who are watching a home hero on course now for his 2nd win of the weekend.
such a strong, consistent driver, and really, really happy to see him pull away this double this weekend. Really, really good performance. Different character in the second half of this race, hasn't it? Where he managed to break away from that chasing pack, whereas in the first part of this race, before the safety car, he was always under pressure from the people following him. But great job there, and Keogh in second place there, following home.
He's following in the World Track's Stephen Daly, who's taken 2 wins so far in the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. But in Caterham's, in the 270R ranks, he's going to be another Scottish winner. If you are watching for Scotland, get ready to celebrate, because it is a victory and a double win for Blair McConaughey, and he weaves delightedly so. He is absolutely ecstatic. It is the double for Blair McConaughey at home in the 270R, second for Rob Keogh. For third, it will be a first podium in his second ever race for Alistair Lyle. Fantastic driving from Alistair in his first weekend. Fourth for Will Rossetti, fifth goes to Harry Eyre. Carl Jones gets sixth, Wes Payne is seventh. It's then Fraser Jones eighth, followed by Stuart Bell in ninth position. And Demetrius Mallis had a bit of a tough day yesterday, but ending up in the gravel at one point. P10 for him, so he'll be happy with some top 10 finish and some points. Chris Ephraimidis is 11th from Tim Steele 12th. It's Morgan and Errol. There goes Darryl Cresswell in his white, blue and pink machine. And then it's Alan Venters who will come next from Paul Herndon, Roger Gaunt. And then it's Cox and Cook. Oh, and
that's an exhaust coming off just at the end there. That's all the padding that they have, all the silencing that they have inside an exhaust.
So that was maybe there might have been a bit of rubbing or contact on that in the last couple of laps.
We sometimes see the end of the exhaust pop off, and then all the padding comes out a little bit later as the wind sort of suction takes it out. So that's what that is.
So nothing too serious by the looks of it, and that's something they can easily. Well, that's the end of the 270Rs weekend anyway. Of course, they're all done for the weekend, but it's not the end of the racing at all, full stop, because we've still got plenty to go on. So let's quickly confirm the result then. Blair McConaughey then, a very much delighted home winner, takes 2 from 2, a perfect race here at Knockhill. He finishes ahead of Rob Keogh with a pair of second place for him. He'll be pleased with only his second ever race weekend. That's a real wholesome podium actually, really. Blair McConaughey's got the double victory. Rob Keogh with his 2 of his best results so far, 2 second places, and Alistair Lyle, a first podium in his second ever race in occasion 270R. That's a podium. That's brilliant stuff.
Yeah, it's always nice to have those stories, isn't it? And what a great result for all 3 of those. The home double is absolutely brilliant. Will Rossetti coming back through the field really well today. We've got Harry Eyre there following along. He looked like he was going to go for a win at one point, didn't he? But now he's further down the grid, and then Carl Jones following him as well.
So yeah, that's confirming the top 6 then. McConaughey, Keogh and Lyle on the podium, with Rossetti, Eyre and Carl Jones in 6th. Wes Payne 7th, Fraser Jones 8th, Stuart Bell finishes 9th, and Demetrius Melas rounds out the top 10 minutes. Ephraimidis, Steele, Morgan, Errol, Cresswell, Venters, and then it's Herndon, Gaunt, Cox, Cook, and then we have lost Clayfan, Curtis and Curley. So good stuff. So let's head down to David in the pit lane with the top 3.
Scotland West, and into the holding area for the podium comes your race winner. 2 from 2 this weekend. Blair McConaughey held to account on that second race though. It was so close, and Rob Keogh in second place. Stephen Lyle pipping Rossetti for that third place. What an epic battle had there. And Harry Eyre, tell you what, if Caterhams aren't his thing, he can always take up a career in rallycross. That was of the chicane, and that's a proper driver right there. Keep the foot in and just keep it going. Right, let's go and have a chat with Stephen Lyle there in third place. Taking extra care today, make sure don't knock over any trophies. Stephen, right, I get the feeling we're going to need a gallon of water after that one, but that was a good race.
That was tough work, that was. I seem to spend about 20 laps of it blocking.
Exactly, and I mean that's it. Final 5 laps, obviously Rossetti is all over you. Yeah. What was that like?
Well, Rossetti's been the quickest all weekend, and I knew the minute I saw him in the mirror, I knew he'd catch me. But he was coming up the outside, the inside, everywhere.
But I mean, third place, I mean, you're going to leave here absolutely delighted with that one.
Yeah, it's our first ever race weekend, first time in a car, so it's not a bad result. We just need to work on it and get to the front.
Indeed, well done, my man. Stephen Lyle then, first weekend on a race weekend. That is epic stuff. Rob Keogh finishing again on the podium, second place, and I'll tell you what, you held our man Blair to account for that. We thought it was going to get very, very close in that opening stage, but that safety car really changed things.
It did. Well, we broke away and we were with him, and then it's like, okay, I think I had a bit more pace, and I can't remember the guy's name, I'm afraid, but the guy who was in second.
Harry Ayer.
Harry Ayer, that's it. I mean, he was driving well, but I think I had a little bit more pace, especially over the front half of the lap. I was like, I want to go. And then there was an opportunity on the straight, and I sort of went up the middle, and then I was in my head, I was away. I was already ahead. I was backing Blair up, and then I was off. But then I remembered I had to brake first, and didn't, and just went straight on at the first corner. So I was in a way, I was lucky the safety car came out, really. It bunched us all up again. And then it was just elbows out again. It was harder than yesterday, which I didn't think it could be.
And obviously, when that safety car peels off and Blair's just gone, what do you do then? Because, I mean, third and fourth weren't really challenging you after they came together, almost came together. And you were kind of in no man's land there.
I was trying to trance out and just hit all my points, all my braking points, all my turning points, and just see if I could start reeling. And then if he misses the hairpin on one lap, I might have been back in with a chance. But he drove faultlessly, really. He's just, he's like a metronome.
Well, either way, Rob, a fantastic weekend. Well done on the second place, and enjoy the celebrations tonight.
Thank you.
There we go, Rob Keogh in second place, and here we are. Blair, again, top step. I know in your head this is what you wanted so badly, but I mean, you've got a lot of support behind you. What does that mean?
It was fantastic. There was a lot of pressure on. I guess some of it came off yesterday, but different people come in different days. Of course, you want to get the double win. You don't say it, but it's in your head. It's what you want. So I'm just so relieved to actually have finally pulled it off.
Obviously, a very, very large race in terms of events that went on. We had that safety car in the middle. Up until that point, you were under a lot of pressure there. What was that like? Because obviously you had two cars either side of you, and it really looked quite nervous.
Definitely, yeah. I wasn't sure how that was going to go. I think Rob maybe came off worse there, but that could have gone very differently. That was definitely a bit nervous going into Duffus Dip. So fair play to Rob. He was putting me under pressure at different points, but Harry was just fantastic. First half of the race, he was really putting me under pressure. He was catching me at the hairpin. He was getting the toe. We kind of yo-yoed a little bit, but he was always there or thereabouts, and he was always putting the pressure on. He drove a absolutely fantastic race.
Excellent, Blair. Congratulations to this weekend. So there we go. That is the 270Rs. I want to see if I can try and find Harry here very, very quickly, but I can't see his car. So we'll maybe catch up with him another time. But there we go. 270Rs are done and dusted. It's lunchtime now. So Scott Woodward, back to you.
Thank you very much, David. And yes, great job, of course, again, as always, in pit lane reporting this morning. And indeed, that is now a lunch break. We're heading to a bit of a breather now after what's been fairly literally breathless racing that we've had this morning. So great job from the races that we've had so far. The 5 races we've had so far. There are 6 more still to go. And that 6 races set to get underway on the timetable, at least, at about 1:45. Whether we're running early or not, we'll double check and we'll keep tabs on it. We'll be back on to get things underway just before that gets everything set up. So we've got still 2 more races from the ETSL STXR Challenge. We've also got another race for the Caterham 7 UK Championship and the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, plus the second races of the weekend for the Caterham 7 Roadsport Championship and Caterham 7 310R Championship. Go grab yourself a breather, get yourself a drink, and get yourself refueled, because we've got more racing action coming up this afternoon. But until then, enjoy a lunch break, and we'll be back around about just before a few minutes before 1:45 when we get our last 6 races of the weekend here underway here at Knockhill for our third BRSCC live race weekend of the weekend, the BRSCC Caterham Festival weekend. But hope you've enjoyed everything in the morning, and we'll see you just later on in about roughly just under an hour's time or so, about 45 minutes or so, when we get racing back underway this afternoon. So enjoy it, and we'll see you then.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Knockhill Racing Circuit in the heart of Fife here in Scotland for the Scottish round of the Caterham Championship. It is a wonderful, jam-packed weekend full of action. We've got the Caterham Academy Championship, both the green and the white groups out on track. We've got the Caterham Roadsport Championship as well. We've got the 270Rs, the 310Rs, and the Caterham 7 UK Championship. all out in force, giving us incredible racing action throughout the weekend. We then have the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup out there, banging doors and trading paint as only they know how. And then we also have the wonderful Fiesta STs and the XR2s out on circuit as well. A very welcome return and no stranger to the circuit here at Knockhill. Join us all weekend. You're not going to miss out. So, championship leader then for the Green Group, Jeff Newman. It's been a fantastic start to the season and a baptism of fire out at Mallory Park. How different is Knockhill to Mallory?
Oh, Knockhill's got to be like driving in a straitjacket. You know, it's so tight, and you're just constantly looking for your next vision point, and you can't quite find it. Now, many people here have got karting experience, and that's great for them because this is like a grown-ups karting track. But for me, I'm used to long, windy circuits like Silverstone, Brands, etc. So I don't really feel like I've come to terms with the circuit just yet, particularly the weather, which is a bit grim.
So the circuit's one thing, but the car as well is a completely different animal, obviously brand new to motorsport. How has this season been? Is it everything that you expected from the Caterham?
To be honest with you, I don't think you could really ever fully expect how challenging it is. I mean, the top 5 people are separated by, I think, just a couple of points in the championship. It's really full on. There are lots of experienced karters and maybe people who've owned loads of radicals and so on. So they bring a lot of stress to racing. I'm constantly driving in my mirrors. I didn't expect that, but I was actually meant to be joining last year and then couldn't due to COVID. The calendar got changed. So that gave me loads of time to work with my race coach, Darren Burke, really make sure that I understand the balance and nuance of this car. And then I worked with DPR Motorsports, who have really helped set up and tune it to my style of driving, which here is really nice and neutral. So I feel incredibly confident with the mechanics of the car, very confident with the balance of the car, and I just need to bring it all together and make sure that I don't leave with a big hole in my wallet at the end of it.
It's always something to avoid, but one of the things that difficult to get across for most people that are on the outside, maybe as spectators, is the wonderful paddock atmosphere here. It's almost like a big family, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a great family atmosphere around here. There's a lot of hurry up and wait, where you get the opportunity to find out what people do about their family. I mean, just even getting here is a mission, and so it brings us all closer together. So I feel very fortunate, and the lovely thing is when we do occasionally rub up against each other, we don't take it to heart, and we go and enjoy a few beers afterwards. I don't think many of the GT drivers will be doing that if they go and scratch their McLaren and Lamborghinis. So perhaps because it's so much cheaper and better value, that's why we have such a great atmosphere.
Jeff Newman, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Of another stunning start to the season for Henry Heaton, and the car looking very, very good and looking very happy with how it's set up. Henry, welcome to Knockhill. How is the car feeling?
It's feeling great. It's just what you want. I've just finished the final session of the Friday, so it's exactly what you want. To come off the last session, be absolutely happy with how the car's doing, happy with how I'm driving it, and then away we go into qualifying tomorrow, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. So yeah, it's a great circuit here, love it, cracking track for the Caterhams, twisty, tight, up and down, so I'm looking forward to getting stuck in tomorrow.
Now, you are firmly part of the furniture here in the Caterham family, part of the Academy since, what was it, 2013, I believe it was. How has that progression been over a number of years for you, and what keeps you coming back for more?
Yeah, I don't know where time's gone, really, to be honest with you. 2013, what's that, 7, 8 years ago now, and it started off as just we'll just go racing, I suppose. It looks like a good idea, and here we are 7 years later, but I just love it. I can't get enough of it. It's wicked. It's not just me that loves it, my whole family loves it. You know, we do it as a team, you know, and we really enjoy it, and obviously it's a bonus. It's not just a bonus, it's the target, it's the ambition to do well and to be finishing on the podium and hopefully competing to win races. So,
and that's a fantastic segue actually to something else I want to bring up, because you're one of the few still family run teams here at the top end with the 7 Championship UK. We've got a lot of professional back teams, and yet here you guys are just rocking up and working all together. How difficult is that for you all to gel together? Because if it's anything like my family, I'm always arguing with them all the time. So how easy is that? And also, do you think that gives you any advantages over the professional teams?
Well, yeah, it still is. It's hard work. It's hard work to do it all yourself. But you know, nothing good ever came easy. You know, and we take a lot of satisfaction out of doing it all ourselves. And yeah, it's I suppose one thing that does help is the fact that, you know, I've been doing it for quite a while, so you build up, you know, you learn as you go along, you build up your experience, You know, I think back to when I was last here in 2018, and that, you know, hopefully gives me a bit of an advantage, a bit of an edge. And this is now my third year in the car. So yeah, it's hard work, like I said, doing it all yourself and with the help of my family. But we love it, absolutely love it. Take a lot of satisfaction out of doing it all ourselves. And yeah, certainly when the results go your way, it's there's no better feeling, really. There's no better.
Well, here's hoping for a fantastic weekend. Best of luck to you, Henry Heaton, and we'll see you over the weekend.
Thank you very much.
So Carl Jones joins us again from the 270R Championship and showing the young guns how it's done. Has the unenviable task of being the oldest race winner in the championship, but definitely one tipped for the championship from several of your other companions in the championship. Carl, it's been a mixed bag so far with the first round at Donington, but what are you looking forward to at the weekend here at Knockhill?
Just to be consistent, really. There's a strong pack. Everybody's fast. I think the whole pack, sitting on the grid, I think it's going to be 1 second between everybody. So I think it's a case of just being a little bit consistent, maybe a little bit aggressive in certain places of the track. And it's very, very physical. So, you know, you just got to keep on your game the whole race. So let's just hope that we have a good race. I'm sure we will.
Now, the cool thing about it is, obviously, motorsport widely seen as a young man's game, but age is absolutely irrelevant in championships like this, where, you know, you can go into it, and from everybody else that we've been told here in the paddock, once you get going in your stride, Carl, you are one of the fastest men on the track.
Well, I'm actually only 21. I've been lying all along, so no.
Just a hard paper rounds.
Yeah. No, I think it's, you know, because I had a bit of a racing background with motocross and one thing and another, so that sort of like turned into, you know, this sport. And yeah, it's definitely not a young man's game. If you want to race and, you know, and you're a fairly good driver, and the cars are fantastic anyway. You know, they handle brilliantly, they're good performance as well. You know, as long as you look after them, they'll look after you. So it's, you know, game on really.
For anybody that's watching the live stream this weekend and thinks, I fancy a piece of this, what would you say directly to them?
Do it. Honestly, do it. If you can do it, you know, there's all these lovely tick boxes and God knows what else. This is absolutely fantastic because, you know, I'm nearly 60 years old now, and at this point in my life, I thought, you know, competing was over, shall we say, other than sort of going out with my mates on the side on a bike ride and, you know, trying to beat them around the corner or whatever. But yeah, this, you know, just gives you another opportunity to, you know, prove yourself and whatever. Yeah, and going out with the young guns, you know, it's even sweeter. So honestly, if you can do it, do it. One thing I will say, and I'm not creeping, Caterham, they really are the ultimate professionals. They really take care of you. It's a great product, and yeah, what else can I say?
Let's get back to this year's championship, because it's a fantastic start you've made, solid foundation set already, 5th in the championship. Do you take a race-by-race approach, or do you just go for it from the get-go?
No, I'll go for it from the get-go, and to be honest, I don't have any strategic plan. I'll just try and do the best I can. And, you know, and like, I have a few friends and other people, you know, say, where do you think you're going to be this weekend? I don't know. I really don't know. I'll just drive the best I possibly can, and whatever comes out, and sometimes it comes out brilliant and sometimes it don't, you know. So I'll just enjoy it. I don't come to the race weekend all keyed up and, you know, wound up. I just come to the race weekend to really, really enjoy it, and I just drive my best, and whatever the results are, you know, that's it.
Well, very best luck this weekend, Carl Jones.
Thank you very much.
So, one man hoping to turn his fortunes around this weekend is Roger Gaunt, racing in the 270R Championship. It's been a very difficult season so far, but all to play for the rest. How are you going to change things here at Knockhill this weekend?
Well, I think first of all I need to get a finish. Donington was a tough all race, wet race for the first day, the dry race for the second day. I was doing really well. Had a good start on both races, but struggled right towards the end of both with a spin-off in the wet on the first race, and sadly on the second race somebody punted in the back of me and we ended up in the bin. So today, this weekend, I need to get a decent finish and just get across the finishing line.
Well, you're still smiling about it, so that's one positive to take away from it. But obviously, you've done the full progression. You've done the Academy Cup, you've done the Roadsport and the 270. At the moment, so far, what is your favourite flavour of the car?
Oh, I mean, the Academy was great fun. I mean, it's difficult to learn. It's all over the place. The tyres are awful, but it's just good fun to get into the swing of things. Roadsport was good, but I've got to say 270 is pretty special. Yeah, it's a good bit of kit. Great fun car to drive.
And how are you enjoying the weekends here at Knockhill? What's it like as a circuit to drive? It's very challenging.
It's completely different to most circuits. It's up and down, blind corners, blind bends, the cambers all over the place, and the hairpin, what a nightmare to get through. Chicane, awesome. Yeah, it's good fun. It's got everything here. It's a great track to race at.
Perfect. Well, Roger, thank you so much for your time and best luck this weekend.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Moving over then to the Roadsport Championship, Taylor O'Flanagan alongside his arch nemesis Tom Cockrell, both of them winning the Academy Championship last year, and you boys have come out swinging in the Roadsport Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. The first round was as crazy as expected. Wheel-to-wheel racing all the way through the weekend. We had one wet, one dry race, and I'm expecting exactly the same this weekend, to be honest.
It's a whole new ball game here at Knockhill. How are you enjoying the circuit here?
Oh, it's absolutely amazing and perfectly suited to the Caterhams. The guys are just big smiles all weekend. It's super challenging. It's taken a lot of learning. Many of us not been here before, and obviously so many technical corners, but it's great fun. It's arguably one of the best circuits we've been to.
So obviously both you and Tom have graduated from the Academy at the same time, and you've moved over to the Roadsport Championship. What's the main difference for you compared to the Academy car?
The tyres are a massive difference. You get slightly stiffer suspension as well, so just the handling really more than anything. You obviously know how to drive it a little bit better than last year as well, so I think that's a big difference. And everybody's that little bit more competitive, so it's kind of closer racing. But in terms of the car itself, I'd say the tyres are the biggest difference.
One of the other things as well is that the Academy Championship is for 1 year only, so the graduates all move up, if possible, to the Roadsport Championship. Is it nice having the same faces and the same teams around you race after race?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of the nicest things about KTM racing altogether, really. You have the different series all throughout the paddock. As we've moved up from Academy this year, you've got all the new faces of Academy and trying to share any small tips you have. You know, they're still teaching us stuff. So yeah, you've got so many similar faces in the paddock from the higher series and the lower series. So yeah, it's great fun.
So this is going to be going out on the live stream, so keep it PG, but I want to know, what was your first reaction as you brought the car over the crest of Duffer Step for the first time?
I didn't have a PG answer, that's why I didn't say it, so shocked. Yeah, it's just a very tricky corner and a big dip and fast, so I knew that it was fast, so I went over it pretty quick the first time, but you're just straight into the left, so yeah. So I didn't really have a PG answer for it, but that kind of tells the story, really.
You did very well there, though. But obviously you're out with Tom as well. And what's the rivalry like? Because obviously we joke about a little bit of he's your nemesis. But, I mean, it must be great having somebody to kind of go against and spur you on.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been very lucky to be close friends with him from the start of Academy. Same with Tom and with Dom and Hugo as well. And we're all very close. So it's very close racing, but it's all big smiles at the end of it as well.
Well, best of luck for the weekends, and we're expecting big things from you.
Thank you very much.
So, back to the 270R Championship for another bite of the Caterham cherry. Alan Vetters from Dunfermline, a local here to Knockhill, and does that let you sleep at night, convincing you're only just going to be here for a guest this weekend?
I think so, yeah. I mean, the fact that I'm not trying to race for a championship, I'm just here for a bit of fun, makes it maybe a little bit easier, whereas maybe guys are trying to protect a place in the championship and looking for points, whereas I'm just here, as I say, for a bit of fun.
So obviously you've graduated from the Caterham Academy a couple of years ago. You're now into the 270Rs. What's the main difference between the 270Rs, in your opinion, and the Academy cars?
I mean, the biggest thing is the grip, really. I mean, okay, it's got a bit more power as well, but it's just the grip. We're having the wider front end and having the rear anti-roll bar compared to the Academy cars, and also the tyres. They make a big difference. You can carry a lot more speed into corners. and you're getting a better drive out of them as well. And obviously that little bit extra power helps as well, but I think that's the biggest thing.
How big is it for being on your home track here at Knockhill? Obviously, you're from Dunfermline, literally about 10 minutes away from the track here. Do you have a lot of support that will be coming up this weekend for you?
I do have a few family and friends that will be in the... unfortunately, they'll be in the spectator area, so won't be able to get into the paddock. But yeah, it's great getting a chance to finally race here in the Academy year where all the tracks were way down south, so there was a lot of travelling involved. So getting a chance to race at my home circuit and finally get to go home to my own bed at night is huge as well. So they're living in that camper van for a weekend, but it's great, yeah.
Well, best of luck for the weekend ahead, Alan, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
Welcome to Mallory Park near Leicester, where we're to witness the very first race for a young driver. Perhaps not a driver dreaming of being a Grand Prix star, and not that young either. Because we're here to see the very first race start for Love Car's very own Paul Woodman. Paul, what are you doing? It's qualifying. What? I thought it was one type of tyre only.
It is one type of tyre, but we've gone for a bit of a drier tyre because it's drying out a little bit now. So we're going for a dry tyre.
What is a drier tyre then?
Lower millimetre. We've gone for 3 mil. 1.6 mil is, you have to finish race 1.6 mil or more. So we're going to go out qualifying with 3 millimetres on the tyres instead of a wet weather tyre, which I haven't got. Well, I've got the tyres, but I haven't got the wheels to put them on, so I got no choice really.
Do you feel a bit tense now before this first qualifying session?
Not really. I'm quite relaxed, I got to say. I did the cardinal sin yesterday. I listened to everybody saying, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this. So I've got a bit of a mishmash of wheels and tyres and brakes, but I'm all right. I'm quite relaxed.
Yeah.
As long as it's right.
Sounds perfect to me. I'm not quite so sure. Well, best of luck in qualifying then, Paul. Pole position for Love Cars, please. Pole position. Get your torque settings right. Mind you, Paul's not the only one making his debut today, because he's one of just 50 drivers contesting the Caterham Academy, exclusively for drivers who've never raced before. So they're all making their race debuts. The Academy is for drivers all driving the same road-legal 125 horsepower Caterhams on low-grip tyres. All for 30 grand. At the end of the season, you get to keep the car. The opening round was the Kerberos Sprint, one at a time against the clock over less than a minute. And our man Woodman, driving this year's media entry, was an impressive 4th overall. But today, they are split into 2 25-car groups, the greens and the whites, for the 2 races, each group having their own championship. So the 25 cars of the green group head out for their 15-minute qualifying session, where getting a clear lap would be critical. Now, when I first started racing, all the timing was done manually. We had to wait till the end of the practice session till the list was posted on the board and we found out where we'd qualified. And the closest was like 0.2 of a second was the nearest they could time us to. So sometimes there were 6 of us on the same time, and it was the first that got the time that got the grid position. Nowadays, it's instant. We can find out how Paul's doing lap after lap. Well, it was a promising start, with Paul getting up to P4 early on, but with heavy traffic and Paul waiting around for a tow, he dropped back to 10th. And then things got even worse. Rather frustrated, just though it looked like Paul was on a clear lap. Red flags have come out. They're all coming into the pit lane. There's 7 minutes of the session left, but whether they restart or not, we'll have to wait and see. Well, luckily the flags went green. They got 7 more minutes. And on his first lap out, Paul leapt up to 4th. And it's getting so close. And in the blink of an eye, qualifying was over. Paul, you've qualified for a motor race for the first time of your life, but not on pole position. What's the matter?
They're fast. They're quick, aren't they? I blew it the first time out. I couldn't get a tow, and of course it's so important to get a tow here, but second time out I got a little bit of a tow, so scraped in 4th place, I think. 4th place, yeah, brilliant. Fraser 54.5, Newman 54.7, Kendall 54.7, and you were 54.8, so a 10th of a second would have been in the front row. Very close. You know 4th is the best place to start on Mallory Park, don't you? Obviously, yeah.
But what happened mid-session? You suddenly slowed right down.
I couldn't get a tow. I was on my own, and it's so important on qualifying to get a tow. So I slowed right down to try and have somebody fast go past, and it just doesn't work like that. If you try and orchestrate it, it's so difficult.
So your first lesson was, it wasn't quicker with the tow because you didn't have a tow. So if you just kept going, you might have got pole.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, that's fast. That's quick. There's some quick guys out there. It's going to be so fun this afternoon.
Well done. So far, so good. Chris Fraser. Pole position at the first Academy. I mean, only 9th at Kerbera. Where's all the speed suddenly come from?
The car. No, I don't know. Kerbera had a bad day. This place, I like the high-speed stuff. It's good fun.
Did you get a slipstream required to get the time just on your own?
On my own, just clear track.
I've told Paul. Paul's obsessed with these. He's watched too much Formula One. We get a tow, but just on your own. That's the way to go.
Ben Klukas told me basically just sort of make the tow's good for one thing, but then they get in your way. So balance them out.
Well done. Congratulations. Pole it is. Jeff.
Hello there, Tiff, how you doing?
You got pipped at the end. You were like on pole for half the session and then you couldn't go any quicker.
Yeah, what it was, I just couldn't get the front end into Gerrard's. I was overdriving, which meant by the time I came out of Gerrard's, I was around about half a second down. I was able to make up the time, find later braking into the hairpin, but it just wasn't enough. So a 10th of a second. It's not quite as bad, though, as I lost out to first place by 100th of a second at the sprint. So, a 10th of a second.
I mean, you are the pre-season favourite. You're aware of that, because you were going to do last year with this very car, but because of COVID you didn't race, but you've been testing, you're doing track days with this car all last year. Is this true?
Yeah, very much like Paul. I'm always in a car and I've done lots of track days. I feel very privileged to have had the time. But a lot of the people here, there's one guy that drives 4 Radicals and BAC Monos, some people that have had Caterhams before, some people that have purchased practice cars off Caterham. So, we're all in it together, and it's going to count for nothing because it looks like it's just about to rain. And of course, let's see what happens when the red mist comes over and we're racing.
We look forward to red mist. Anyway, well done for the front row anyway. Cheers. Mark, 3rd on the grid for your very first motor race. You're fairly pleased with that?
Yeah, very pleased. Yeah, totally unexpected, but had some good tows. So there you go. Lost the wing, caused the red flag, but there you go.
I think people who cause red flags get disqualified, don't they?
Yeah, I hope not.
I hate to tell you this, but if you look over your shoulder, that is the human being that is alongside you on the grid. Yeah. Does that cause you any concern?
The only concern it gives me is all the knowledge that you have given him.
Yeah, that's actually quite concerning. He has very, very good reason. Anyway, the very best of luck in the race.
All right, thanks very much, Tiff. Thank you.
But it's fair to say not everyone was quite as happy with their qualifying.
Joe, a couple of instances in qualifying. We're just looking at Paul's number plate, and he's thinking that you perhaps ought to be wearing that plate.
Yeah, he's borrowed mine. Not a fantastic demonstration, but it looked good. It looked good. And something for us to talk about.
Yeah, so, I mean, are you keen on the race that you move up through the field? Where did you end up on the grid?
Oh, I don't know. I actually don't know.
That's what you do. When you have a bad practice, you quickly don't know. I don't know.
That's what you told me to do last night. Yeah. So, yeah, we're all good.
Wherever you're on the grid, there's only one way to move, and that's forwards.
Exactly.
And don't...
He's not very happy. So,
I'll leave you then, Joe.
Leave you because it was lunchtime. And then, with the race only moments away, we had time to catch up one final time with a quite relaxed-looking Paul.
So, Paul, the clock is ticking. How have you been feeling since the end of qualifying and waiting for your first race?
Pretty chilled, actually. A bit full from the lasagna. but other than that, I'm feeling chilled.
I told him not to eat anything before the race. I tell him all these things. That will be working against you now.
The good thing is there's a lot of grumpy people around that thought they were going to be a bit higher, that are walking around the strop, so it's easy to relax and look at them and just smile. Be happy.
So what have you got any sort of plan for the start? Or are you just going to go with the flow?
Well, my plan is to tuck in behind GF, who is one of the favourites. He's right in front of me in second position, but I've got a strong field behind me. It's just going to be trying to get around the first corner in one piece and then put some pressure on. I want to win this. I want to win this.
Highly unlikely.
You're not wrong there as well. My plan was, if you could just put my helmet and overalls on, no one will notice, hopefully, and then you could do this for me. How about that?
Highly unlikely. Paul, just enjoy. You're a racing driver. In about half an hour's time, just enjoy being a racing driver instead of a TV presenter.
Oh, thank you. I will. I'm going to enjoy every moment. Cheers, Tim.
Your first race is something you never, ever forget. And mine was just 50 years ago this month. Lining up in the middle of a pack of Formula Fords. I remember the second corner was a car cartwheeling alongside me, and I thought, this is it, I'm alive, I'm racing. And it's just so exciting. And I know all these 25 on the grid are going to be pulses coming out to 150, 200 beats per minute. And it's that thing about motorsport, when you enter that first corner for the first time, you just know you want to do this for the rest of your life.
On the grid with 25 other cars for that all-important start, with hundreds of drag races under his belt for love cars, I was confident Paul would get away well.
And it's Woodman into second place. What a start!
Tester around the hairpin on the first lap, right up Jeff's tailpipe, and Paul's pace was looking good. These cars are flat through Devil's Elbow, and that exit speed is all important to keep your nose in front all the way down the straight into Gerrard's, a never-ending 156-metre long corner.
Challenging for the lead down the back straight. Go on, Paul. Come on. He's in the slipstream.
Challenging is one thing, getting past is another. A dive down the outside, a box full of neutrals, locks brakes, and he's gone straight on. A brilliant recovery and he's back on, giving Ollie Hardick in car number 3 a bit of a surprise as he did so.
He was trying for the lead, and whatever he did obviously didn't work, and he's now about 15th.
It was now time for damage limitation.
Well, I guess it's now all about recovery. Paul's down in 14th. Let's just see how far back up the field he can get, but he's going to be so upset.
Now some 9 seconds off the lead, it was simply a case of trying to claw his way back and see how many places he could make up. Was so good it was hard to make quick progress, but he was now hot on the heels of Rob Bain, who was probably watching his mirrors a little bit too much and ended up on the dreaded grass on the outside of Gerrard's. A good exit from Gerrard's into the slipstream and neatly past Mark Williams into the S's. By this time, Paul had gained another place when Kerber sprint winner Ian Harris, running in 3rd, spun off. So now it was all about reeling in the next group, who, luckily for Paul, seemed preoccupied fighting each other. Tyler Lowe, a lap down, did exactly the right thing and left plenty of room to pass. But the pack of 4 now ahead of him were a different matter. John Vincent in 28 was another being lapped, and he dutifully stayed out of the way. Hairpin, and Paul took a late lunge down the inside of Rob Bain in 76 and was now brilliantly back in the top 10. A lap later and he went for an even more audacious move. Luckily, Philip Clark saw him coming and took evading action, but contact was made. Sorry, Philip, but Paul was now 9th.
He's up to 9th. His little pack ahead of him. If he can get them and finish 6th, I think he should be dead chuffed, but he's got to get them first.
The thing was, everyone had such good pace, so it was incredibly difficult not just to catch, but to overtake. Paul tried what seemed to be his favourite move on Fred Chiddicks, but he must have seen what happened to Philip, so gave him a wide berth and escaped to begin a battle that would last to the very end. Time was running out fast. Paul needed to get in front of this tough group if he wanted any chance of catching the race leaders, and having closed the gap from 9 seconds to just under 4, they were tantalisingly close. Fortunately, this time his move on Fred stuck and he was up to P8. Theo Theato in 72 was another who wasn't going to make life easy for Paul. But with all of them now pushing right to the limit, he became another to go grass cutting at Gerrard's. Despite a nasty shunt in qualifying, the next target, Paul Castle in 48, was full of confidence, so our Paul had to try and get past him as quickly as he could. However, for the first time since the opening laps, he had to now think about defending, as he had Fred right on his tail. The lunge at the hairpin had been working all race, so Paul went for his favourite move once more, only this time, with no other car in his path to help slow him down, he simply outbraked himself and instead of gaining a place, almost lost one. Another great exit from Gerrard's, and 6th was his. The leading bunch of 5 were in his sights, tantalisingly close, but time was running out fast and Fred was hot on his heels. Losing time scrapping it out, Paul was getting oh so close, but got too carried away and probably outbraked himself at the hairpin, and Fred was past in a flash. Side by side, they were now the ones slowing each other down. The battle would now be all about who would be 6th. Youngest competitor in the green group knows how to drive and was making his little Caterham as wide as possible. Getting another lunge up the inside of the hairpin, Fred kept right, so Paul went left. Braked impossibly late, but somehow made it to the apex and almost into the back of another lapped car, who didn't appear to see him as they went into Devil's Elbow. Fred wasn't giving up easily. Outbraking himself yet again at the hairpin, it looked like Paul had given the place away. But having the inside line through the elbow, he gradually clawed his way back to cross the line 0.003 of a second in front.
So after 20 minutes of simply brilliant classic Caterham racing, it was Jeff Newman who took that win by a fraction from Chris Fraser, with our Caterham lottery winner, Mark Jones, in third. A hell of a battle for 6th place between you and Paul at the end. It looked quite tight at times. Was it all fair and square?
That was, yeah, that was good fun, pretty close, maybe a few small touches, but coming over the line next to each other like that was brilliant. Brilliant first race, yeah.
So you'll never forget your first race?
No, I won't. I think I'll remember that one.
Oh, awesome start. Trying to take the lead. Yeah, I know, yeah, but then what happened?
I spanned at the hairpin. The dreaded hairpin I spanned, giving it a bit too much beans.
We're at Caterham Cars in Gatwick at their head office, and I'm surrounded by the most incredible collection of Caterhams I've ever seen in my life. The most incredible colours and combinations I think that exist on the planet. And talking of colours, this one, the top of the range 620S, bright purple with all this carbon, exposed carbon here. But the reason we're here is because we're talking about the Caterham Academy, and this is a typical Caterham Academy car. The Caterham Academy is in its 26th year, and every year Caterham run a ballot like a lotto where the employees can put their name down to enter. This year was won by Mark, so he's going to be competing in this car, but you know what? I'm not worried about that or him. This is what we're here for, to reveal the Love Cars Caterham Academy car. And to join me, I've got Simon Lambert of Caterham Cars to do the big reveal.
Morning, Paul. You excited?
I'm very excited, actually.
Me too,
We're going to go straight for it, are we?
Oh, why not? Yeah, yeah.
Okay, here we go, here we go.
Gently.
Well, I've seen it in the renders, but not in real life.
Oh,
Oh, it looks fantastic.
That looks fantastic.
Wow, look at that. Our own race car, the Love Cars race car.
I think the guy's done a great job. What do you think?
Absolutely blown away. It looks awesome. Good. I can't believe I'm going to be racing in this year.
Well, I'm pleased to see that we haven't done the graphics on the nose. That shows a degree of confidence that we might be replacing it. I guess they've seen you drive.
I was going to say, because this is a replaceable item, as are the...
Yeah, what we do is Caterham racing is very, very close. You're in an open car, so you can hear everyone around you all the time, which means you race far closer than you would in a saloon. So we kind of accept that the wings and nose are, let's not go so far as a consumable item, but they're readily replaced, and we only carry black.
Okay, so you haven't got much faith in me. You think that's going to be replaced?
That wasn't my choice. They have put a little bit of lipstick around the front for you.
Oh, I've got my V-Box here already, all built in. Very good.
Yep, so you can show off on your channel as to your amazing laps, qualifying, pole.
No pressure.
Right.
And the Academy car in general, the main differences over what one of these typical cars?
Very little, if I'm honest. It is effectively a 7270, but just in race trim. You know, there's nothing extra on it other than the safety items, and it runs standard road suspension, narrow track. In fact, it's a backward step in some ways because we put on these fantastic Avon tyres.
I did notice those.
Yeah, I say that because Avon are sponsored, but even they will admit that they're there to teach you rather than to grip the track.
Yeah, I don't think the grip's going to be quite as good as that 620S over there.
No, but there's method behind that. You know, if the car is sliding around more and you're getting used to driving it, you'll get more control of the car rather than just hanging on for dear life and waiting for an accident, which is what would happen if we put on a really grippy tyre.
I absolutely love it. I can't believe this is the Love Cars race car, the Academy car for 2021. I'm so chuffed. And one thing that I've noticed is there's about 20 odd cars on the grid, which is pretty much these cars here from that yellow one forward. That's a lot of cars. That's going to be a tight grid.
Just like one of your track days when you're trying to go into a corner on your own, this lot are hopefully just behind you.
You're making me nervous now.
No, I'm not making you nervous.
I think it's time for some
Relax,
questions. We got some
Okay.
questions, so we're going to. Kirsty, thank you very much. You should be on camera, really. So Nick says, when do we get to see your car design? Well, Nick, there you go.
Wish granted.
That was a nice, easy one. Yeah. I think we can dispose of that. I hope a lot of these are for you as well, but do you think you'll be getting your wallet out for that meal? Oh, okay, so this is from Joe, Lucky Supercars on Instagram, who's doing it as well. So we've got a little side bet on who's going to finish first. Now, where do you think I'm going to end up?
Well, the nose cone tells me that you're going to have one or two people in front of you. But you know, Paul, you've been doing driving for a while. You know how to drive, but now you need to learn racecraft.
Do you know, it's very different.
Let's hope for top 10. If I think that's a realistic expectation for you, and if you aim for that, I think you're going to have a fantastic time.
Okay. Well, we all do it because we want to win. We're not
it's a competition.
It is a competition, but top 10, I really want to be a bit more optimistic. But I'll take your top 10 for now, and then I can hopefully over-exceed on the deliverables.
Yeah, I have nothing.
Okay, so this is one for you. This Phil on Instagram says, how much power do Academy cars have?
125 horsepower, maximum 6,800 RPM. It doesn't sound very much at all, but all the cars are all identical, so really it doesn't make a huge amount of difference where that is. In terms of performance, that's still 0 to 60 in 5 seconds, 5 and a bit. And in a car that weighs 550 kilos, you know, you're going to be troubling Ferraris on the track, even in one of these when you go and do a track day.
What top speed on Hanger Straight or something like that? About 110 maybe?
Yeah, probably 110, 115, plus another maybe 5 miles an hour in a tow.
Yeah.
So you need to be really close to the car in front, and then by close I mean nearly touching it, but you will feel the acceleration at that last minute, and that will give you the power to, or the extra speed to overtake.
Because, of course, you're an ex-Academy participant and you've raced Caterhams for a long time as well.
I have raced, yes, it's a long time since I've raced Caterhams, but I've been there, I've learned, and it's a strategic game as much as it is just outright speed. Outright speed will only get you so far. Racecraft is what you need to know, and understanding slipstreaming is a really big part of it.
There's a lot to learn.
There's a lot to learn.
So Adam says, will Tiff be your driver coach for the season? Now, Tiff has pretty much laughed every time that he was the one that got me into this. He said that I've got to do some racing. We were trying to do some racing last year, and then of course the whole world sort of collapsed. And so he will give me some tips, and I'm looking forward to Tiff giving me some tips. But I don't trust him because I think he would like to see me bringing up the rear to have a laugh.
Oh, right, okay.
So maybe I'll get some tips from you instead of Tiff. He's going to turn up. He's going to turn up to a couple of races and offer some support and some giggles as well.
I'm enjoying your faith in me. That's good. I promise you top 10 now.
This is another one for you. Here we go. Steve says, how does the 7 handle in the wet? There you go. You can answer that because I got no idea, especially on those tyres.
It's actually that's a really nice question, an interesting one. We know from our experiences that 7 drivers have a habit of putting their cars away when it gets wet, or if it's a track day and it's a wet day, they won't go, or maybe they'll avoid driving. But actually, when you drive it in the wet, you just get to experience all its handling, but in a sort of an exaggerated way at a lower speed. So it's a really, really good way to learn your car, is to go and drive it in the wet as much as possible. So the differences aren't that great from the dry, just obviously happening lower down, and contrary to what you might think, the 7 understeers at high speed. It has a little bit of front end lift, and it'll actually understeer. Everyone thinks it's going to be a big tail end monster, but it's not. And it's actually getting the heat into the front tyres, which is the trick to going fast. So if you can do that in the early laps, that gives you an advantage.
Now, I think we're missing one trick here, that this is actually a road legal car as well. So you don't have to practice all the sort of, obviously I don't encourage anyone to drive fast on the road like that, but you can get used to it and you can get used to the feel of the car on the road as well, which is quite unique, isn't it?
It is. It is very unique, and it's a very different driving experience in the car. The steering is very tight. There's no power assistance on the brakes. And we encourage people to drive the cars as much as possible, even to and from the events as well.
Hopefully with a nose cone intact.
Hopefully from the events, no, it'd be fine. But yeah, that's a great experience. If you jump from a 7 into a normal road car, the difference is enormous. When you go back into your road car, the steering feels like a submarine door, someone's taken away your brake pedal. You need to build familiarity with a car as light as this.
I think the problem is modern cars make us all soft. We jump in a car and pretty much anyone can drive a modern car fast.
They're taking the driving experience away. They're an appliance that's meant to make it as easy as possible rather than a really pure driving experience.
I think that's what I'm nervous about. I'm going to get exposed in this because I can drive okay in the modern cars, but well, this is a modern car, but you know, without
the only driver aid is your right foot.
I like that. So someone on Twitter, 40EA, says, which races are you most looking forward to? So I'll answer that one, which Silverstone, having that on your calendar for the Academy.
Grand Prix, yeah, that's a real treat for us.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So certainly Silverstone. I think Brands Hatch is so underrated.
Brands indeed.
The first corner, Paddock, is it?
Paddock, horrible in an Academy car.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Probably Anglesey is the one I'm looking forward to the most because I love Anglesey. If it's nice weather, that's one of the most beautiful circuits in the whole world.
Yeah, easy to get distracted by what's going on when you look over the sea.
Here's one for you. How comfortable are these cars and are they practical? And that's from Super Nacho.
A race car is probably actually more comfortable than a road car in that respect because to be fast, you've got to be properly held into your car and not move around. So these race seats, they're good for people our size. I mean, anyone over sort of 5'9", 5'10", they're obviously they're freakishly tall,
yes.
And they will need their own custom moulded seat. But once you're in, you become really cozy. And I used to commute in one of these, a road-going race car every day.
Wow.
So 100 miles a day, and I loved it. You do it. It's if the whole car forms around you, as long as it doesn't get too cold.
Well, you've kindly given me the option to go, so you can get a moulded seat as well. It's called a bead seat. There's a couple of different options. You've given me the option to do that, but I think I'm going to keep the standard seats. One, they actually hold me in, and like you said, for our size. But two, I think they look absolutely awesome. The Tillet seats, they look superb.
Yeah, I mean, they are relatively comfortable even on a long journey, despite the fact that there's no padding there. And once you've got yourself tightened into your harness properly, you'll be fine. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see about that, whether I go for the moulded one or not. I like this question from Brendan. Do you have to build your own car? That's a good question for you.
You don't have to. It's about 50-50 in Academy, which is a significant proportion compared to the rest of the Caterham range.
I'm surprised it's 50-50.
Do you think it'd be more?
I thought it'd be less. I thought less people would want to build their cars.
Yeah. These days, it's probably about 20% of people build their cars, and Caterham is now a fully built car manufacturer in general. The people that build their cars, they get to know it really well. So in some ways, we'd suggest they have an advantage because they know what all the bits and pieces are, what they do, and what they need to check and tighten up, and what adjustments they can make. Not that there is very many at all.
Well, it's funny you say that because Tiff always, he's an engineer at heart, and he always says, that's a tenuous link, Tiff. So the fact that he understands the car mechanically as well definitely helps, and it's definitely going to struggle for me. So Tiff, what is your race number? Well, funny you should ask that, Tiff, because my race number is in homage to my favourite racing driver ever, and I'm going to be racing under the number 69. And do you know who races under that number?
There's some old guy that used to do it back in the 50s, 60s.
Yeah, Nadell.
Tiff
Nadell, Tiffany Nadell. Yeah. So I'm racing under Tiff's number of number 69 in homage to him.
Excellent.
Do you want to know the truth behind that?
Yeah, go on.
We were doing a video talking about the TV show. We sat on Tiff's race car number. Adam sent me a message from Caterham saying, what race number do you want? I looked over, number 69. So
easy, isn't it?
Because Lewis Hamilton's my favourite racing car driver, not Tiff, but anyway. So 69 is my number. There we go. Well, there's more. This one's for you from Dave. Okay. Where can we watch the racing? Well, I'll answer the first bit. We're going to cover every single bit on Love Cars. We're going to do some practice sessions with Tiff as well, so he is going to give me a few tips. And then we're going to cover each race retrospectively on Love Cars. But is there any other way to watch the proper racing, the proper guys?
Yes, there is actually. Other than our Mallory race, all Academy races will be broadcast on live stream on the Caterham website and YouTube.
Wow.
So there's no hiding, no editing. It's going to happen in real time for you.
Don't watch that. Watch ours, because I can edit that and get all my racing driver excuses after that. So James says, why choose the Caterham Academy over other series? Well, I think it was a bit of a collaborative thing, we came together. But genuinely, I don't think there's a better way to go motor racing than this. Certainly not a more cost-effective way to have a proper racing car. The price is about £30,000 for the year.
Yep.
And at the end of that, so you do your 6 races plus a sprint race, it's all organised by you guys. And at the end of it, you keep your car as well.
Keep your car. I mean, we've been doing this for 26 years and we've sold over 1,200 Academy cars. So you'd like to think we're doing something right, you know. And we're lucky. Other people could photocopy the book of how to do Academy, but they won't have a Caterham 7. And it's more by luck than judgment, but the car being so light and so simple means it is hugely robust for racing. If you tried to do this in a saloon car, I won't name any brands, you'd wear it out by the end of the first race and the cost would spiral out of control. Whereas you're going to do the whole season and you might get through 2 sets of tyres if you're reckless, maybe a couple of sets of brake pads.
Wow, you can do a couple of sets of tyres on a single track day in a powerful car.
You can't beat physics, it's really simple.
And I've got a couple of friends who want to join, but they're too late.
They're too late for this year. Yes, we've long since sold it out, and actually 22 is selling quite quickly, well into double figures for that too.
Honestly, I cannot believe that you would do anything else, because we were looking at a couple of different race series where you modify a road car, but this is a proper race car.
Yeah, and one of the great things with Caterham residual value is actually if you continue through racing and you do 2, 3, 4 years where there's small upgrades to the car, at the end of it, it still retains a huge amount of its residual value compared to normal race cars, just absolutely plummet.
Yeah,
you might as well throw them in the bin. And there are a lot of Academy cars out there that are actually now road cars and just running around on the road as regular Caterhams. You wouldn't even know.
But it's not just the lump sum, you can actually finance it as well.
You can, I think that's unique. I can't imagine anyone wanting to finance any other race car, but £199 a month, you can finance Academy.
That's unbelievable. Amazing. So Sarah says, what am I looking forward to most? That's a really good question. I think just competing. I think just being part of it. I've already met a lot of people on Zoom calls and lots of the team at Caterham as well. So I know there's a really good community feeling behind the whole thing, which I really like. I think I'm looking forward to most getting the first race out the way, because I'm nervous already just thinking about it. I am nervous.
Everyone's nervous. That's normal and it's good. Yeah, if you weren't nervous, we'd be worried about you. And everyone's looking forward to that very first race. And becoming a racing driver is a dream, isn't it? You know, we want to be there. And I can tell you this, is that the staff and the team, and there's quite a big support team, we are looking forward to the end of that first race and just seeing everyone come into Parc Fermé having turned into genuine racing drivers.
Yeah.
You know, the feeling is unbelievable.
Yeah, I can't wait. That's a good question from Sarah. 2 more. Lovely envelopes, by the way. Lovely questions. Oh, here you go. Are you nervous about entering the series? From Martin. I am nervous. I'm flipping nervous, I'll be honest with you, but I'm excited. The excitement more so. And last but not least, well, this is a good one. Will you carry on racing when you complete the Academy? I think like most, I mean, you can answer the percentage, but I think like most, I'll get a bit of a bug for it because I've always wanted to do it. I can't think of a better way to get into it, but I hope I don't get into it too much. So I think it takes over your life a little bit.
The Caterham ladder of championships has been born from the fact that people do Academy and want to carry on racing. You know, and so many people come into it saying this is a once in a lifetime, 1 year thing. But at the end of it, you've been doing it with 25 other people that are just like you. You don't realise that at the time, but they are. You're all driven by the same things. You can't help get to make friends and mates. And you want to carry on racing with your mates next year, so why not? And obviously we try to promote that as much as possible selfishly. It's great for us if we can keep you guys racing, give you what you want so you carry on.
I can't wait. Are you going to come to some of the races?
I'm going to come to all of the races.
Okay, great.
I
genuinely can't wait to do this, and I'm over the moon with the car. I think it looks fantastic.
Car looks amazing.
I would have liked to have had the livery going all the way down. I can't believe you didn't have the faith in me to have a...
there's going to be a big number square there with 69 on it.
Number 69, there you go.
69.
Tiff, that's for you.
The 2021 Caterham Academy kicks off in less than a week, and luckily I had the chance to start living the dream and following the footsteps of giants in preparation for the first race of the season, the Kerbra Sprint.
Oh, what do you think you're doing?
I don't know whether you know, but I've got a race in a couple of weeks' time. I've got to get some practice in.
Yes, but you're looking more like Jeremy Clarkson hooning around on his big runway than Jim Clark in precise driving.
First race, Kerbra, sprint race, closed. No practice.
Which is why, Paul, you need a plan. Just give me a few minutes. Welcome to Kerbra. So there you have it, Paul. You got your very own Kerbra to play on all day long. Now don't go crazy at first. You'll learn the line, build up slowly, progressively, faster and faster. But just to make it a little bit more interesting, I've got someone to set a lap time for you to try to get near. Have fun, Paul.
So no pressure then, just a solid lap time from the best stick that has ever walked this earth. Sorry, Perry and whoever else you currently are. But it was time to make Tiff proud.
Where am I going? Wow, so wide there. I don't think Mr. Stig did the same line as that. Okay, now this is the bit that I get confused at. I can just see Tim, he's shaking his head.
Told you about trying to go too fast too soon. I saw you miss the cone on that last run. Told you to build up slowly. How much off of Mr. Collins' lap times do you think you are at the moment?
I dread to think. It was a bit... I took your advice. I took it really slow.
And then went mad.
I know. I went kind of from slow to mad, nothing in between.
You're only a couple of seconds off. I'm so sure that's very encouraging.
Yeah, it is encouraging.
So just build up. Last run you went, missed the chicane, would have crashed in a real track. Good job we've got a big airfield. But third gear in that first left-hander. Go on.
It's fair to say it was pretty slow progress, but thankfully things were beginning to improve.
That's better. You've halved the gap to Ben now.
I'm knackered.
Knackered? What do you mean? I like you Le Mans 24-hour race. You've run 10 laps. I've had enough this timekeeper. I'm off for a cup of coffee. You go round and round. Keep going, keep going.
Oh, thanks, Dad.
So after lots and lots and lots of laps, there was only one thing for it. To get into the zone, Tiff style.
Right, one more lap on the watch. Let's see how much he's improved.
So, it was my time, my final run to see how close I could get to the Stig. Well, ex-Stig Ben.
Paul, you're looking a bit tired, Paul. Your hair's gone.
I don't care about my hair, I care about my time.
Well, I think we might make a racing driver of you yet. I mean, OK, you did about 2,500 laps to Ben's 2, but you've now equalled his time.
I've equalled the ex-Stig's time?
Yeah, with a lot more laps.
There's only one way to go from here, sadly. This is probably going to be down.
So look, we've got the driving sorted, but I'm a bit worried about the fitness now. You're going to have to go down the gym. I'm on a 10k run every morning.
Run? I can't even run a bath.
Sit-ups, press-ups.
Oh, no chance. No chance.
So what have we learned? Give a Stig 1 lap and an amateur 100 laps, together with some tuition from an ex-Formula 1 driver, and you get pretty close. Sadly, it's going to be a level playing field when the season kicks off next week, so for me, it's back to the drawing board.
That man in the number 10 machine, Henry Heaton, can he make it 3 from 3? James Murphy is going to try and add a little bit of spice to the mix and catch up with him. We've got a couple of minutes, so let's actually talk to some of the drivers we haven't had a chance to talk with so far. We'll talk with Stephen, but a very, very good afternoon, Gordon. Obviously up into third place now. There's a lot of things moving and shaking as we speak, but looking forward to this final race. I mean, this is going to be mega.
Yeah, after my first 2 races, especially from the race 1, it's nice to be back up the front anyway. Race 2 was all about getting to the front. Now I'm there, I need to make the most of it.
And obviously, given that it's the final race, do you feel more inclined to kind of go for it a little easier?
Yeah, I suppose it's gloves off really in the last race. You've got to send it.
Excellent stuff. Well, good luck, Gordon Sawyer there. We're going to leave Stephen. Obviously, he wants to get his head back into the game after a very, very difficult race. One other team that I did want to have a chat with was Jake Swan-Dixon, because we kind of did them a disservice. We said that, or I said rather, that Henry's the only family-run team on the grid, and of course it's not. Jake's with them as well. We'll catch Jake in just a second. Let's go and chat with the number 27 though. William, right, let's not talk about why you're back here, but I mean, obviously looking forward to race 3, you've just got to knuckle down and get on with it. How do you do that?
Yeah, it's tough after a pretty unjust penalty, but just got to put that behind us now. We know we've got good pace in the car. Get on with the race and have some fun.
And how have you been enjoying Knockhill this weekend? Because it is, we've heard from several drivers that it's an absolute roller coaster of a track.
Yeah, it's a fabulous little circuit, it really is. Small, but extremely technical, hard to master, but really enjoyable.
And it's days like this that make your autobiography many years from now. Give that extra little chapter in it.
Oh, that would be nice, yeah.
Well done, there we go. So that is the number 27 of Will Smith. Now, Scott, you'll be able to tell more about this. We've just been informed that there was a penalty that's sent Will from his position up at the top to down in 5th position, but the car's getting ready to go out here for the Caterham 7 UK Championship. Can Henry Heaton make it 3 out of 3 here at Knockhill? Scott Woodwis, up to you.
Certainly should be a task. I'm actually about to try and find out truth for myself in terms of what the reason for that was. And then we've got a bulletin here which will be able to tell me what the penalty was. I know, of course, we know about the 10-second penalty for William Smith for the jump start, which I know he did try to appeal, but for various reasons was unsuccessful. In terms of William Smith's penalty, now he was classified to have a jump start as well, and interestingly, so was car 10 Henry Heaton. So 3 cars were judged to have jump start penalties, and it was essentially 2 cars, 2 of which were judged beyond the podium. So I think the fact that William Smith was quite far back means that when his win isn't affected, Henry Heaton still won that race. It then promotes James Murphy up to 2nd and Gordon Sawyer up to 3rd from that 2nd race. So the amended result after the additional penalties is Heaton who takes the victory, Murphy 2nd, Gordon Sawyer 3rd. Stephen Nuttall gets promoted up to 4th after his initial 10-second grid penalty. Jake Swan-Dixon 5th. William Smith gets pushed to 6th after his 10-second penalty. Chris Hutchison 7th. Alex Jordan, Graham McDonald, Johnny Jarrett, Neil Fraser and David Yates. Greg Monk's, of course, after he didn't finish, will be from the back of the grid as well. So that's one thing to keep an eye on as well from him from 13th. So the grid then, in terms of the amended grid, in terms of how they start, looks as follows then. As I mentioned, it's pretty much now, again, a direct reflection of the previous race. So it is going to be Henry Heaton who'll be looking for the hat-trick here today. And he'll be starting from pole position. It's there alongside him James Murphy in car number 3. Row 2 is Gordon Sawyer and Stephen Nuttall. Gordon Sawyer, of course, hoping to end his weekend on a high if he can, after he's had a bit of an up and down weekend so far. Had some mishaps yesterday, and of course he had some better luck yesterday in terms today as well in the first race, but still starting back in 3rd and hoping to make a bit more progress if he can. Stephen Nuttall starts alongside him. He will be particularly determined to put what happens in race 2 behind him and start from 4th. Then we get Jake Swan-Dixon and William Smith, who again has got some work to do for P6 after he was on the podium initially. Chris Hutchinson still learning as he goes in this brand new Caterham, to him anyway. 7th place ahead of Alex Jordan in 8th, who he and Graham McDonald, after their mishap yesterday, had a bit of a slightly anonymous race. We caught them on the cameras a couple of times, but didn't really have the pace to keep with the front runners, which is a shame. So hopefully they can turn that around in this 3rd race, and where the temperatures are a little bit different, a little bit cooler, a little bit more overcast, a bit milder this morning, but now the temperatures are up. The wind is still pretty strong, as you can see, as it batters the flags that marshals are holding on the front of the grid. Very windy up here in this part of Scotland, but at least it's keeping a nice cool breeze in many cases to complement the wonderfully warm and sunny weather here at Knockhill. Then we have Graham McDonald 9th, of course, ahead of Johnny Jarrett, who starts in the top 10. Neil Fraser and David Yates are next, and then one to certainly watch is going to be Greg Monks from the back from 13th, of course, after he got caught up. But it was a collision or a mechanical problem or something that forced him to drop down the order at the hairpin. And he had to pit in with some kind of mechanical issue, and that unfortunately meant that he did not finish the 2nd race, which means he'll have a lot to work to do to put himself back into contention to put a strong result in on the board once again before he leaves today. So the last couple of the cars should be in position. We wait for the signal from the back, and then the 5-second board. There's the green flag, there's the 5-second board. So is it going to be a hat-trick for Henry Heaton, or will anyone else be able to stop him? The last Caterham 7 UK race of the weekend is all set to go. Not a good start for James Murphy initially. A great launch from the 2nd row from both Gordon Sawyer and Stephen Nuttall. And a cracking start for Nuttall. He's going for the lead already down towards turn 1. Side by side with double winner Heaton into Duffer Stip for the first time. Round the outside, and he's done it. He's gone from 4th to 1st. Shortcuts across Leslie's. Has to take the escape road not to hit the bollards. He'll carry on in the lead. He runs wide at McIntyre's, and back through goes Heaton into the lead. So a rapid start for a fired-up Stephen Nuttall. Didn't quite pay off. He's still in 2nd place. He's made up a couple of spots, but they head out of the chicane for the first time, wiggling and twitching their way towards the right-hander at Clark Curve. So it is Heaton that leads then. In 2nd place is now Stephen Nuttall after he started 4th. There's some side-by-side action between Chris Hutchison and Alex Jordan, and also Graham McDonald, but back to the hairpin they go. And waiting for the cars to head up the hill and up towards the final couple of corners so we can see what the order is going to be, whether it's going to be Henry Heaton in the lead or whether Stephen Nuttall has recovered enough to be able to get past. But it's still Heaton that leads the way then, and it's second place for Nuttall, third place for what looks to be Gordon Sawyer. And then it's William Smith in fourth, and again for the second time Stephen Nuttall cuts the chicane. Even that's frustration, or just he's simply pushing way too hard at the moment to try and make up for lost ground. I think he was pretty disappointed to getting the penalty for the jump start, but maybe he's trying to make up for lost time here. Either way, he's trying to press on as quick as he can. He's got his teammate Gordon Sawyer right behind him on his tail, trying to give him quite a lot of headaches if possible. Now he's also got Will Smith and another DPR car in James Murphy behind. James Swan Dixon still 6th from Chris Hutchinson. We've got Jordan McDonald and Greg Monk's already up to 10th. Move on for second, down through the gears into the hairpins. Gordon Sawyer sticks his nose up the inside of Stephen Nuttall, but the 46 covers him off, and now it's the drag up the hill that might be crucial. Nuttall will still have a toe on Henry Heaton, but he won't be as strong as the toe that Gordon Sawyer has on him as they charge up the hill to complete lap 2. First proper flying lap, and it's the fastest lap of the pack is Will Smith, 53.078 as they leap over the curbs at Duffus Dip and then plunge down through Leslie's. It's incredibly fast Caterham 420R. They've got slick tyres this year, uprated suspension, increased rev limit on the engine, which means they are at least 2 to 3 seconds quicker than they were last year in 2020 spec. And that is saying something. These were quick cars to begin with, but just the better suspension and tyres has made them even faster. Out through Railway Bend. Back up to the hairpin now for the third time, and Nuttall's going to try again, or Sawyer's going to try again on Nuttall into the hairpin, and this time he's far enough alongside to force Nuttall to capitulate. Meanwhile, behind, James Murphy's gone around the outside of William Smith, and he's slotted up to 4th. So it's DPR car 2nd, 3rd and 4th. It's a Heaton's car in the lead. Then we have in 5th position William Smith. 6th and 7th is on between Jake Swan Dixon and Chris Hutchinson. That's a resumption of the battle they had in race 2. So, again, you can tell he's the flamboyant one in the pack, and he certainly is using all the road and using that car's full potential as he starts moving around. He leaps over the chicane as he continues his pursuit of Henry Heaton. And Henry's not being allowed to get away at this point. He's certainly being on it and kept honest in this third race. And I wonder if the warmer temperatures are working better for the cars out there in terms of tyre temperature and keeping the tyres in the optimum range. Because, again, Henry's not being given the opportunity to really charge forwards. Someone who might be charging backwards is Stephen Nuttall. He's got James Murphy putting him under threat for 3rd place, but the former Roadsport champion in the background and the vice champion from last year in 310R is now not attacking Nuttall, but he's under threat from William Smith, who comes over the crest. And for the lead, it's side by side for the lead between Nuttall and Heaton as they came into turn 1. Heaton sweeps across and holds on to the advantage. Now, what's intriguing is that this top 5, they are being caught by both Jake Swan Dixon and Chris Hutchinson. So whatever Jake's doing, he's bringing Chris with him. So a leading 7 cars as they come over the chicane now for the end of lap on lap 5. Fastest lap of the race has gone to James Murphy, 53.011. And last lap time by, out of the top 5, the top 6 or 7 cars, the quickest was Jake Swan Dixon, 53.086. So he is on effectively fastest lap pace as Gordon Sawyer lines up a move on the outside line to Henry Heaton. Heaton will have the corner and try and go defensive, but it's all about the cutback and the sprint up the hill. And Gordon Sawyer will have the flatter part of the circuit up the hill to possibly get himself into a tight position. A brilliant drive off the final corner, and now the sprint up the hill means that Gordon Sawyer will be in a position to pounce and surely take the lead as they head back towards Duffus Dip as they start lap 6. Into the right-hander. Is it going to be Sawyer or Heaton in front as they turn in? It's Sawyer. He's got through. The black and gold number 91 hits the front in the 3rd Caterham 7 Championship UK race. It's Heaton 2nd, but then Gordon Sawyer runs a little wide, tighter apex for Heaton. That puts him right underneath Sawyer's roll cage again. And still, Nuttall, Murphy, Smith, Swan Dixon, Hutchinson, they're all that close, quick as you can say it. And the top 2 just trying to create a small gap here. Nuttall trying to go with them if they can. Rocket rumbling over the edge of the circuit just on the corrugations, and here comes Heaton again. He's thinking, right, have a taste of your own medicine, Gordon. I'll go down the outside and get the undercut for you on the exit. Side by side for 3rd. Nuttall and Murphy are in the mix there too, and Heaton will have the run up the hill now, but Sawyer knows exactly where he's going to go. He puts the car right to the edge of the circuit on the right hand side. Heaton goes, okay, you're going to make it that difficult? I'm going to go around the outside of you if you're going to play that game. He is thinking about it, but he might possibly swing back and get the better line exiting Duffus Dip, which he does. And now 3rd place for Stephen Nuttall, 4th for James Murphy in that distinctive black and orange car. William Smith in the chrome orange machine, the white and black car with the blue roll cage is Jake Swan-Dixon, the other kind of family-run team in the field. Chris Hutchinson at the back of a lead group in that green car, number 78. Brilliant stuff from these rapid Caterham 420Rs. 180 brake horsepower, 2-litre Ford Duratec engines, 6-speed sequential flat-shift gearboxes. And now, of course, the uprated slick tyres and brakes, making them the fastest cars this weekend, some of the fastest cars on the BRSCC roster. Turning into the hairpin. See, Henry Heaton putting Sawyer under attack again. And again, look at them, all following the leader. Quite literally, all to the edge of the track because they know it's the better run up the hill. Just behind, 8th place, Alex Jordan's pulling away from Greg Monks, who's got up to 9th past Graham McDonald's, having a bit of an anonymous weekend this here at Knockhill on his home circuit. He crashed out pretty much here at the first race at McIntyre's, and a bit of an unknown second race, not really showing the same pace that he had back at Donington, which is a shame. Hopefully he'll be back for more when they head to Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit in a few weeks' time. Clark Corner, hopping over the curb on the inside line. Gordon Sawyer just holding on to the position. I don't know how close it is. Top 7 covered by 1.7 seconds, and it's just getting closer and closer as again Heaton looks one way then the other. Sawyer puts the car straight into the middle of the road. Here comes William Smith making a dive up the outside of James Murphy, and if he plays his cards right, he can get him the toe and possibly get a run on Stephen Nuttall. He's now been left into no man's land. He has no tow partner, but he slots in just behind Stephen Nuttall, so he will be able to make advantage of that. Chris Hutchinson also looking down the outside for 6th position on Jake Swan-Dixon. Brilliant nose-to-tail stuff in the Caterham 7 UK Championship. And there's still 12.5 minutes to go. We haven't hit half distance just yet, but it's action all the way so far in this lead group. Chicane, Sawyer, Heaton, Nuttall, Smith, Murphy, Swan-Dixon, Hutchinson. They're running closer and quicker than I can say it. All of them are very capable drivers. They've all at least won championships or scored strong race results and won. I mean, you've got at least in that group 5 different Caterham champions of various levels here. That's just the calibre of driver in this championship. It really is for the best of the best in terms of the Caterham Motorsport ranks, and all these drivers, the majority at least, have come through the Caterham ranks from the bottom all the way through to the top. There's those with the most experience that are certainly using it all to full effect here as they tumble back down through Duffus Dip, through the compression at Leslie's, the little left-hander. McIntyre's at that big gravel track run-up that's caught off so many drivers as they've run wide over the weekend, through Butchers as you press down, and the big climb over the chicane. Oh, James Murphy, a bit of rally crossing on the exit, bouncing his way on the edge of the track. That allows Jake Swan-Dixon through into 5th position. So, and again, and it's so crucial, the momentum in these cars is absolutely key. You make one small mistake like that and the momentum is gone, and it really does hurt you, take a while to get it back again. And the cars around who are staying in close proximity will start to take effect. To William Smith with a big dive from way back up the inside, but he couldn't quite make it stick. He wasn't far enough alongside to hold the inside line, and that apex at the hairpin, not only does it tighten up very quickly, it's the incredibly steep apex as well, so you really have to rely on the grip of your tyres and the torque of the engine to pull you up and round out of the hairpin. It's not the easiest thing, but certainly is entertaining nonetheless. There's Henry Heaton, focused on the rear end of Gordon Sawyer's car as they leap over the chicane again. On to lap 11 in this 3rd and final Caterham 7 Championship UK race of the day. We had 2 wins already for Henry Heaton. Of the weekend rather than the day. 2 wins for Henry Heaton so far, 1 yesterday and 1 today. Heaton would love to make it a hat-trick if he can, but he knows how formidable Gordon Sawyer is, and Stephen Nuttall, and James Murphy, and William Smith, and Jake Swan-Dixon, and even Chris Hutchinson. They're all as strong as each other in their own right, and they're proving it here in this league group. Just in the background, Alex Jordan is currently 8th, and there is that battle going on for 9th between Greg Monks and Graham McDonald. As they turn in again, they're not afraid to get their elbows out. They're behind. That was Jake Swan-Dixon running wide on the outside of James Murphy. That was over 5th and 6th position. Chris Hutchinson is just keeping latched onto the tail of this group in 7th place. He had to cope with a slightly blistered hand after the first race from all the gear changing and holding onto the steering wheel. Such as the forces of these cars, they really are physical machines. You know, they've got all this increased grip. It's the G-forces, it's the grip levels, it's the speed that you take through the corners. It can really take its toll on you as a driver. They are very physically demanding cars. They might have tons of grip, but it's all this forces you have to cope with and the confidence you have to use to be able to hold these cars in the speed that they can do. and trust that you can turn the car in and that it'll stick exactly where you plant it. That's the tricky bit. There's Alex Jordan over the contact some ways. Their right rear wing is hanging off. There's Greg Monks and Craig McDonald. Behind him is Johnny Jarrett in 11th place. And it's David Yates and Neil Fraser. So all 13 cars are still running. Haven't lost anyone just yet. We're inside the second half of the race now. We've got 11 minutes gone, just under 9 minutes to go. Excuse me. William Smith certainly enjoying being up at the front again and contending for race victories. He was doing so back in 2019 when he was last in these cars. But of course, this year coming back, it's a different spec with these different updates, and certainly does make a difference. Side by side for 5th, James Murphy inside of Jake Swan-Dixon. Jake thought about an outside move a couple of times but couldn't quite make it stick, and then Chris Hutchison just arrives on his rear wheel, thinks, hello, remember me, I'm going to try and get past you here, I've got to run up the inside, which he has. But Jake Swan-Dixon with a slightly better second phase of the pit straight has allowed him to keep in front and maintain that position. Back into McIntyre's again, that 14 in this race. As we say, these cars are very physically demanding, and so the ability to race these as intensely as they are for some 20 minutes is key. There's a yellow flag up at Clark. Now, it's either going to be someone from Alex Jordan downwards, and oh, there it is, it's David Yates off the road. David Yates is off the road from what was 13th place, so sadly David Yates stuck in the gravel by the looks of it, unless he can dig his way out. He's trying to, he's using the reversing method. I've not seen that before. Usually when they get stuck in the gravel, you just boot the throttle and spin your wheels, but I fear David Yates, if he can pull himself out, fair play. There might be enough torque in the engine to do so. Yes, he can. David Yates, good stuff. So David Yates then, who knew the Caterham could get through gravel that easily? It might be a different kind of gravel, because the gravel we had at Donington meant that anyone who got stuck in it definitely couldn't get out. Gordon Sawyer then is supposed to pull a gap of about roughly 8/10, maybe even a second now on this lap. So it's all about the scrap for second place. Stephen Nuttall certainly has some points to make up after his penalty earlier on. He would love to get himself another second place. He'd love a win, of course, but everyone in this league group wants to win. But it's all about picking up the strongest results possible when you can't be the man at the head of the field, and that's what helps you put together a successful championship charge. Not just strong results, but consistent point scoring, because you never know when a rival might have an accident or a mechanical failure or other commitments that force them to miss races. There's only a certain amount of drop scores that you can have, so it's all about banking as many points as you can, particularly early in the season, because if you have any bad races towards the middle or the end of the year, any points that you score early on, as many as you can, will certainly be helpful by the time you get towards the championship finale. And that, of course, takes place for many of these guys at Capital Park in October. And could have picked a more twistier and difficult circuit than Capital Park, which is where they started last year. First time I've seen Caterham Motorsport last year for ever really at Capital Park, and it's not an easy place to pass, but it's certainly quite a thrilling circuit to watch racing, as it is, of course, here at Knockhill. Down the back straight, through Railway Bend, down towards Taylor's once more. End of lap 16, just under 6 minutes to go. Turn in, through the hairpin, and now climbing back up once more up the hill. And I wonder, the gap is still 8/10 of a second, and I'm not sure Gordon Sawyer's comfortable to fully take the racing line, because you saw him move towards the right-hand side and then the left-hand side of the circuit. So I imagine that even 8/10 back, Heaton still has a small bit of a toe, so maybe Gordon Sawyer was trying to just get rid of that a little bit. Try and pull away as much as he could. Look at how much he leapt over the chicane. It's a wonderful shot to watch as they sprint back down towards the right-hander at Clark. Scrap for 5th on. Jake Swan-Dixon's got back past James Murphy by the looks of things. So Jake Swan-Dixon, who has been on the podium a couple of times, certainly not hanging around, is he? But James Murphy, of course, as we mentioned earlier on, this is very much a learning year for him. The one ambition he had in the 7 UK Championship was to win a race, or at least get himself a proper trophy or even win a race. He's got that now, because he managed to pick up a win in the second race at Donington Park, the very first weekend in these cars. And then he's using this year to just learn to enjoy the racing, just to enjoy himself, learn more about the car, the competitors, the kind of racecraft that you need, the way you set these cars up, how they respond to changes, how they respond to certain movements, so that he can be fully prepared for a full-on championship. He'll do the full season, but a proper assault on the title in 2022. I think in a nice way, he's not expecting to be a championship contender this year, and that's not being impolite. I think he's just being he's being realistic in terms of his ambitions. He knows he's a brand new car. He knows he's been driving the same chassis for the last 4 years, from Academy all the way through to Roadsport. So getting used to a brand new chassis with a different engine, different tyres, different gearbox, it's all a learning curve that all these drivers have to come through to do. And it's the same thing with guys like Chris Hutchinson and Alex Jordan and even Graham McDonald as well. Those guys, and Greg Monks too. All those guys that have been racing for a while haven't quite made it stick. Now, change the second could be on here because Henry Heath is under threat from Stephen Knockhill. He might put him in a position to make it through, but Knockhill bobs back and decides to remain in third. But he can't exactly relax either because he's now got, I think, 27, the bright orange chrome car of Will Smith on his tail. 3.5 minutes to go. Hear the clack of the sequential gearboxes. It's wonderful. They're flat shift in terms of you only have to just pull the lever to change up. If you change down, you have to use the clutch. But it's a wonderful feeling. I got the chance to drive a 420R 2020 spec 420R a few weeks ago, and it's obviously with different tyres, different suspension, but the physical effort just to change gear is immense. You have to really yank the handle in terms to be able to select the gear, and it's quite a thing. It's not like an easier, like a hydraulic shift or something or anything like that. In terms of it's a lot of hard work. You really have to properly use your arms to shift gear in these cars. And as with any sequential gearbox, it's not easy. It's another thing which these new drivers are going to have to learn to get to grips with. Before, these cars used to have, of course, a regular H pattern, but one year they managed to change them to a sequential shifter, and it's kind of been like that ever since. 2.5 minutes to go. James Murphy just making some designs on what could be 4th place. And he's certainly enjoying himself. He's pulled away from Jake Swan-Dixon. Here he comes up the inside. Nice daring move from Superman. Don't call him Superman for nothing. That was a really nice pass, actually. Very deft action, but even so, looking at the back up the hill, William Smith's not finished. Here he comes with the retaliation. Now back down towards the right-hander at Duffus Dip, hopping over the curbs, and Jake Swan-Dixon and Chris Hutchinson aren't too far away again. They're coming back into contention. Quick mention that Gordon Sawyer is now almost 3 seconds in front, so at the moment it really is looking like his race to lose. The 1.5 left. As again for the second time James Murphy runs wide on the exit of the chicane. He hasn't lost a position this time, but he has lost a bit of momentum as they make their way up towards Taylor's, and Heaton still holds second, but Nuttall and Smith both want it up the hill. Now we're going to get 2 more laps because a lap time in these cars is 54 seconds. 52 in qualifying. So in that instance, we are going to get 2 more times around the Knockhill circuit. It comes second down to 7th, all in one line. As we mentioned, Gordon Sawyer, the gap's come down to 3.5, but I suspect maybe it's more Gordon not going flat out. It's more him simply just driving as hard as he needs to, and he can afford to lose a tiny bit of time, but not too much that he's worrying in the mirrors. He's just, I think, bringing the car home safely here. Now 30 seconds on the clock still to go here at Knockhill in this race. Here they come, side by side again. Nuttall has a look, it almost touch wheels. You get a strong exit here. He might get a possible opportunity to pull alongside into the braking zone for Duffus Dip. Whether he dares to go to the outside line or the inside will surely be another matter. There goes Gordon Sawyer onto his last lap here at Knockhill. We'll keep tabs on what happens for second downwards. Gordon Sawyer, ever since he put himself into the lead, pretty much shown plenty of confidence. He's had a bit of a rocky start to the weekend after he had an incident with William Smith, and then later on, a couple of laps later, got tangled up with Jake Swan-Dixon. Had to fight back yesterday, but certainly proving that when it comes to the current spec of car, he is someone that should definitely be fit. It's actually going to be our 4th different race winner, because we've had Stephen Nuttall and James Murphy at Donington Park. We've had Henry Heaton with 2 wins, and now to further influence the competitiveness, it's going to be Gordon Sawyer, who makes it up to the checker flag and picks up the 3rd win of the week, his winning race 3 in the Caterham 7 Championship UK. Now for second, anyone's guess. It's as quick as you like. Heaton, Nuttall, Murphy, Smith, and Swan, Dixon and Hutchinson across the line. And those 6 cars were covered by 1.1 seconds at the flag, which just shows how intense and close Caterham racing really is. James Murphy, Jordan gets in 7th place. James Murphy, hold on. Forgive me, right? James Murphy's had a 5-second penalty for track limits applied. Forgive me, I didn't spot it until look at the timing screen. So James Murphy with a 5-second time penalty, that means that he would have finished 5.32. So he was just ahead of William Smith, only just by, it looks like, before the penalty, a thousandth of a second, incredibly. So it would have been 4th, but it's not. So that hits the William Smith, who gets 4th. 5th gets Jake Swan Dixon. 6th is Chris Hutchinson. 7th is Alex Jordan. Then James Murphy is 8th. 9th is Greg Monks. Running up the top 10 is Graham McDonald. 11th place is Johnny Jarrett. We're ahead of Neil Fraser. And then David Yates was the only car that didn't make the flag after he had an off into... yes, he did. Forgive me. Sorry, he went off into the gravel, but he managed to get going again. So all 13 cars managed to make it home. And it was a brilliant weekend for Caterham 7 Championship UK. They will be back out in action in a few weeks' time at Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this 7 UK race. I think everyone was fairly well paid at the start of this race after a couple of drivers were hit with jump start penalties. And immediately from the get-go, as you'll see, from the second row of the grid, it was phenomenal launches from both first of all, Gordon Sauber, but particularly Stephen Nuttall. He got himself into a position where he could have led heading into turn 1, but he gave it up to Henry Heaton as a result. They turned their way in, and Nuttall headed to the escape road as he went over the AstroTurf and then ran a little too deep into the right-hander at McIntyre's. The rest of the field filtered through towards the end, and it was eventually Gordon Sawyer who picked his way towards he ran in second place. A mistake for James Murphy as he managed to bound over the exit of the chicane to be able to push back. Then David Yates had an off into the gravel, but managed to pick his way out and managed to still finish the race a lap down in 13th place. And then from there, it was Gordon Sawyer who hit the front and never looked back to pick up his first win of the season in the 7 Championship UK. The 4th different winner in 2021, proving just how competitive the top level of the championship really is. Let's find out how Gordon and co found that race. We'll head down to the Parc Fermé area with David Christie, have a chat to our top 3 from that last Caterham 7 Championship UK race.
Oh wow, thank you very much, Scott, for handing that one over. Well, that could have been any one of like 8 cars that taken that second place. One of those involved is going to be getting out of the car. We'll let him get a second to get composed, but Stephen Nuttall in 3rd place there, and just having a fiddle around the car on the inside there. I see what he's going for. The balaclava's falling on the inside, but obviously it's been a mixed bag this weekend, but let's focus on what was an amazing recovery drive, getting yourself back up into that group. And quite honestly, Stephen, that could have been a completely different race. It was a manic scrap for second place. You must be happy to come back to get that 3rd.
Yeah, I'll take the 3rd and sort of take the best out of a bad weekend in some respects. But, where would I have been on the grid? What difference that makes to the race? I think I had the pace, with Henry this time. But once Gordon got clear and me and him were scrapping, we've got no chance of keeping up. So towards the end, that was sort of race done, really. And it's just a case of could I get Henry? And he drove well, defended well, fairly and clean. I did give him a little love tap, I must apologise, just as he slowed up in the last corner. But no, he drove a good race. And as you say, overall, I'm sort of all right with it.
Excellent. Well done, buddy. Great recovery drive from Stephen Nuttall in 3rd place. Let's have a chat with Henry Heaton in just a second, because obviously your race winner, Gordon Sawyer, taking that race win. In fact, let's have a quick chat. Gordon, wow, that was intense towards the end. You obviously got a couple of seconds of gap over Henry after that, but I mean, that 6-car train coming towards you, that must have been crazy in your rear view mirrors.
Yeah, that was such a tense race. It looks so easy when you're leading, but to keep those lap times up, when I know those guys would be slipstreaming each other, working together, like 5 cars that were quicker than one, simple as that. So I just had to go into quali mode lap after lap, and I was I could see midway through, I could see Henry caught me a little bit, kind of thing. I needed to stop looking at my mirrors and just concentrate on what I was doing. But I was knackered by the end of it.
And how much does that take out of you physically during the race?
Yeah, well, obviously this year we're doing 3 races a weekend. We've never done this before, and I have to say, going into this third race, I was pretty knackered already. I tested Wednesday, Thursday, I had Friday off. I think that worked in my favour because all the other guys did Thursday, Fridays. Just having a day rest in these cars, they're such physical cars compared to last year. So I'm grateful I had a day off rest because I'm knackered now.
An amazing win. Well done, buddy, and enjoy the celebrations this weekend. Graham Padell for Knockhill FM, just making its way past. Henry, right, let's focus on the race. Obviously, lots and lots of circumstances floating about in the background. What an incredible race weekend altogether.
Yeah, thank you very much. No, two wins and a second place. It's I know I've been driving well this weekend, and I'm really chuffed with those results. So this race just now gone with the higher temperatures, the sunshine. Not only is it hard work in the car, it's hard work on the tyres and the car itself. So completely different type of race. I lost touch with Gordon Sawyer, midway through, losing the toe, and then Steve's at me, and just held on there at the finish to come home second place. So
2 wins, second place, and some very happy faces behind you as well. That must make all the difference.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. So my family, it's a real family effort, and we absolutely love coming racing. So to get some trophies to come home with that are going to go. They're going to go pride of place on the kitchen table for the week now, and just remind us of why it is that we come racing. It's fantastic. So yeah, we're a happy family leaving.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much, Henry Heaton. Congratulations on second place. Wonderful results then for the Caterham 7 UK Championship. Scott Woodward, back to yourself. So, championship leader then for the Green Group, Jeff Newman. It's been a fantastic start to the season and a baptism of fire out at Mallory Park. How different is Knockhill to Mallory?
Oh, Knockhill's got to be like driving in a straitjacket. You know, it's so tight, and you're just constantly looking for your next vision point, and you can't quite find it. Now, many people here have got karting experience, and that's great for them because this is like a grown-ups karting track. But for me, I'm used to long, windy circuits like Silverstone, Brands, etc. So I don't really feel like I've come to terms with the circuit just yet, particularly the weather, which is a bit grim.
So the circuit's one thing, but the car as well is a completely different animal, obviously brand new to motorsport. How has this season been? Is it everything that you expected from the Caterham?
To be honest with you, I don't think you could really ever fully expect how challenging it is. I mean, the top 5 people are separated by, I think, just a couple of points in the championship. It's really full on. There are lots of experienced karters and maybe people who've owned loads of radicals and so on. So they bring a lot of stress to racing. I'm constantly driving in my mirrors. I didn't expect that. But I was actually meant to be joining last year and then couldn't due to COVID. The calendar got changed. So that gave me loads of time to work with my race coach, Darren Burke, really make sure that I understand the balance and nuances of this car. And then I worked with DPR Motorsports, who have really helped set up and tune it to my style of driving, which here is really nice and neutral. So I feel incredibly confident with the mechanics of the car, very confident with the balance of the car, and I just need to bring it all together and make sure that I don't leave with a big hole in my wallet at the end of it.
It's always something to avoid. But one of the things that difficult to get across for most people that are on the outside, maybe as spectators, is the wonderful paddock atmosphere here. It's almost like a big family, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a great family atmosphere around here. There's a lot of hurry up and wait, where you get the opportunity to find out what people do about their family. I mean, just even getting here is a mission, and so it brings us all closer together. So I feel very fortunate, and the lovely thing is when we do occasionally rub up against each other, we don't take it to heart, and we go and enjoy a few beers afterwards. I don't think many of the GT drivers will be doing that if they go and scratch their McLaren and Lamborghinis. So perhaps because it's so much cheaper and better value, that's why we have such a great atmosphere.
Jeff Newman, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dan Stanton, then Business Development Manager here for Avon Tyres. And it's a big weekend for Caterham, and it's a very special relationship that Avon have with Caterham. One of the things that we don't really appreciate is the tyres and the big difference that they make with the cars. So I wondered if you want to take us through some of the tyres that Caterham use on the race weekends.
Absolutely. So we supply Caterham with not only their race tyres but also their road tyres. So this weekend we've got the Caterham Academy are out. We run a bespoke Caterham Academy tyre. It's even got the name of the championship on the sidewall. This is basically a very simple road tyre. We've taken a little bit of pattern out of it, and this is basically designed to give the competitor as much feel of the car as possible. The car will move around quite a bit on this tyre, which gives the competitor an idea of what the car feels like, and it gives them an opportunity to hone their skills as a racing driver in the first tier of the Caterham ladder.
Once they've done with the Academy, it's then on to, say, the Roadsport, the 270 and the 310R. Now, they, on their own, use a very specific tyre as well, don't they?
So they move up from the Academy onto the ZZS tyre. That's used the same size all round. It's a 185/55/13. And basically it's an all-weather competition tyre. So this not only it can be used on the track, it's also fully road legal. So it complies with the latest labelling grade, which means we can also supply it as an OE tyre. So your Caterham that you pull out the showroom on can also have the same tyre that we race on here this weekend. And that's used in all weather. So whether it's rain, as we're getting at the moment, or bone dry, you'd use the ZZS.
You're lying here. It's completely bone dry here at Knockhill. But once they make that step up from the 270, the Roadsport, or the 310R, they then go to the 7 UK Championship. And then it's on to the proper big boys, isn't it? The slick tyres.
Yeah, so new for this year, we moved from a road legal tyre to a full slick and wet combination for the Caterham 7 Championship UK. And we developed this over quite a short period last year in conjunction with Caterham. And we're really happy with the end result. The lap times are 3 to 4 seconds a lap quicker than the previous evolution of tyre. And they just improved the racing. I think it's what everyone wanted for the championship. So it's just that next step up, and it gives the guys something different, and it keeps the competition fresh.
Daniel Sutton, thank you very much.
Thank you, pleasure.
So, 7 270R championship leader. That sounds pretty good, but it is very, very early days in the championship, Blair McConaughey. Coming back to your home circuit here at Knockhill, it must be an epic feeling.
It's definitely an epic feeling. Like you say, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. I had a little bit of luck in the first round, in the first race, made up for it in the second race. It was still a good scrap overall for the weekend. There's definitely a little bit of pressure coming to Knockhill. I know it quite well, as you know, Dave. Testing's been going well, but you never know during the races. It's hard. People are keeping their cards close to their chest. There's a lot of fast guys here. They pick it up really, really quick. So I think the home advantage does get whittled away quite quickly. So I think you'll still have a very entertaining race.
Now, you've said that there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders on that. Who do you think's putting that there? Is that because you're in the lead of the championship, or is that you putting the pressure on yourself?
That's a good question. Definitely me, I would say. I know the track quite well. I've got a lot of guests coming down. There's been the last 2.5 years that I've been doing this Caterham Championships, every round's been in England. It's been really far away. It's far for me to travel, and it's certainly much too far for guests to travel. So this time round I've tried to invite pretty much half of Scotland to come along and watch, get them involved. So I guess having all those eyes on me and just the inherent pressure of being your home track is where it's come from.
And talking about where it's come from, there's actually a really cool story in there, because for both of us, the love of the Caterham Championship started pretty much on the same day, didn't it? Back here at Knockhill in 2018, supporting the TCR UK package was the first time that we'd ever experienced it. From your point of view, how did that develop?
It's cemented the deal for me, really. I actually knew about the Caterham Academy probably about 20 years earlier when I first read about it in Evo magazine, and I've been saving up and thinking about doing it ever since. Never wanted to get my ARDs. I knew that you had to be a novice to join, so I was always building up to it, and it was coming down to see the Caterhams. I'd been in touch with Simon at Caterham and a few of the other drivers just beforehand, and just to watch the ferocity of a Caterham race here, it's just something to behold, to watch it, to see the moves that get put on, to see how aggressive everyone is, just to see the sheer speed and talent of these people. That was enough for me. I was straight on to getting a bank loan the next day and signed up within the week, I think. So yeah.
And one of the other things for me as an outsider coming in this weekend to see the Caterham paddock is that everyone seems so friendly. Everyone's over talking to each other. They're discussing how the track is, how the car handles. Is it really that much of a family atmosphere here?
Yeah, absolutely, and it has been ever since the start. I suppose it depends on each year. We've got a great year. We're Academy 2019 had just kind of clicked with everyone from the start, and there's not many in our group that are getting team services like team support, and the team support is a fantastic thing to have, but I think it speaks volumes that a lot of people who could get it decided not to get it and just set up, as you can see here, with all the gazebos, with all the camper vans, and everyone just generally getting on and getting on really well, yeah.
Well, Blair McConaughey, best of luck for the weekends ahead, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much. Cheers, Dave.
So, back to the 270R Championship for another bite of the Caterham cherry. Alan Vetters from Dunfermline, a local here to Knockhill. And does that let you sleep at night, convincing you're only just going to be here for a guest this weekend?
I think so, yeah. I mean, the fact that I'm not trying to race for a championship, I'm just here for a bit of fun, makes it maybe a little bit easier, whereas maybe guys are trying to protect a place in the championship and looking for points, whereas I'm just here, as I say, for a bit of fun.
So obviously you've graduated from the Caterham Academy a couple of years ago. You're now into the 270Rs. What's the main difference between the 270Rs, in your opinion, and the Academy cars?
I mean, the biggest thing is the grip, really. I mean, okay, it's got a bit more power as well, but it's just the grip. We're having the wider front end and having the rear anti-roll bar compared to the Academy cars, and also the tyres. They make a big difference. So you can carry a lot more speed into corners, and you're getting a better drive out of them as well. And obviously that little bit extra power helps as well, but I think that's the biggest thing.
How big is it for being on your home track here at Knockhill? Obviously you're from Dunfermline, literally about 10 minutes away from the track here. Do you have a lot of support that will be coming up this weekend for you?
I do have a few family and friends that will be in the, unfortunately they'll be in the spectator area, so won't be able to get into the paddock. But yeah, it's great getting a chance to finally race here in the Academy year where all the tracks were way down south, so there was a lot of travelling involved. So getting a chance to race at my home circuit and finally get to go home to my own bed at night is huge as well. Instead of living in that camper van for a weekend, but it's great, yeah.
Well, best of luck for the weekend ahead, Alan, and hopefully we'll see you soon. Moving over then to the Roadsport Championship, Taylor O'Flanagan alongside his arch nemesis Tom Cockrell, both of them winning the Academy Championship last year, and you boys have come out swinging in the Roadsport Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. The first round was as crazy as expected. Wheel-to-wheel racing all the way through the weekend. We had one wet, one dry race, and I'm expecting exactly the same this weekend, to be honest.
It's a whole new ball game here at Knockhill. How are you enjoying the circuit here?
Oh, it's absolutely amazing and perfectly suited to the Caterhams. The guys are just big smiles all weekend. It's super challenging. It's taken a lot of learning. Many of us not been here before, and obviously so many technical corners, but it's great fun. It's arguably one of the best circuits we've been to.
So obviously both you and Tom have graduated from the Academy at the same time, and you've moved over to the Roadsport Championship. What's the main difference for you compared to the Academy car?
The tyres are a massive difference. You get slightly stiffer suspension as well, so just the handling really more than anything. You obviously know how to drive it a little bit better than last year as well, so I think that's a big difference. And everybody's that little bit more competitive, so it's kind of closer racing. But in terms of the car itself, I'd say the tyres are the biggest difference.
One of the other things as well is that the Academy Championship is for 1 year only, so the graduates all move up, if possible, to the Roadsport Championship. Is it nice having the same faces and the same teams around you race after race?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of the nicest things about Caterham racing altogether, really. You have the different series all throughout the paddock. As we've moved up from Academy this year, you've got all the new faces of Academy and trying to share any small tips you have. You know, they're still teaching us stuff. So yeah, you've got so many similar faces in the paddock from the higher series and the lower series. So yeah, it's great fun.
So this is going to be going out on the live stream, so keep it PG, but I want to know, what was your first reaction as you brought the car over the crest of Duffer Step for the first time?
I didn't have a PG answer, that's why I didn't say it, so shocked. Yeah, it's just a very tricky corner and a big dip and fast, so I knew that it was fast, so I went over it pretty quick the first time, but you're just straight into the left, so yeah. So I didn't really have a PG answer for it, but that kind of tells the story, really.
You did very well there, though, but obviously you're out with Tom as well, and what's the rivalry like? Because obviously we joke about a little bit of he's your nemesis, but I mean, it must be great having somebody to kind of go against and spur you on.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been very lucky to be close friends with him from the start of Academy. Same with Tom and with Dom and Hugo as well. And we're all very close. So it's very close racing, but it's all big smiles at the end of it as well.
Well, best of luck for the weekends, and we're expecting big things from you.
Thank you very much.
So, one man hoping to turn his fortunes around this weekend is Roger Gaunt, racing in the 7270R Championship. It's been a very difficult season so far, but all to play for the rest. How are you going to change things here at Knockhill this weekend?
Well, I think first of all I need to get a finish. Donington was a tough old race, wet race for the first day, then a dry race for the second day. I was doing really well. Had a good start on both races, but struggled right towards the end of both with a spin-off in the wet on the first race, and suddenly on the second race somebody punted in the back of me and we ended up in the bin. So today, this weekend, I need to get a decent finish and just get across the finishing line.
Well, you're still smiling about it, so that's one positive to take away from it. But obviously, you've done the full progression. You've done the Academy Cup, you've done the Roadsport and the 270. At the moment, so far, what is your favourite flavour of the car?
Oh, I mean, the Academy was great fun. I mean, it's difficult to learn. It's all over the place. The tyres are awful, but it's just good fun to get into the swing of things. Roadsport was good, but I've got to say 270 is pretty special. Yeah, it's a good bit of kit. Great fun car to drive.
And how are you enjoying the weekend here at Knockhill? What's it like as a circuit to drive? It's very challenging.
It's completely different to most circuits. It's up and down, blind corners, blind bends, the cambers all over the place, and the hairpin, what a nightmare to get through. Chicane, awesome. Yeah, it's good fun. It's got everything here. It's a great track to race at.
Perfect. Well, Roger, thank you so much for your time and best luck this weekend.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Carl Jones joins us again from the 7270R Championship and showing the young guns how it's done. Has the unenviable task of being the oldest race winner in the championship, but definitely one tipped for the championship from several of your other companions in the championship. Carl, it's been a mixed bag so far with the first round at Donington, but what are you looking forward to at the weekend here at Knockhill?
Just to be consistent, really. There's a strong pack, everybody's fast. I think the whole pack, sitting on the grid, I think it's going to be 1 second between everybody. So I think it's a case of just being a little bit consistent, maybe a little bit aggressive in certain places of the track, Yeah, and it's very, very physical. So you just got to keep on your game the whole race. So let's just hope that we have a good race. I'm sure we will.
Now, the cool thing about it is obviously motorsport widely seen as a young man's game, but age is absolutely irrelevant in championships like this, where you can go into it, and from everybody else that we've been told here in the paddock, once you get going in your stride, Carl, you are one of the fastest men on the track.
Well, I'm actually only 21. I've been lying all along, so no.
Just a hard paper round.
Yeah. No, I think it's because I've had a bit of a racing background with motocross and one thing and another, so that sort of like turned into this sport, and it's definitely not a young man's game. If you want to race and you're a fairly good driver, and the cars are fantastic anyway. They handle brilliantly, they're good performance as well. As long as you look after them, they'll look after you. So it's game on really.
For anybody that's watching the live stream this weekend and thinks, I fancy a piece of this, what would you say directly to them?
Do it. Honestly, do it. If you can do it, there's all these lovely tick boxes and God knows what else. This is absolutely fantastic because, I'm nearly 60 years old now, and at this point in my life, I thought, competing was over, shall we say, other than sort of going out with my mates on the side on a bike ride and trying to beat them around the corner or whatever. But yeah, this just gives you another opportunity to prove yourself and whatever. Yeah, and going out with the young guns, it's even sweeter. So honestly, if you can do it, do it. One thing I will say, and I'm not creeping, Caterham, they really are the ultimate professionals. They really take care of you. It's a great product, and yeah, what else can I say?
Let's get back to this year's championship, because it's a fantastic start you've made, solid foundation set already, 5th in the championship. Do you take a race-by-race approach, or do you just go for it from the get-go?
No, I'll go for it from the get-go, and to be honest, I don't have any strategic plan. I'll just try and do the best I can. And and like I have a few friends and other people, say, where do you think you're going to be this weekend? I don't know. I really don't know. I'll just drive the best I possibly can, and whatever comes out, and sometimes it comes out brilliant, and sometimes it don't. So I'll just enjoy it. I don't come to the race weekend all keyed up and wound up. I just come to the race weekend to really, really enjoy it, and I just drive my best, and whatever the results are, that's it.
Well, very best luck this weekend, Carl Jones.
Thank you very much.
Of another stunning start to the season for Henry Heaton, and the car looking very, very good and looking very happy with how it's set up. Henry, welcome to Knockhill. How is the car feeling?
It's feeling great. It's just what you want. I've just finished the final session of the Friday, so it's exactly what you want. To come off the last session, be absolutely happy with how the car's doing, happy with how I'm driving it, and then away we go into qualifying tomorrow. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. So yeah, it's a great circuit here. Love it. Cracking track for the Caterhams. Twisty, tight, up and down. So I'm looking forward to getting stuck in tomorrow.
Now, you are firmly part of the furniture here in the Caterham family, part of the Academy since, what was it, 2013, I believe it was. How has that progression been over a number of years for you, and what keeps you coming back for more?
Yeah, I don't know where time's gone, really, to be honest with you. 2013, what's that, 7, 8 years ago now, and it started off as just we'll just go racing, I suppose. It looks like a good idea, and here we are 7 years later, but I just love it. I can't get enough of it. It's wicked. It's not just me that loves it, my whole family loves it. We do it as a team, and we really enjoy it, and obviously it's a bonus. It's not just a bonus, it's the target, it's the ambition to do well and to be finishing on the podium and hopefully competing to win races. So.
And that's a fantastic segue actually to something else I want to bring up, because you're one of the few still family-run teams here at the top end with the 7 Championship UK. We've got a lot of professional back teams, and yet here you guys are just rocking up and working all together. How difficult is that for you all to gel together? Because if it's anything like my family, I'm always arguing with them all the time. So how easy is that? And also, do you think that gives you any advantages over the professional teams?
Well, yeah, it still is. It's hard work. It's hard work to do it all yourself. But you know, nothing good ever came easy, you know, and we take a lot of satisfaction out of doing it all ourselves, and yeah, it's I suppose one thing that does help is the fact that, you know, I've been doing it for quite a while, so you build up, you know, you learn as you go along, you build up your experience. You know, I think back to when I was last here in 2018, and that, you know, hopefully gives me a bit of an advantage, a bit of an edge, and this is now my third year in the car. So yeah, it's hard work, like I said, doing it all yourself and with the help of my family, but we love it, absolutely love it. Take a lot of satisfaction out of doing it all ourselves, and yeah, certainly when the results go your way, it's there's no better feeling, really. There's no better.
Well, here's hoping for a fantastic weekend. Best of luck to you, Henry Heaton, and we'll see you over the weekend.
Thank you very much.
I want to.
So, back to the 270R Championship for another bite of the Caterham cherry. Alan Vetters from Dunfermline, a local here to Knockhill, and does that let you sleep at night, convincing you're only just going to be here for a guest this weekend?
I think so, yeah. I mean, the fact that I'm not trying to race for a championship, I'm just here for a bit of fun, makes it maybe a little bit easier, whereas maybe guys are trying to protect a place in the championship and looking for points, whereas I'm just here, as I say, for a bit of fun.
So obviously you've graduated from the Caterham Academy a couple of years ago. You're now into the 270Rs. What's the main difference between the 270Rs, in your opinion, and the Academy cars?
I mean, the biggest thing is the grip, really. I mean, okay, it's got a bit more power as well, but it's just the grip. We're having the wider front end and having the rear anti-roll bar compared to the Academy cars, and also the tyres. They make a big difference. So you can carry a lot more speed into corners, and you're getting a better drive out of them as well. And obviously that little bit extra power helps as well, but I think that's the biggest thing.
How big is it for being on your home track here at Knockhill? Obviously you're from Dunfermline, literally about 10 minutes away from the track here. Do you have a lot of support that will be coming up this weekend for you?
I do have a few family and friends that will be in the, unfortunately they'll be in the spectator area, so won't be able to get into the paddock. But yeah, it's great getting a chance to finally race here in the Academy year, where all the tracks were way down south, so there was a lot of travelling involved. So getting a chance to race at my home circuit and finally get to go home to my own bed at night is huge as well. So they're living in that camper van for a weekend, but it's good.
Well, welcome back to all of our viewers on the Caterham stream, and for those who are rejoining our BRCC live stream as well. We're now getting back to more Caterham action. Just a quick note from the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup. Brilliant racing with more of them involved. If you want to find out more, head to the website, brcc.co.uk, head to the Formula section and just click the button that says, when you scroll down, head to the page, the button for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. Their next outing will be at the BRCC Summer Festival, which is happening on the 24th and 25th of July at Snetterton in Norfolk. That should be even more glorious weather than it currently is here at Knockhill in the sunshine. So we just head back down to Dave in in assembly area to have a chat to some of our Roadsport drivers. So back down to Dave.
So, very warm welcome back then to the Caterhams. We've got another race away to get undergo. We've got the Roadsport Championship just now. Hugo Bush, pole position for your final race of the afternoon. It's safe to say it's been an eventful weekend, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been intense, so hopefully a clean race, no damage, and another trophy would be a nice bonus.
Obviously, with this being the first step up from the Academy, for you, what's your goals out of this? Are you going into the 270Rs and the 310Rs after this?
Yeah, that was always the idea. It's a 4-rung ladder with the same car, so that's the plan, budget permitted.
Excellent. Well, best of luck for the final race then, Hugo Bush, for the final race in the Roadsports. We've got Taylor O'Flanagan. We've also got Dom Mansberger, who we saw having that epic race yesterday and getting that brilliant podium place. Dom, you must still be on cloud nine after that podium place yesterday, and obviously conditions absolutely perfect today.
Absolutely. Perfect conditions, so I think it's going to be an interesting race, hard fight like yesterday, and hopefully with at least one position ahead than yesterday.
Oh, that's fighting talk. I like that, Dom Mansberger there. Tom Cockrell is going to be fighting out for that podium as well. Let's have a chat to some of the guys we haven't had a word with all weekend. Let's have a chat with Kevin Turner up here in the number 27. Kevin, we haven't had a chance to speak to you this weekend, but action-packed battles all the way through the grid nonetheless. What's it been like from your viewpoint?
Well, being nearer the back of the grid, we've had our own races back here, and it's been absolutely fantastic.
And that's the thing, it doesn't matter if you're at the front or at the back, you've always got somebody that you're fighting with, don't you?
Yeah, it's the same group of us back here, and we've been having an absolute blast. Yesterday was great fun.
Excellent, good stuff. Best of luck in the race then. That's Kevin Turner in the number 27. As you said, it doesn't matter where you are in the grid, whether you're up in the front pack of 5 or if you're down here in the midfield as well. Always great action as well. Cars are away to head out in the next 30 seconds onto the grid for the Caterham Roadsport Championship. Scott, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dave. And yes, green flag flies in the assembly area to head the cars out for the second race of the weekend in the Caterham Roadsport Championship. So, a couple of hiccups to get away there, but Dom Mansberger and everyone else heading around to the grid. So it was a very entertaining race yesterday, which eventually saw the first ever win for Hugo Bush, and that was certainly something which was always a popular victory. Of course, he was one of the drivers who last year, particularly in their academy groups, was always around fighting the likes of Taylor O'Flanagan and everyone else in their respective groups. But good to see him improving as much as possible. He also joins now both Tom Cockrell and Taylor O'Flanagan, last year's pair of academy champions, as race winners. Just proves in some cases how competitive some of these championships can be, that we've had 3 races and 3 different winners. That just shows in many cases how this year's Roadsport Championship is getting pretty competitive indeed. So let's bring you up to speed with the grid for race number 2 for the Caterham 7 Roadsport Championship. Again, set as a direct reflection of the results from race number 1. So the grid is as follows then for this second Roadsport race. It is race 1 winner Hugo Bush on pole position. Alongside him is Taylor O'Flanagan on the front row of the grid. Dominic Mansberger and Tom Cockrell should make it a very feisty second row, ahead of Gwyn Jones and Ryan Lovett, followed by Alex Vincent, who we want to watch maybe from 7th on the grid. Then Chris Broome, Nick Timpson and James Hall rounding out the top 10. Then it's Peter Mott and Andy Lund on the 6th row of the grid. Kevin Turner comes up next ahead, alongside Steve Lancaster, Mike Hilton and Ian Hapgood on row 8, and then it's Andy Berg and Ron Mounsey complete the 18-car entry that has made the trip to Scotland this weekend. So this is our second to last Caterham race, if I'm correct. Yes, it is. We've got one more of the Caterham 7-3-10Rs, and then after this we have our third and final ETSL STXR Challenge race to wrap up what has been, quite frankly, a wonderful weekend. Not just racing, but weather-wise, the hospitality of everyone here at Knockhill, and the fantastic work by the marshals and the volunteers and the officials here has been absolutely brilliant. It's been a fantastic, entertaining and all-round enthralling weekend here at Knockhill, and hopefully all of you who've been watching on either Facebook or YouTube have been enjoying it. And again, apologies we haven't had a proper chance to go through all the comments of many people, because of course it's pretty much fast-paced one race after the other. But anyone who is commenting, getting involved and liking and sharing the stream and viewing, thank you ever so much, because it's really appreciative that you guys, particularly obviously in the current climate of things, that people are supporting club racing, they're watching club racing, they're enjoying club racing. And of course, going forwards, there's only going to be more of this bumper BRSCC live stream package that will go forward. The next one that's set to get live is next weekend at Silverstone, but we'll have plenty of action from Mazda MX-5s, National Formula 4s. We've got Fun Cup in the mix as well. We've also got the ever popular Club Sport Trophy and a first appearance ever from the Zio Proto Cup. But that's Silverstone next week. This is Caterham Roadsport this week. The 5-second board is up. Is it going to be 2 from 2 for Hugo Bush, or can any of the Academy champions else try and stop him? Let's try and find out as we are up and away in the Roadsports for race number 2. All the way from the grid pretty clearly. Hugo Bush has managed to sweep in front and held the lead as they turn into Duffer's Dip for the first time. So Bush leads it. Mansberg up to second with a good start. Third place for O'Flanagan. Fourth for Cockrell. Fifth for Shaw. And sixth looks to be a good start for Ryan Lovett, ahead of, I think, Chris Broom and Alex Vincent. So decent start already as they all filter the way through. Everyone's nice and clean for the first few corners. Really good stuff to see. They hop over the crest of the hill at the chicane, one after the other. And all making good progress. Ron Mounts in that nice sort of abstract sort of patterned livery on that blue and gold car. Beautiful livery of that car, Ron Mounts' machine. Really nice shade of blue and gold on that. Now then, Hugo Bush under threat from Dominic Mansberger, who's having a bit of a late dive on the outside line. He might look for the undercut. Goes for a switch back, and Hugo Bush might immediately go to the inside line, which is the flatter run up the hill to try and get a better momentum towards Duffer's Dip in the first lap. And it is still Hugo Bush that leads, with Dominic Mansberger as second. Number 2 Academy champions from last year are trying to keep them honest, particularly Taylor O'Flanagan, who's got a new nose on that car. I think the yellow one was a bit damaged and a bit dislodged. So the black nose on the yellow Caterham is certainly making him distinctive in this run so far. Over the crest, Gwyn Jones in 6th with Ryan Lovett and Chris Broom. Chris Broom's car's not one to miss either. The black car with all the fluorescent yellow graphics and even the colour-coded wheels as well. Some brilliant designs on some of these Caterhams. They do put on some fantastic liveries. It's not just the standard stripes or all single colour. You do get some of them that look great with just the unpainted metal on these cars, which looks great with the black wings. It's quite a nice, tidy colour scheme combination. Here comes on the outside Taylor O'Flanagan, who has now got for company his fellow 2020 Caterham Academy champion Tom Cockrell. It was the white group title for O'Flanagan, the green group title for Cockrell. Gwyn Jones also a winner. In fact, all 5 now in this top 5 have been race winners ever since they started in the Academy. So arguably the 5 strongest drivers on the grid are all line astern now. Back into McIntyre's. This is lap 2, the first proper flying lap around last time by. Fastest of the pack was Tom Cockrell, 59.134, but it's only set to get quicker, I'm sure, as the race goes on. They're rattling over the curbs on the exit. And then Flanagan gets a super run off the chicane. He'll now have a run up the inside for Clark Corn. Yes, he does. And Mansberger quickly slots in front of Tom Cockrell to prevent it being both Academy champions passing him. Now, Hugo Bush is not only being allowed to get away, but also these 4 squabbling over second backwards, just to bring in both Ryan Lovett and Chris Broom back into play. Gwyn Jones fancies a move around the outside to try and take 4th if he can, and he'll have the benefit of a tow, whereas Cockrell's stuck in no man's land. He'll have a slightly shallower run up the hill, but the tow's much stronger than the flatter piece of tarmac, and that therefore it's a big advantage for Gwyn Jones to get through. As for Taylor O'Flanagan, he holds on to second, but a little wide on the exit through Leslie's. And Dominic Mansberger, who, given his previous performances, is more stronger in the wet conditions than we know, but of course there's pretty much no chance of rain right now with these beautiful early summer weather. There's Tom Cockrell, car 59. Has Schumacher on the back. He's hoping to try and channel some of the great 7-time world champion in some of his driving if he can. Through Wearaway Bend. Hugo Bush has a 1.6 second advantage over this scrap for second down to 5th as Cockrell looks one way, sweeps to the other, goes to the outside line. And if he can catch both Gwyn Jones and maybe Dominic Mansberger on unawares, he's thought about it. He's got past Gwyn Jones and he'll have the tow from Taylor O'Flanagan. This could be some smart driving from Tom Cockrell here. Bush still leads it, and Gwyn Jones wants to get involved as well. In fact, looks like Cockrell's lost the tow, and straight back past him on the straight goes Gwyn Jones. So Whether that was a missed shift, it must have been a missed shift up the hill, I'm guessing, because he couldn't have lost too much momentum just from the toe. So he must have been missing a gear climbing up the hill towards the pit straight in order to make that mistake that saw not only Mansberger pull away again, but also allowed Gwyn Jones to squeeze back through. Fastest lap of the race has gone now to Hugo Busch, who's the only man now who's set a sub 59 second lap time. He's on to a 58.786. Everyone else's personal bests are low to mid 59.1. So Hugo Busch really is in a groove in this short, sharp little roller coaster that is Knockhill Circuit. Here comes Tom Cockrell. Nice dive up the inside. Nicely done. Really tidy pass. Little twitch of oversteer on the exit as he gets back on the power, but it's a nice, neat pass on the exit of Taylor's to make that happen. Busch still leads. Battle on for second, on for fourth. Still sixth. Chris Broome still seventh. Alex Vincent eighth. And then Nick Timpson in ninth position ahead of Andy Lund in P10. Still got 15 minutes to go. New fastest lap of the race has been set by Dominic Mansberger, 58.6. And he would have had the benefit of a tow from O'Flanagan. There's the tail. Which way is he going to look? This way or the other? O'Flanagan has to defend the inside line. He's not comfortable taking the racing line into Clark Curve because he knows that Mansberger will be in a prime position to pounce, and he really is now. A super exit from Clark Corner might be aided by the run he's going to get down the back straight. Here he comes. He darts out to the outside. Now then, it's not impossible to make an outside pass here. If he feels there's enough grip on the outside, he will sweep around. Either that, he'll wait for the undercut on the exit and take the slightly shallower run up the hill on the right-hand side. He's got a better run off the corner, and it might well work. He's got a better traction on the inside of the corner, and it is starting to work. He's pulling alongside and was briefly, and then has to pull back in and try and grab a bit more of a slipstream before he attacks again. Lead gap is now 1.6 seconds. It's again the whole consequence of these four cars battling amongst each other, but they're not working together, and it's only benefiting Hugo Busch here, who starts to pull away further and further in the early stages of this second Caterham Roadsport race. There he goes, flashing through the shot. And just watching the suspensions ripple over the curbs as they head back into Clark, and Mansberger's back up the inside. He does to him what Flanagan did to him, Flanagan performed on him a few laps ago. And up towards the hairpin they go. It's 2 by 2. It's now Mansberger's in prime position. Here he goes up the inside. Is Cockrell going to follow him? The two Academy champions are going to lock horns again. Well, it could be three abreast on the exit as now Mansberger gets caught in a sandwich. Mansberger in the middle. O'Flanagan backs out. And look at Gwyn Jones just arriving onto the tail of Tom Cockrell. It is 2 by 2 like Noah's Ark down towards Duffers Dip now at the start of lap 8. Oh, hold your breath. Who's it going to be out of these four that will get out of it first? There goes Hugo Busch. Anyone could be second, but it's going to be Mansberger. Cockrell is up to third. He's got past O'Flanagan, and Gwyn Jones, out of all of that, got a good run off the final corner, but still couldn't capitalise and is still in fifth position. Ryan Lovett's latching onto this as well, the bright green Caterham at the back of this train. There he is, car number 38. He gets a big twitch on the exit. Big oversteer moment in the Caterhams. As you mentioned time and time again, the line through that chicane is so crucial because it's such a fine margin of error between just gliding over the curb and thumping it to the effect that you might possibly damage a wheel, you might damage your suspension, it could throw you wide and push you into the gravel. It's so difficult to get that line right. When you do, it's so critical, and it's such a sweet spot. Speaking of sweet spot, look at that, round the outside, Tom Cockrell's found the sweet spot of the grip on the outside of the hairpin, and again up the hill. It should be a pretty good drag race. It's Cockrell on the outside, Mansberger on the inside, and Cockrell's drag off the final corner was much better, and Mansberger has to yield. So he's back into third place, Cockrell back up to second. Hopping over the curb, down through Duffers Dip. It's a fantastic sequence of corners that takes you right from one of the highest points of the circuit all the way down to one of the lowest. Back through Butchers. Oh, a big twitch of oversteer, really big moment there for Tom Cockrell. That will have cost him momentum. And Mansberger would have seen that, and if he can get a really strong run through Clark, Cockrell might be a sitting duck here. Look at O'Flanagan as well, he got a really nice run too. So Hugo Busch just casually trying to pull away here to the tune of 3.2 seconds, but this is because these four will not stop fighting each other, and this is what they have to realise. There's still half the race to go. If they can stop squabbling, as fun as it might look, as fun as it might be, they're going to realise. But Hugo Busch will be over the crest of the hill by the time he's pulled away a couple more seconds or finished back battling. They have to start working together, otherwise it's pretty much game, set and match Hugo Busch, which is quite easy to call, I know, with less than 11 minutes to go. But even so, They just have to really sort themselves out. Cockerell hits the front. Check in again with the rest of the top 10. Still Ryan Levitt 6th, who's now fallen away a little bit. It's a couple of seconds back to these battling quartet of cars. Chris Broome 7th, Alex Vincent 8th, and it's Andy Lund and Peter Mott. So Nick Timpson lost a couple of places last lap. He was 9th, but he's now down to 11th place. And then the rest of the field, we've got Turner, Hall, Lancaster, Mounsey, Hilton back in 16th, with Berg and Hapgood rounding out the 18 cars still running. All 18 cars started, all 18 still running. Here we go again, into the hairpin. Mansberger trying to go through, and he has gone through, in fact, actually. I wonder if Cockerell let him have that one, because he probably realised that he had such a good run exiting Clark Corner through Railway Bend. He thought, well, rather than fight it too much, if you've got that much momentum, I may as well let you go anyway and get the toe up the hill. That might well be working, I think. Again, Alex Vincent chasing after Chris Broome. Next battle, a group of Caterhams goes past. We go back to our scrap battle group battling for second. The engine noise in the background was Hugo Bush. That's how far ahead he is. He is ahead now by 4.4 seconds, and it keeps on increasing. He's only edging up by about a few tenths each lap, like 2 or 3 tenths, but it's enough in this current climate of the race when these cars battling from second to fifth are still dueling, still scrapping, still dicing away. It's enough to make a big difference. And case in point again, still haven't really got the message, have they? But if they're having fun, I guess that's the main thing. So, side by side again, Cockerell. And he takes the turn this time. Mansberger says, after you, Tom. And now back out of the hairpin once again. O'Flanagan and Jones maybe just keeping their powder dry a little bit, just keeping in close proximity, because maybe they can capitalise on a slip-up from either Cockerell or Mansberger if they're doing a bit of a strategic pass or dance around each other on track in terms of trying to get the toe and get the slipstream. It's not really working because, well, okay, Cockerell set his personal best. It was a 58.9 that was quicker than Hugo Bush, but everyone else behind, he mid to high 59s. That was a 59.1 for Hugo, so still the advantage for him. And I wonder now if Cockerell set his personal best, maybe he has to be the lead car in this group now and to say, right, I'm going to hit the front here, you guys come follow me, let's see if we can catch after him. Oh, who was that? That was either Mansberger or Cockerell that ran wide. There's Hugo. And surprise, surprise, they're at it again down towards the hairpin. So, Mansberger and Cockerell. And look at Gwyn Jones in the background, putting Taylor O'Flanagan under pressure. Round the hairpin. And exit out of Taylor's, and once more, just trying to climb up the hill as best they can. Still nose to tail. The gap between the top, the second to fifth is 1.2 seconds. As close as you like. Through McIntyre, through Duffers Dip to Leslie's, and then back New McIntyre's again. The gap is still, well, I say still, it's 4.6 seconds. And Mansberger was again, they were 3 seconds, they were 3 tenths quicker, but the gap is still 4.6 seconds, and there's only 7.5 minutes to go. So I fear as though that the battling that they were involved in so much in the early stages has really come back to bite them here, because they seem to have almost finally figured out they need to stop fighting amongst each other to catch him. But it's come probably about 6 or 7 minutes too late, because they really need to stop doing that about roughly about 13, 12 minutes to go. But nevertheless, it's been fantastic battling up between these five. It's been a really entertaining dice watching these cars go back and forth, but can't help but think if they wanted to make it a bigger league group, they just had to kind of work together a bit better. Now O'Flanagan decides, I've held on for long enough. Now it's time for me to get involved here. Gets a nice run off Taylor's hairpin. Sweeps past on the outside down the pit straight. He now moves up into third position. So the bright yellow Caterham with the black nose, Taylor O'Flanagan. Last year's Academy White Group champion. Dominic Mansberger. O'Flanagan runs wide. He did exactly what he did at Donington, where he slips wide and just loses the momentum, and back through goes Mansberger. But again, look, these guys battling, all it takes is one scrap, and it just loses them several seconds, because Cockerell now realises, I realise I should have got out of the lead gap much quicker. He's now starting to pull away, and Cockerell, you can see, he's the quicker man. He's done a lap that's half a second quicker than Hugo Bush. Now it's 4.4 seconds with the clear air. Is it too little, too late, or can Cockerell find something here? I wonder. O'Flanagan, late dive up the inside into the hairpin. Big braking move into Taylor's. But Mansberger might get him on the undercut, and he will go for it. But now here comes Gwyn Jones, gets the toe off O'Flanagan. Then he gets it off of Mansberger. Then he goes to the inside, and here we go, 3 abreast. It's not going to make any quicker, but here it goes. It's side by side into Duffers Dip. Who's going to come out the top? Last of the late breakers. it is O'Flanagan. They're all in the same order, so they've all got back into the order they were when they started at the hairpin. Mansberger looking very, very racy indeed. Last time by, Hugo Busch's gap went back out to 4.6 seconds, so Cockrell's form to give him the fastest lap of the race kind of wasn't quite the same on that last lap. He's going quickly, but just not quick enough. And again, time is running out pretty severely. 5.5 minutes left. Gwyn Jones is doing well in fifth position. Just trying to keep up with these 3 cars in front of him. Here they go again between O'Flanagan and Mansberger. Down the outside. And O'Flanagan feels like he has to go really defensive and take that tighter line. Further back, this is Ryan Lovett, who has not only just fallen way behind this battle for 2nd to 5th, but he's fallen right into the clutches of both Alex Vincent and Ryan Lovett. Now, there's a bit of body weight there. Now, I suspect it's possibly something to do with the fact that O'Flanagan or Mansberger and Gwyn Jones were side by side up the hill. And that wheel arch looks like it is Taylor O'Flanagan. Something's happened between, there must have happened between O'Flanagan and Mansberger on the exit of the corner, and it's held up Mansberger, which then put him under attack from Gwyn Jones. Either way, it's looking pretty intense here as they come out of the chicane. 4.5 minutes to go now, and the gap has gone back out again because of that. It's now 4.9 seconds between Busch and Cockrell. So this may well be Hugo Busch's, well, it is Hugo Busch's race to lose, and I can't really see, unless there's any major drama, touch wood, any way for any of these 3 or 4 to catch him up. But there is still, again, at the same time, 4 minutes to go in this race, as O'Flanagan passes what used to be his left rear wing. He now has got a pretty decent run on the back of Cockrell now, so the Academy champions are going to lock corners once again from 2020. Into toughest dip. And O'Flanagan dared to go around the outside, and he had to just back out of the last second as they plunged down through Leslie's, and that's now put him on the back foot for Mansberger to pounce and take full advantage. O'Flanagan runs wide and puts 2 wheels onto the gravel, and they're side by side into the chicane. O'Flanagan, I thought for a second he was going to try and brave it side by side, but that was never going to work. That was a one-way course to a collision if he'd stayed as he was. So I'm actually quite glad that O'Flanagan backed out of that one and thought, right, I'll get it back a couple of corners later up the road. Very feisty racing between these cars going back at it. I mean, I know these ideally they'd love to have Hugo Busch as part of this, but that's the thing. They've been so engrossed battling each other, they've just allowed Hugo Busch to pull away and hold all the cards in this race. As Busch crosses the line for another lap. 3 minutes to go on the clock. Cockrell, Mansberger, O'Flanagan and Jones, and O'Flanagan gets a run. He's looking up the inside. Is he going to be later on the brakes to dare go up the inside toughest dip? Well, he thought about it, and he forced Mansberger to the wide, which has killed his momentum, and up the inside he will potentially look. He put himself in Mansberger's mirror just to try and distract him a bit. Certainly one of the most entertaining Caterham races that we've had in terms of a back and forth battle between those contending for the top positions. He comes O'Flanagan again into Clark Corner and forces him wide, but Mansberger does brave out around the outside, goes rally crossing on the exit of Clark Curve. That's only going to kill his momentum, and back into third he goes. But Mansberger kept his foot in, and it hasn't lost him as much time as I thought it would. It's brought Gwyn Jones back into play here with 2.25 minutes left in this race. Still they run, they climb out of Taylor's hairpin and back onto that back straight once more, off the pit straight once more, excuse me. 2 minutes left to decide who gets on the podium. It's out of these 4 cars, 2 of them can only stand on the rostrum next to Hugo Busch, but who is it going to be? Hugo Busch, for the record now, almost 6.4 seconds ahead. It's pretty much looking like a Hugo Busch race almost all sewn up. It's not over until the checkered flag, so anything can still happen, but it's looking ever increasingly likely that Hugo Busch is going to leave Knockhill with a double with a brace of victories, 2 first-place trophies to take back home. But who's going to take trophies home with him from this second race? It's going to be any one of these 4. I wonder if Gwyn Jones is keeping his powder dry a little bit here and waiting for these 3 to get into a big scrap, which is about to happen. Cockrell has the inside line, but look at this, O'Flanagan's boxed in. He's got Cockrell in front of him and Mansberger to his outside. Behind him is Gwyn Jones. He's got nowhere to go almost. Now Mansberger looks to the outside around Cockrell, runs wide on the exit, but still stays ahead of O'Flanagan. Across the line they go. They're going to get, 2 more laps to go, in fact, because Busch has already crossed the line, and a lap time in these cars is the best laps have been 58 to 59, so I think they will get this and 1 more lap to go. So 2 more laps to decide not only who wins, but also who gets those podium places and those crucial points to go with it in this early stage of the championship. Every single result really does count, whether it's a drop score or not, because it can determine whether you get points back if you have a worse result, or if you can just drop the round if it's a bad one if you fail to score. It's all important as they come up through Clark Curve again. Again, good run from O'Flanagan on the back of Cockrell. There's a lap back mark. I think that's Ian Hapker they've got to try and make a pass on as O'Flanagan looks to the inside, gets right to the edge of the circuit, but he's caught Mansberger unawares on the outside line through Railway Bend. Mansberger doesn't quite fancy letting him go, and he goes round the outside, but he will have the toe on Cockrell now. Up the hill they go, onto the last lap of the race, and Gwyn Jones says, right, time to play my ace card. It's time for me to get involved. Last lap of the race. Hugo Bush is now 7 seconds ahead. There he is. But the key thing is, he looks as though he's pretty much almost set in stone for the win. But the key question is, what is happening for second place behind? That's the key thing. Through he goes, up through the chicane. And now, onto the back straight for the final time. What about second, third, fourth and fifth? What is the state of play with these four cars? We're looking there at Andy Berg, the lap car, with, I think, just coming up behind him, Tom Cockrell. Oh, and I heard something in the back. There's been contact at Clark Corner. I think there's been something happen in the background, because I definitely heard something going off. In fact, or someone just went wide, I think. Either way, Hugo Bush is going to go into the final corner. And what a weekend it's been. He came into the 2021 having not won a race out of Academy. Now he's going to come to Knockhill with 2 wins from 2 races. Out of the final corner, he takes another win for Caterham Roadsport, but from a line for second, third, fourth and fifth, here they come. Who's it going to be? Photo finish of a checkered flag, and second and third goes to Mansberger and Cockrell. Over the line, separated by 79 one-thousandths of a second, and then O'Flanagan fourth, and he only beat Jones for fourth position by 33 by 3 hundredths of a second. So Bush wins by 6.4 seconds, then 79 thousandths between Mansberger and Cockrell, and only 31 thousandths between O'Flanagan and Jones. Then it's Lovett in 6th, Broom in 7th place, followed by Vincent, Timpson and Lund rounding out the top 10 as the rest of the field comes through to complete the second Caterham Roadsport of the weekend. And breathe, because that was quite an intense race. We still have one more to go with the 310Rs I think we've got coming up. Yes, 310Rs coming up on that. We'll have some replays in a second. Even the Roadsport still have their horns fitted on this one. Even the 270Rs are still made road legal. They used to reattach some of their windscreens and headlights for the journey home. So let's pick out the highlights from what was a very intense and entertaining Caterham Roadsport race at the head of the field. It was a very nice clean start from everyone towards the front. As they charged down towards turn 1, Pole City Hugo Bush was back in front. It was then the quartet that managed to form what was the key battle for the entire race between Dominic Mansberger, Tom Cockrell, Taylor O'Flanagan and Gwyn Jones. And they went constantly back and forth, battling for position. Ryan Lovett was also involved in that scrap, but he fell back into the clutches of the likes of Nick Timpson and Alex Vincent and Chris Brew. So between the 4 of them, they all took turns in second, third, fourth and fifth. They all took turns in all 4 positions and were swapping and battling back and forth as they turned through. Mansberger made a big dive up the inside late in the race and forced O'Flanagan wide as they went side by side and almost made contact going into the chicane, but thankfully O'Flanagan backed out of it. But after a fantastic weekend in Scotland, after winning yesterday, it is now 2 from 2 for Hugo Bush. He was certainly be absolutely delighted with that and will put him as a firm title contender going forward to the next round at Silverstone. So, how do you sum that up? Well, it's down to David Christie in the top 3 area to have a chat to our drivers, for them to have a go.
Thanks very much, Scott. Thanks very much, Scott. An amazing, amazing race there. And let's face it, it could have been any one of those 4 drivers there taking second place. Tom Cockrell straight out of the car to congratulate Hugo Bush. I've got to be honest, that is the kind of camaraderie you'll love to see.
I'll get out of your way, sorry.
What? No, it's you, my man. We want to come and speak to you first. That was, I mean, I know you've got racing gloves on, but those could have been boxing gloves. You were properly sparring out there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit manic. Hugo did brilliantly to break the toe, and it was a battle for second. I felt comfortable, and I got a black and white flag for track limits, so I had to just ease off through some crucial parts, which allowed them all to close back up on me. and Dom beat me on the run to line again.
It just felt like every time you got the upper hand on Dom, he was just like, nope, I'm going to take it back with some outrageous moves into the final corner.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard racing, it's intense racing, it's what we're used to with these guys, and that's why we're here. It's fun.
An amazing third place. Well done, buddy. Congratulations, Tom Cockrell. Let's go over and have a chat with Dom Mansberger there. Dom is away up here. Of course, he's away having a quick chat just now, so let's go and get him. Dom, we'll let you get your balaclava on, my friends. Well, you did promise us that you were going to get up one position, and you were more than good on your word. Second place. Yeah. I mean, you were just fighting tooth and nail with Tom, with Taylor. I mean, talk us through that.
I mean, battle close as always. I mean, we had that already in the Academy last year, but this year in Roadsport, Tom is also joining us. So we have always a close battle. Also with Quinn, that is joining the top group as well. And yeah, a hell of a ride.
How much fun was that though?
To be honest, I couldn't enjoy it that much, but afterwards when I see the live stream again, then maybe I can enjoy it, but there it was a lot of work.
I've got to say, personally, I was loving those moves into the last corner. That was some big moves there, Dom. Well done. Dom Mansberger there, second place, but your race winner, Hugo Bush, jumps to get his mask on. Hugo, right, I know these Caterhams are obviously exactly the same, but do you have like a little recliner in that seat? Because you didn't really have much to do in that one.
No, first 5 minutes was just a case of building the gap, and then, which I'm obviously looking at in the mirrors, and once you're 3 seconds clear, you know you've broken the toe, and I can see them fighting in my mirrors, so they're taking defensive lines, I'm able to take the racing line. So yeah, second half of the race was not too stressful. A lot less stressful than yesterday anyway.
For some drivers, though, that can be an issue as well, because they do really well under that pressure fighting away, and some drivers don't like having nothing to do. But you seem to have that completely in control.
Yeah, I mean, I consciously didn't slow down, because I think that's when you start to lose focus. So I was happy, I was looking at it on the lap times, I think 59.0s fairly consistently, and was happy with that. So I think if you try to slow down, then that's maybe when the mistake happens.
Well, a brilliant win nonetheless. Congratulations on a brilliant win there for Hugo Bush. Let's head down then. That was the Caterham Roadsports, and we are just in time to see the Caterham 310 cars making their way down for their final Caterham race of the day. And what a weekend it's been for us. So all we'll do is hand it back up to Scott and enjoy the racing.
I'm sure we will, Dave. Yes, thank you very much, and well done to Hugo Bush for his second win in as many races this weekend. And exactly right, is I'd say sadly, because we've enjoyed it all for the weekend, it's the final Caterham race of the weekend, but it is maybe the best to last, shall we say. Who knows what can be in store in the next 30 minutes for the second Caterham 7-310R Championship race of the weekend. Of course, yesterday it was a win for Lewis Thompson. I think it was only his second ever win, if I'm correct, in a Caterham Motorsport paddock, and certainly jumped in after missing the first rounds at Donington Park, and showed as though it's hopefully not going to affect him too much as the season goes on in the mix. We'll give you the grid again set as a direct reflection of the first race results. So it's Lewis Thompson and Harry Cook who'll start on the front row of the grid. Lewis Thompson on pole thanks to his win yesterday. Harry Cook courtesy of being second. Pete Walters, who came into the weekend lead of the championship after 2 wins at Donington Park, starts third. Next to him is James Wingfield in P4. Andrew Murgatroyd, Douglas Christie had quite a fun battle throughout the race yesterday. Start 5th and 6th ahead of Jeff Price and Giuseppe Fillet from Andy Lees and Gary Curtis rounding out the top 10. Ben Lopez Appleton, who's been a bit off the pace in the first couple of rounds, hasn't really had the same form as he had in the last couple of years, where he's been in race winning form, and maybe just the first couple of weeks he hasn't really gelled with the car or the setup, or something which hasn't really worked for him. But either way, hopefully looking for better results from 11th. Chris Welch starts alongside him in P12, and it's Stephen Metcalf, Lars Hoffman, who's back in 14th place after he had an issue that put him out of the race and retirement early on yesterday. And then Henry Williams, who got caught up in some issues at the start of yesterday's first race as well, is starting from the back of this 15-car grid. just to quickly reiterate for the 310Rs, this is the ultimate evolution of the original Academy car, because obviously it's it's actually the same chassis, but just to remind, they do keep the same car over these first 4 steps of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, but they upgrade the original Academy car with a specific set of upgrades every single time they move up. So this is the ultimate final evolution of what's the original Academy car, because it gets all the upgrades that you get from Roadsport, where you get the and then 270R. So you get, first of all, the Avon ZZS grippier tyres and the rear anti-roll bar. You also get the stiffer springs and dampers, the wider track front suspension, and you also get the windscreen and lights removed. And then for the 310Rs, you then bump the power up to 152 brake horsepower from 135, and you also get, for added grip and traction and drivability, a limited slip differential. And so it really does make them the fastest car. It's quite a different car from the car that was 27 horsepower less in the Academy some few seasons ago. Right, last Caterham race of the weekend at Knockhill. It's been a fantastic weekend for Caterham Motorsport. Will it end on a high here in the 310Rs? It's a nice clean start for the first couple of rows as they head down towards turn 1. Poleman Thompson gets in front. A cracking getaway from James Wingfield from the outside of row 2 to get into second place by the time they turn into Duffus Dip. Harry Cook is 3rd, Pete Walters 4th, Murgatroyd is 5th, and Douglas Christie is in P6. They turn into McIntyre's for the first time. Nice and clean, all line astern. A little bit of position swapping towards the back, but everyone's got through safely through Butchers and up through the chicane. And now back on towards the right-hander at Clark Corner. So Thompson, Wingfield, then it's Harry Cook in 3rd place. Pete Walters 4th. Everyone just bumping and bouncing over the curbs on the exit and grabbing a little bit of gravel as it goes. And already the shenanigans are kicking off. Here we go. So it's now Harry Cook to the inside of James Wingfield, who's a little bit closer under brakes. And then Pete Walters just arrives on the rear end of Harry Cook, says, "Hello, remember me? I led the champion coming into the weekend. Quite like to get past you, Harry, if you don't mind." And up the hill they come. So Thompson, Wingfield, Cook, Walters, then Andrew Murgatroyd. 6th and 7th come across line practically together. That would have been Jeff Price, I think, with Douglas Christie. Yes, it was. Doug Christie and Jeff Price. Giuseppe Fillet is currently in 8th position. Ben Lopez Appleton sitting in 9th, and Gary Curtis 10th from Andy Lees down 11th place. Bit unusual for Andy Lees to be that far back. As they launch over the curb. And then Metcalf, Williams and Welch round out the 14 runners that we have. It looks like Henry Williams. No, so one driver didn't make the start. Let me quickly try and work out who that is as I keep an eye on the front runners. So one driver we didn't get at the start. Oh no, Lars Alexander Hoffman. So obviously whatever mechanical issue he had has put him out for the entire weekend. That's a real hammer blow to the German, who was 270R champion last year and Roadsport champion before that. As now we go into combat for 2nd, 3rd and 4th out of the hairpin. So Harry Cook is up to 2nd still, past James Wingfield. Pete Walters hasn't made any more progress from 4th. To get the encouragement on the pit wall, the signal to, come on, get a move on, let's keep going, go quicker and quicker, let's see if you can make a pass. Pete Walters is getting the message into Duffus now for the 3rd time when he slips past Wingfield on the inside. And maybe watch out for the blue and yellow car behind. That's Andrew Murgatroyd. He's looking quite racy in this second encounter. But still, Thompson, Cook, then Walters, then Wingfield, and then Murgatroyd. That's the top 5. 2 seconds covers the first 5 cars. They hop off a big lump of curb taken by James Wingfield there. He was rattled around in the seat as when he landed there. They are quite stiffly sprung cars, these machines. Of course, having the more track-focused suspension. At the back, Giuseppe Fillet's having a nice battle with Andy Lees. And that's Douglas Christie. And down the outside is Andy Lees to take 1 and maybe 2. Is he going for it? He gets a little Strova steer. But yes, he has. One of the best moves of the weekend, I think, that one. Gets past Fillet and then around the outside of Douglas Christie to go from what was 10th into 8th. So great stuff from Andy Lees to put himself into high in the top 10. So I wonder if Andy seems pretty fired up now. Because Andy started quite deep in the pack. And also a decent start for Ben Lopez Appleton. He's up to 7th. So either he's just found some space or just been listening to me to maybe push a bit harder, but either way, Ben seems a bit more fired up today. In P7, let's look at his lap times. He is quicker than Jeff Price in front, so he could catch him for P6. There's Henry Williams, car run by the Williams Caterham outfit, one of the dealerships or main teams that Caterham has that looks after cars in these championships, and it's Henry Williams at the wheel. So I think there's a family relation there somewhere. And you see there, that's Ben Lopez Appleton, just at the bottom of shot there, just on the back of Jeff Price. There's Andy Lees in another golf-coloured car, being looked after by DPR Motorsport. They run several cars in here. Now the lead battle's closed up. The top 3 are all together nose to tail. Wingfield's watching on in 4th. And then it's Andrew Murgatroyd in 5th, as Lewis Thompson under big pressure now from both Harry Cook and Pete Walters. I have a feeling, as it is a 30-minute race, and we've had about roughly 4 minutes and 10 seconds or so, this might well be brewing up to be the most exciting that we've had all day. Maybe not all weekend, because the last race we had yesterday was quite a cracker. And the previous one we just had for the Roadsport was pretty decent too. But are the 310Rs able to produce something that is better than all the others? Oh, Ben Lopez-Appleton's off the road. Ben Lopez-Appleton off the road, exiting the chicane. And just when I was talking about how his fortunes were turning, off the road he goes. And I think the good thing about the Knockhill gravel is that you can try and power your way out of it. You're not really going to get stuck, which is quite impressive. All hail Knockhill gravel, because it means that these guys can get out pretty easily compared to Donington gravel, where you get pretty stuck. Now then, 2x2 for first and third. Here comes Harry Cook looking for the lead down the outside into Duffus Dip for the start of lap 6. Looks round the outside, but Lewis shuts the door and says, "You've got to be joking, not round the outside there at Duffus Dip. That's never going to work, Harry. Give over, leave out of it." And so he carries on in the lead. Pete Walters under threat now from James Wingfield. And Andrew Murgatroyd hasn't got right up to the tail of these top four, but he's just keeping them honest and keeping them in his eye line in 5th position. And they are the definitive 5 here in this scrap for positions. Again, just taking all that curve, but a bit more on the inside of Clark Curve, and then it's just the run, the all-important run down towards Taylor's Hairpin, and then the all-important exit from that uphill right-hander back towards the top of the pit straight. Back down on the brakes, you can hear them just using the engine braking as they change down to try and really help slow the cars down a bit more. The inertia of the engines to really start to pull them back in terms of speed. And they do that to try and help a bit with the brakes, because these are pretty sturdy engines, these 1.6 litre Caterham's 4 Sigma engines. Side by side there between Jeff Price and Andy Lee, so that was going to be a move for 6th position for Jeff, and for Andy, and he was ahead by about 0.02 of a second. Through the chicane. Top 4 altogether. Murgatroyd is there, he's there or thereabouts, but just needs to find a bit more ultimate pace. His last lap was, well, it was quicker than 2 of the cars in front, the 2 leaders. Thompson and Cook did 57.5 and 57.7 respectively. Murgatroyd did a 57.3. The only car quicker than him in the top 5 was Pete Walters, so he is latching on. Here comes Harry Cook. Again, punching down that manual gearbox and turning back through them, working away at the wheel to keep the car pointing on the straight and narrow. Now darts out and has a look, and Thompson has to be, if he's far enough alongside, he has to give him room. Otherwise, it could be all my ticket to potential potential collision, which no one wants at all. Good battle going on. Andy Lee's having got past Jeff Price, but they're still pretty close together, about 2 tenths between them, as they continue to squabble over 6th place. Of course, Ben Lopez-Appleton did get going again after we saw him amble out of the gravel, but of course back down in 14th place and way behind. So what's been a very tough start to the season for Ben Lopez-Appleton, unfortunately, is continuing in earnest. And he'll certainly at least hope that the next round's coming, but Silverstone are a bit more kind to him, but not the way he wants to begin 2021 after he's been a former race winner in the lower categories. And Pete Walters certainly is all about winning and making good moves like that with a big dummy switch on the inside to get to 2nd place. Really nice move from Pete Walters. You can tell he's pretty experienced against all these younger drivers around him. And Pete will have the tow for Lewis Thompson, which helps him on the run up the hill and helps him maintain 2nd place. Thompson, Walters, Cook, that's the top 3. Wingfield still 4th. And then 5th place for Andrew Murgatroyd as they work their way through the Duffus Dip, down at the bottom of the hill. Let's look at lap times again. Very evenly matched between the top 5. They're all in the 57s. There's like 2 or 3 tenths difference between them in terms of lap times. It's very, very close between these top 5 drivers. And that's what it means. It's momentum, it's consistency, it's precision, it's how smooth they are. And just takes one small slip up for one of them and they're out of the freight train. Such a fine margin for driving these cars on the limit. But the ones you can do it well is quite almost even an art form. It's fantastic to watch. He's looking further back. Andy Lee's battling away with still Jeff Price, and further back Douglas Christie has found both Giuseppe Fillet behind him in the 64 and the 49 car Henry Williams, who's making a dive up the inside of both of them. He might not get Christie, but he might get Fillet unless he goes round the outside of Christie, which he doesn't. Williams now tries to out-drag him, and Giuseppe Fillet, I think, was so focused on trying to get past Doug Christie, he didn't realise Henry Williams was trying to get back, and there were 3 abreast over the crest. So I wonder how that one's going to turn out. We're still as we were between the top 5. They've spread out a little bit now, a bit more spread eagle between these top 5 runners. And it's more Pete Walters going onto the back of Lewis Thompson here rather than everyone else coming with, because it appears that Cook has gone through. I think we're going to take a look at... Looking back, I thought we were going to sit back at the cars back behind, but we're going to see the leaders again, and Pete Walters is going for the lead. Lewis Thompson again uses that defensive move, but again, it is Pete Walters going to go for that undercut, or he's thinking about it. He's got a decent run off the corner. Now, can he use the acceleration up the hill and the better traction off the corner to possibly start to move alongside? He will get a little bit of a side draft here, and he is moving closer and closer alongside Lewis as he comes back towards Duffer's Dip to start lap 11. But Thompson forces him to back off and maintains the position as they turn back into the right-hander here at McIntyre's. Still some spectators staying towards the end of the day. Brilliant stuff to see them. Always supporting Club Motorsport. Look at them. You can see them on the outside of the circuit, still watching on, keeping social distancing, which is all the key thing we need, of course, in order to continue our road back to normality. But, of course, this is very much normality for Caterham, being this close and this hotly contested for victory. Well, they are pulling away from James Wingfield, and Andrew Murgatroyd's also dropped back. The blue car in the background hasn't quite kept the pace. Here comes Pete Walters. Nice, big, nice, easy dive up. Well, not easy, but a nice clean dive up the inside line, and Pete Walters hits the front. But for how much longer? Because Lewis Thompson thinks, don't think so, Pete. Get back behind me. I'd quite like my lead back if you don't mind. And also look at Harry Cook. He fancies a crack at this battle too. Back in the mix now. And still, it's now Walters, Thompson, Cook. Nose to tail to nose to tail. Back through the chicane. And leaping over as they come into the short sprint towards Clark Corner. Oh, there's a wiggle there, I think, under brakes from Lewis Thompson. Sort of front end moving about. And you could tell why Harry Cook was... going that quickly. He's just set a new fastest lap of the race, 56.649 in the last lap. It was at least 3 or 4 tenths quicker than the cars in front. So you can tell, as much as this battling looks fun, it might be frustrating for these two, because either they're trying to think if they're working together or if they're actually trying to battle amongst each other and possibly hold each other up. Here they come, and they're side by side again. And again, Thompson will get a side draft here. Cook gets the toe off both of them. Which way will he go? Tries to put the car in the middle of the road in between the two cars in front of him. Walters turns in through Duffer's Dip ahead. It's Thompson second still. Then it's Cook in third. Wingfield fourth. Top 4 altogether. Murgatroyd has dropped back by about roughly 1.8, 1.9 seconds. So he looks to be out of it. He looks to be in what we call no man's land. He's not really making any inroads on the cars in front, but he's not really losing time to the cars behind either. He's got about an 11-second advantage over the cars back in 6th. Jeff Lees and Andy Lees and Jeff Wright. Jeff Lees, of course, was the former festival and sports car racer and F1 driver, but this is Caterham's. And again, Thompson, they like that outside line. There's plenty of grip on the outside line there at Knockhill, so you can draw yourself alongside, and it's working for Lewis Thompson. Gets his nose just about in front. Side by side, always wheel to wheel, almost touching wheels there with Pete Walters. Back into into Duffer's Dip. They're side by side again, but Walters sweeps back in front and says, try again, sunshine. This is my first position. You want it, you have to take it from me the hard way. I'm sure Lewis Thompson's more than up to the challenge. And not just Harry Cook, but look at the way James Wingfield's caught back up to this 3-way scrap for the lead. It's now a 4-way dance between these cars. They come back into the right-hander. There's still 17 minutes to go in this race. It's quite a lot of action, and there's not even reached halfway yet. So there's a lot going on here in this final Caterham race of the weekend. The Caterham 7.310Rs. And this is shaping out to be quite an exciting race so far. There's Douglas Christie, still battling with Henry Williams. So the result of that battle that we saw when they were 3 wide is it's now Williams ahead of Christie, then Fillet dropped back a couple of spots as a result of that. So there's just the back end of that was Jeff Price, who's still trying to chase after Andy Lee. The gap between them was 1.9 seconds. Big lock up from Henry Williams. He looks to get it anchored up for the hairpin. But again, the outside line where all the rubber seems to go, it seems to be the favourable spot. So up the hill they go. There will be the side draft. And again, with a slightly better run on the inside, it's going to be advantage Williams for the time being, but they disappear out a shot over the hill. As we go back to our leaders. And I wonder what opportunity Harry Cook, Lewis Thompson's going to try and look for here. He's got the inside line, but we know if Pete Walters stays there, that the outside line definitely works. Okay, he's chosen to slot back in this time. He wants to tow up the hill, maybe to try and help him get away from Harry Cook and James Wingfield. Darts out, side by side. Has another look. I think, is he going to be able to turn in front or behind? Thompson, no. Thompson forced him to back out and just go line astern through Duffus. What about James Wingfield? 4th place. He might be someone who's a bit of a dark horse here. He might well be keeping his powder dry and pounce at an opportune moment. There he is, car number 13. It's unlucky for some, but at the moment it seems to be giving him, touchwood, enough luck to hold on to the top 3 at least. Good drive so far from James. If I'm correct, he jumped out of the academy straight into 310Rs previously, and so it's had quite a while to get used to this new car. Here comes Pete Walters again to retake the lead from Thompson. As Thompson gets some support from the Speedworks team, the ones that run the used to run Tom Ingram in the Toyota event system, the Toyota Corolla up until recently, a couple of years ago. And he now is going to have quite an opportunity to try and get through. He's on the inside of Pete Walters. He must surely turn in ahead. Yes, he does. So back into the lead goes Lewis Thompson. He's looking to make it a double here from Knockhill. We've just gone past the halfway point, so 15.5 minutes gone, 40.5 still to go in this final race for Caterham Motorsport this weekend here at Knockhill. I'm pretty sure Lewis Thompson was all 4 wheels off the ground through the chicane. Brilliant stuff. Shows how committed he was. And again, nicely glides it through Clark Corner. Uses all the nice tidy amounts of exit curb. It's really nice, precise stuff from Lewis. But Pete and co certainly have something to say about that if they're allowed to get close enough. Back to the hairpin. We're on lap 17 already in this Caterham 7310R race. The brilliant thing about these open-top Caterhams is that you get to see the drivers working away at the wheel, see them soaring away and trying to get to as much, keep the car pointed in the straight and narrow, on the straightest line possible through the corner. Turning in through Duffus Dip. Still the top 4 as it was. Thompson, Walters, Cook and Wingfield as they make their way back through McIntyre's. Through Butchers. Through the chicane. 1, 2, 3, 4. Close as you like. Thompson at the moment looks fairly comfortable in the lead, but we know that Walters is going to be in with a chance to make a move should there be any opportunity. I think one of them ran a little wide on the exit. If it was Thompson, it will give Walters all the run he needs to potentially make a pass into the hairpin. He's thinking about it. Thompson has to go a bit more towards the middle of the road because he knows that Pete Walter has gone to the slightly wider favoured racing line. Looking further back, that's Giuseppe Fillet in 64. This is a battle we've had going on for a while between Henry Williams, Doug Christie and Giuseppe Fillet over 8th, 9th and 10th. Just behind them is Gary Curtis in 11th place. And there was a little bit of wheel rubbing there. It was Doug Christie and Henry Williams. And that could have been disastrous, but looks as though I think Doug Christie realised if I carry on this path... Oh, it hasn't worked. No, is it a puncture maybe? I wonder if there's a puncture, if there's been a touch. Either way, or it might have been a simple spin. I think Williams realised that he was under threat from Doug Christie. The contact that he had possibly sent him a little bit loose or distracted him. As a result, he simply missed his braking point completely, tried to get it slowed down, carried too much speed into the apex, and round it went. So they are quite nervous and twitchy cars, these. Even at 310R level, if you push them to the limit, they can get pretty nervy. But when you are pushed right to the limit, you can possibly make moves like this one that Pete Walters is trying to make here around the outside, but Lewis Thompson shows him the edge of the road. Get out of it, Pete. You're not taking this past that easy. But look at Harry Cook, though. Harry Cook took full effect of the hold-up that Pete Walters had, straight through into second place. Cheers for that, Pete. So now into second place goes Harry Cook. As they hop over the right-hander at Duffus Dip through Leslie's. And now back into the right-hander at McIntyre's, pretty much at one of the lowest points of the circuit. Then you go through Butchers, leaping over the chicane as they catch air. Brilliant sight. And Walters thinks, right, time to get my elbows out, roll my sleeves up, and let's see if we can get back into a higher place on the podium. As for Thompson, meanwhile, this might be the chance he needs to try and pull away. He's got 11.25 minutes to try and pull an advantage if he can. Here comes Walters. Again, look one way, darts back to the outside because Cook had it well covered on the approach to Taylor's hairpin. Wingfield is also waiting in the wings, no pun intended, as Pete Walters then gets a strong run up the hill to try and put himself alongside Harry Cook, but it hasn't quite worked on that occasion. Through Duffus. Still 10 3/4 to go. Here's Thompson, the youngest drivers on the grid. It's great to see the younger drivers coming through, and drivers that have done stuff like coming up through karting, like Alistair Lyle in the 270Rs. And even drivers that are fairly young in the academy ranks, like Freddie Chiddix, for example. He's particularly come up, and he's quite a young guy starting his racing career in a Caterham. So good to see some of the younger talent coming through and set themselves up for potential runs in sports cars or single seaters or GTs or whatever they feel they want to compete in. Caterham, like a Formula Ford or any other notable small sports car or small well-handling car, will certainly teach you a lot about mechanical grip and mechanical car control and setup and racecraft and everything else in between that you need to be successful. Oh, and I can hear, I think someone's gone off at in the background. Someone's gone off at McIntyre's, I think. Oh, and well, there's one car that stopped at the bottom of the hill. I couldn't quite catch who it was. And okay, well, we definitely heard it on the camera, but watching leaders here come through this chicane, there is a car stopped, and it's at the bottom. Now, I think the other car was involved is possibly, it's like Gary Curtis. I wonder if it's Gary Curtis, and well, Gary Curtis is showing it hasn't come through, so maybe it's Gary Curtis that's the one that had the mishap. Unless that's him coming through just put a lap on now. So look at the number. Pete Walters still holds on to second place with Harry Cook on his tail. There's James Wingfield in fourth. Let's have a look. Gary Curtis has gone down the order, but so also is the 16th Metcalf, so maybe Metcalf was involved. Okay, right, again, the Gary Curtis, I think, may have been one of the two cars that might have been involved in something. He just pitted, and that was the black and yellow car that was going through. The car that went off appears to have got going again, and if it looks like it was Metcalf that went off, I think, because he was the one that was down towards the back, and there was no one else in the field that lost any position. So I think that we've determined that car 16 was the one that hit strife. 8.5 minutes to go in this final Caterham race of the weekend. Still one more race to go on the timetable. The third and final race for the ETL STXR Challenge. Back to the STs at the top of the grid, with the XRs starting 10 seconds later. But we'll talk about more of them at the conclusion of this race, which still has, at the moment, Lewis Thompson at the head of it. And while it might show that at the moment Thompson's effectively led all the way, it's quite a different story when you look at the full facts, because he's been kept honest pretty much all the way from the start. And he was certainly making up for the fact that he missed, as we mentioned, the opening race at Donington Park due to exams, but certainly getting an important part of his life out of the way. And now carrying on to prove that he's not just handy in the exam paper, but also behind the wheel of a Caterham race car, doing quite a strong effort as it goes. 7.5 minutes to go. Top four nose to tail down towards Taylor's hairpin. Still Thompson, Walters, Cook and Wingfield. Oh, and Ben Lopez Appleton has had a spin or an incident with, who's that? That is Chris Welch, I think, and that car was right in the middle of the racing line just as the leaders went through. So Ben Lopez Appleton's bad start for the 2021 season goes from bad to worse. And that must have been a real tense moment for the top four. Into the pit lane will go Ben Lopez Appleton, probably thinking, I've had enough of Knockhill, I want to go home. Out of the right-hander at McIntyre's, I'm pretty certain that the top four weren't expecting that, as Lewis Thompson just gets both front wheels off the ground. That's how you drive a Caterham around Knockhill. Flat out, with all wheels up in the air. Brilliant stuff to see. 6.5 minutes to go then in this final race. I was about to say before we spotted Ben Lopez Appleton off the road, you just get the sense that there's just something brewing away here. There's going to be a bit of a scrap in the next couple of minutes. They're just biding their time here, and then with about 3 minutes to go, it's all going to kick off. But in what order, and who's it going to benefit in the end? Wingfield sat back a little bit. I think he's just, biding his time and just waiting for an option. Maybe if these three start scrapping hard enough, he can get back into the mix. Now Walters was looking down the outside into Duffus Dip. Is he strong enough? No. Still, Thompson holds firm. He's got a pretty steadfast defence here between these four cars. Everything that Walters and Cook and Wingfield have tried to throw at him, he's always had a response. If not straight away, then eventually. 5.5 to go. Say maybe another, maybe 4, possibly 5 laps to go, depending on how quick they can get around. Maybe even 6 if they can get around pretty quick enough. We're on to lap 26 as they come to the conclusion. Take the apex right at the tip of the crest at Knockhill. Wingfield is back in the slipstream. Of course, he'll get the triple toe from the 3 cars in front, so he'll get the strongest effect of all from those following nose to tail. Still no change in the order as we go into the last 5 minutes of the final Caterham action of the day here at Knockhill. Again, as a reminder, one more race after this. The third STXR Challenge race is coming up, so stay tuned for that. But the Caterhams have been spellbinding all weekend here. It's their first proper visit, I think, for many, many years to Knockhill in terms of what's considered the main direction. Of course, they've raced here in 2018 on the reverse direction. That was quite a different circuit, a different experience. Just Harry Cook swarming all over the back, and I think he had to re-stand on the brakes there to avoid going into the back of Pete Walters, and that really has brought James Wingfield back into play now. 4.5 minutes to go now as they come up the hill. You know what I said a couple of minutes ago, they're waiting for a chance for it to all kick off. I think it's about to happen now, because here they come. Are we about to get some showtime between these 4? I think so, because Thompson getting a little bit more ragged here, a little bit more feisty now in his defence as he holds off Walters and Cook and also James Wingfield over the crest, all 4 of them. Something has to give between these 4, surely, and you're pretty certain that it's not going to stay in this order nose to tail. There will be some moves made in the final couple of minutes as the laps and the minutes tick down. Here comes Walters. Just puts himself onto the rear quarter, pulls himself alongside. Can he break deeper into the hairpin? Bit of a twitch from Lewis Thompson under brakes, but he just about parks it on the apex. And look at Harry Cook taking the tighter exit. If he can get to the right-hand side of the circuit, he might well get a slightly better, flatter run up the hill. All 4, nose to tail, 3.25 minutes still to go. And realistically, genuinely, any one of these 4 can still win it. It looks like the top 4's just about set. But in which order is anyone's guess. Thompson's done so well to resist the pressure from Pete Walters, who's incredibly experienced him over the last few years in Caterham's on and off. He's been a former champion in the lower ranks. And certainly showing off that prowess. Harry Cook has always been formidable, particularly last year. James Wingfield's in his sort of roughly 3rd or 4th year of racing and has really found quite a groove with this 310R ever since he made the big leap up from Academy couple of years ago. Back down through the gears. 2.5 to go. Is there going to be a moment when we just see this skirmish turn into a full-on fight? Might be getting here because Walters was having a look and he's looking to the outside, but again he's not fully alongside. He's probably expecting or trying to force Thompson to make a mistake and just outbrake himself or be distracting his mirrors and put a wheel onto the dirt or possibly just run wide. Either way, whatever tactic that Pete Walters, any tactic that Pete Walters throws at Lewis Thompson, it's not working. Although I say that, watch him be able to make a pass on the next few corners. As I've said that, it's probably the commentator's curse in the opposite direction. Here comes Walters again, gets the good run off Clark corner. He'll put himself again alongside to the outside line. Oh, and here comes Harry Cook, puts 2 wheels onto the grass. It's 3 abreast down towards Taylor's. Gets the slingshot off both of them. Thompson gets compressed between the middle of them and up the inside he goes. And we're back to where we started because Lewis Thompson goes back into the lead. But look at James Wingfield. I said he was keeping his powder dry. He's managed to take the benefit of all 3 cars scrapping amongst each other. Harry Cook made a very big, ambitious move up the inside. It didn't quite pay off. And now he's been shuffled back down to 4th again. So Thompson and Walters are back where they started as if nothing happened. Now it's Wingfield up to 3rd. 4th place now for Harry Cook. He's got a mountain to climb almost. With this, I'd say 1 more to go. There's a minute left on the clock, and they will have one more lap next time by. So ultimately, if you're going to make moves, it has to be now. You have to make the move now. I'm sure that Pete Walters knows that. He's probably been biding his time, maybe just cleaning up a part of the circuit to make a move, or just trying to just set Lewis up a few times and trying to get him into a false sense of security. Either way, Pete Walters is throwing every trick in the book that he knows. Again, wide approach into Taylor's. Looks for the cutback, but again, he can't get the traction down. Little sideways on the exit. Now they come up the hill to start the last lap of the race, and they get the encouragement. Come on, keep going, keep pushing. And Pete Walters listing dummies one with the other. He dummies the inside lane, sold, but dummies Lewis Thompson. He has to give him the room up into Duffers dip into the right-hander. Has he got through? They're side by side. Lewis Thompson hangs it around the outside over the curb and somehow stays in front. That is astonishing driving from Lewis Thompson. How did he keep in front there with the grip on the outside line? Fantastic driving from Lewis Thompson. Half a lap to go, all four wheels in the air. Now, Wingfield's dropped back behind Harry Cook, so there's been a hold up there. And Waltz is going with him. He's got probably one more chance then up towards Taylor's hairpin. It's been a mega tense battle between these four. They've all pulled the pin and thought, right, it's now or never. Here comes Walters, lining up Thompson for the last time, down towards the hairpin. Is he going to go last of the late breakers? Is he going to try and get the cutback on the exit? Thompson goes for the move, but he might get the undercut from Walters on the run to the flag. We get a good slingshot. It might be a photo finish. Walters closes, but is it going to be too late? He pulls out towards the checkered flag. They're side by side over the line. And Thompson just gets it by 62 1/1000ths of a second. Walters closed in the end, but it was not enough. Thompson wins by 0.062 of a second in a fantastic last race for Caterham Motorsport here this weekend at Knockhill. Third for James Wingfield, fourth for Harry Cook, who could have been in the mix in second after he sort of went too deep into the hairpin and lost and went wide. Fifth for Andrew Murgatroyd, sixth for Andy Lee, seventh for Jeff Price, eighth for Douglas Christie, ninth for Giuseppe Fillet, and 10th for Henry Williams. Chris Welch does finish 11th after he had a little coming together with Ben Lopez-Appleton seemingly. Then it's Metcalf and Curtis, and sadly Ben Lopez-Appleton came into the pit lane after his spin and what we think is some kind of a tap with Chris Welch, and because of that he did not finish the race. Well, what a wonderful weekend that was for Caterham Motorsport, and thank you to all the drivers who have taken part. Still one more race to go on the timetable, but we will be going into the highlights of what was one of the best races of the weekend. Fantastic stuff from the 310Rs. And let's check out the talking points. Well, it was a decent start from Lewis Thompson, got the initial jump. It was a good start also for James Wingfield from the second row of the grid. And Thompson did hold the advantage. Wingfield put in an initial attack into right-hander. It was a weekend to forget. Ben Lopez-Appleton had issues in race one off the pace and then had a spin up at the exit of the chicane. It was almost beaching the gravel. But then we saw further back some great battles with Henry Williams, Doug Christie and Giuseppe Fillet in their battles over the bottom end of the top 10 places. And then there was a bit of a hairy moment for Henry Williams as he was battling with Christie and threw it all away at the final corner. And had to also let Gary Curtis through at the same time as well, and he lost several positions. A scary moment for the leaders. They just avoided Ben Lopez-Appleton after he came together with Chris Welch. And he just about had to bring it into the pit lane to end what was, for him, a continuation of a really, really miserable start to the season. Then it all kicked off in the last couple of laps, and what was an incredible battle between Pete Walters and Lewis Thompson in the end, between as the pair went side by side with Harry Cook and James Wingfield continuing to allow the four cars to run nose to tail in order as Thompson absorbed everything that Pete Walters could throw at him. He threw everything but the kitchen sink and couldn't make it stick. What could have been for Harry Cook? He put two wheels onto the grass heading down towards the hairpin. It was three abreast into Taylor's. Johnson just about locked up, but then Cook went too deep and couldn't get it stopped in time. And James Wingfield briefly got back into second place as Thompson continued in the lead. They went on to the last couple of laps. They got the encouragement of the pit lane. Somehow, Thompson just held on around the outside after a last-minute attack into the first corner on the last lap from Pete Walters. And he pushed on all the way to the flag. And a sprint to the line, he just held him off by 62 1/1000ths of a second. Well done, Lewis Thompson. Let's see how he felt about that in the Parc Fermé with Dave Christie. Wow.
Thank you very much, Scott. Welcome back to the paddock where, wow, I mean, I've literally been lost for words several times this weekend, but we've actually got a fairly accurate representation of what 0.062 seconds looks like with the way that Pete Walters' car is parked up to Thompson right now. I'm just absolutely speechless after that. But James Wingfield, third place for you. And I mean, that was one of the most intense, epic battles I think we've ever seen here at Knockhill.
Yeah, that was insane. That was incredible to be a part of from beginning to end. And yeah, massive congratulations to these two and Harry as well. Mega race.
Is there anything you could have done differently at all there?
No. I don't think so. To be honest, these three had a little bit more pace than me this weekend. Donington, I was quick here, not quite so much. So my plan was to hang on to the back of them, just stay in the fight, and it's always going to kick off at some point to some level, and it did, and I was able to capitalise. I actually nicked past Pete at one point, but third is, I feel like I've stolen that slightly from Harry. It was all good fair racing. Massive fun, but yeah, I'm really happy to pick up a podium.
An amazing performance, well done. James Wingfield in third place there. Let's go and chat to Pete Walters in second place there. Pete, we'll let you get your balaclava on, my friend. Or mask, there we go, good man. Right, I'm telling you. Right, Pete, firstly, have you caught your breath back after that?
No, that was amazing. That was one of the hardest races I think I've ever had. Full respect to the guys. I don't know what happened to Harry, hope he's okay. But yeah, full respect to Lewis. Really, really good racing. Trying to line up the move right at the end, because I think these guys had a bit more straight line speed than me, and every time I got in the front they easily passed on the straight, so I thought this is going to have to be a last lap manoeuvre, and I went for it, but Lewis made it stick. He went late on the brakes and was epic.
And obviously Caterham racing is always incredibly close-knit stuff, but I mean, that's probably one of the closest races we've seen here at Knockhill. Is that for you as well?
Definitely, with all my wings still on, yeah. I mean, it was as close as it could get, I think.
A brilliant second place, well done there, and Pete, have a fantastic journey home. Let's go and have a chat with Lewis Thompson then. Lewis, look, I mean, quite honestly, that is literally what 0.062 seconds looks like across the line. That was epic stuff. What was that like behind the wheel?
Oh, it was very tense. I just tried to keep Pete behind as much as I can the whole race, and you know, it was coming on to the last lap. I knew Pete had, you know, probably a bit more in the tyres. My tyres fading, and just knew I had to try and get a good run out the last corner, and I didn't. And Pete went wide, and he was coming up me inside. I was thinking, I've got to come across here, and he just kept coming, and I knew the finish line was short. It's not at the control line; it's shorter near the pit entry. So I knew if I just led out of there, I'd just have enough to hold on. And if and I just managed to hold on. It's just a brilliant feeling.
How big was that sigh of relief as you crossed the line? Did you know that you'd won it?
Yeah, well, I could just see my nose poking ahead, and I just thought, yeah, that's definitely done it. But you know, it was just one of those, like, you know, anything could have happened. I'm just glad to have won. You know, it's been such a hard race.
Silverstone 3 weeks time leaves you in a fantastic position. How are the celebrations going to be tonight?
I'll spend most of the night driving home, to be honest, so I'll probably just look forward to going to my bed. But yeah, looking to Silverstone now, it's very different to Knockhill. It's going to be more like a 10-12 car battle rather than a 4, so you know, just I think it's Silverstone, just got to keep our nose clean and just try and score as many podiums as possible. Not looking for a win there particularly, but I'm glad to have walked away there with 2 wins.
Amazing performance, well done on the win. There you go, Lewis Thompson then there, ladies and gentlemen. And for our BRSCC viewers, they have got a race still coming up, so keep tuned for that. But for our Caterham viewers, thank you so much for watching today. We hope you've had a wonderful weekend here at Knockhill, and we will see you in 3 weeks' time on the 3rd and 4th of July at Silverstone. Check out the live stream for that. As always, like and subscribe the YouTube channel if you're on that, or follow the Facebook page to keep up to date with that. We'll take a short break, and for our BRSCC viewers, we'll be right back.